sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. It a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day.
Oh, 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 oh. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild. but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome. In the background, you're going to hear the dogs. Just ignore. They're playing right now, so they're growling, but that's how they play. Little girl's trying to get one of the other's attention to play tug with her. Took a rag and I put it into a knot so she could tear it up, and so she's wanting one of the other ones to play tug with her. So that's what we're doing right now. So if you hear them in the background, it won't be long. They'll lay down, they'll calm down, they'll go to sleep. But I'm in their living room, and they share it with me. Welcome, everybody. Let's do roll call. Hello, good to see you. Mary Jane Doe, I've been thinking about this bitch. Yeah. Well, she was probably like 4 or 5 of the last trial that we watched. And then we narrowed it down to 3 and let everybody choose. And the highest was the last case that we watched together. Well, recent events, you guys, from the Lisa, son of a biscuit eater. Recent events from the courts involving LETICIA Stauch. Her sentence was overturned. It was overturned. And so obviously she's getting a new trial. And I thought, well, and then I saw MJD drop it in the Discord, and I thought, I guess this is our sign. It's our sign that we already know which one we're going to cover next. So here we are. We're going to go back and visit just a little bit. I'm going to give you guys an overview, and then we're going to go straight into opening arguments on this. We're revisiting this case. It's easier just to read what I have pinned at the top. If anybody comes in during the live and saying what's going on with this one, you guys, it's pinned at the top. Just point them up there, and then everybody doesn't have to type it in unless you just feel like adding to it. If you're up in the bushes, come on down, have a chat with us about this. What do you think about this case? Did you watch it? Did you watch the court case? What'd you think? What do you think about LETICIA? What do you think about the courts are returning her conviction? Let me read the pinned post. It is on 1/27/20. You guys, I'm not trying to make, small of this, but I've only got so much spaces that I can get all the details in. Gannon Stauch was 11 years old, and he was brutally murdered by his step bitch, LETICIA. And yes, that's what I'm calling her. She was tried and convicted of first-degree murder. I didn't have enough room to put amongst other things. And sentenced to life without parole. Her sentence was overturned, you guys, just last week, and we're going to find out why. As we prepare for the new trial, we need to revisit the first trial and heinous crime that took sweet Gannon's life. Big prayers and love go out to the Stauch family. We are here for you and Gannon. Gannon's favorite color we know was blue, you guys. So anytime you feel led, just drop blue hearts in the chat for sweet Gannon. I'm really sad for the family that has to go back and face this dumb bitch in court again. Y'all, I've watched a lot of court cases, and this is a probably top five of one that I just wanted to wring her neck. Like, there's been a couple of them that I've just wanted to reach in, and the last two that we watched together, the Jodi Arias case and the I just had it in my mind, the last one that we watched, and it just left me again. Um, the one prior to the Jodi Arias one that we watched. Y'all, my mind just went blank. So sorry. I wanted to ring both of their necks too, but this girl, this chick, this thing, this monster, oh y'all, she's terrible. She's terrible. She was so disrespectful to the court. Listen, if I was the judge on that case, and I have to tell you guys, I really liked this judge. He was so kind. He was so good. He was so understanding of how hard it was for people to take the stand in this case. I mean, we're talking about an 11-year-old little boy. And it was a heinous crime. It was a needless, a senseless, aren't they all? But he was 11, y'all. He was a sweet little guy. And his dad wasn't in the home to protect him. And I'm not victim shaming, he was off at work. And he had nobody in that house, nobody that could help him. And oh, it's heartbreaking. And for that dumb bitch to sit at that defense table and act the way she did and act like what they were there for was so minor and she wasn't bothered. She couldn't be bothered. It was disgusting to watch. And we're going to watch it again. So be prepared. This was a heartbreaking one, y'all, because it does involve a child. And what she did to this baby is inconceivable. I don't understand it. I will never understand this part of being human, that you could actually cause this kind of damage and pain and just disgustingness to this little guy. So prayers out to the family who is going to have to face her in court again and revisit all of this. It's just terrible. Let's take some roll call and then we're going to get right into it. Mary Jane Doe, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Miss June, hello, hello, hello. Good to see you. Darlene, all the way from Australia, my friends over there. Good to see you. Belly, good to see you, love bug. Thank you for coming in again. Listening as cleaning the chicken pen, as Leanie's been taking up my time. Yeah, I'm double timing today, but we had to get right into this. We just had to. So I'm an all or nothing kind of girl, and while I've got time, I just got to get these out here. Yes, Belly, it was overturned. It was overturned, and I'm going to explain why that happened. The family is submitting or has already submitted letters to the court to try to get this to stop. And nothing has come out yet. So as far as we know, she is no longer a convicted killer. Let that sink in. She's no longer a convicted killer. She gets a whole new trial while this family has to live through this. So unless the courts find some kind of loophole that they could say, no, what it is, we've already tried her, she's a convicted killer, we're going back to trial. So right now she sits in the pen. I don't know if they're going to move her from the penitentiary back to a regular jail, let her put on some regular clothes again, because she is no longer a convicted a killer. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's just a shame. June says, I got something to tell you guys. I don't know if there's a Nancy case, but oh my goodness. What do you mean by that, Miss June? I've been covering, are you talking about Nancy Guthrie? I've been covering her. Detour, good to see you again. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you guys so much for being here with me. Thank you for the blue hearts in chat, you guys. Listen, we're going to just love on Gannon again. And I believe that he is in heaven with the Lord. And but just to hear his name being said in any kind of derogatory way again just makes me furious. furious that we have to listen to this dumb bitch again. And let's just hope that this time, creators on YouTube, when they cover this court case that's going to be coming up, let's just hope they do right by the family. Let's try not to, I don't know, put his um, um, death pictures on the back of a paywall. And I'm going to leave it right there at that. Do better, YouTube creators, do better. This is a baby here. Listen, you guys know me that have been here now. You guys know that I absolutely love morbidity. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think something's really wrong with me. But when it comes to these babies, oh no, 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 no. And to make money off of their deaths, putting it back of a paywall, wrong. Do better this time. Do better this time. Those videos that she made with manipulating him was beyond disturbing. Scapegoat, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate you so much. And you're right. What the fuck happened for them to overturn it? Let me get to that. Let me just do roll call. I'll shut up about everything else. Let me do roll call and then we'll get right to it. I'll explain it. Are you going to be doing the Nancy case, what they found another time? I'm not sure what. Okay, so there's a guy who's online who compared the walk to the guy. Yes, we covered all of that. We did cover that. It's all on my playlist, Miss Jim. We went over that in link. So that's there. All right. Does she get to stay at the jail while the new trial goes on? I mean, I don't know. I've been watching. I've been paying attention because if she is, I mean, she's now it's overturned. It's done. Papers have been signed by a judge. I don't see how they can keep her in a prison. Now, I have heard that she will not get any kind of bail. Y'all, listen, I am amazed. I used to say and think there's nothing else that could surprise me. But y'all, every day something comes out. I'm just like, wait, what? That doesn't even make any sense. So I did hear one was it Nancy Grace or somebody say, it wasn't Nancy Grace, it was somebody else, maybe it was Banfield, that said as of right now she would not get bail, but it could be a possibility. Who knows what this means? But I do know it means she gets regular clothes again, and she gets to sit her ass, her sickening bad attitude ass at a defense table again while we listen all over, but more than us, while the family listens all over again. So hello, let's hope Dexter finds this out. Thanks, Tony, good to see you. Okay, it's good to see everybody else. No, don't Miss June, you got your own life going on, honey. Don't be sorry about that at all. Listen, I did a live on Nancy Guthrie earlier today because of something I missed from a month ago. So don't ever feel bad about coming in and telling me stuff that you have heard or you didn't know that I knew, because sometimes I may not know it. Like I found that today and I was like, damn it, I got to go live. We've got to talk about this. June says his name is Joseph Morrison, another kid on his channel that came across pretty much compared the two walks of the people. Yeah. Well, there's another guy that we watched that one of the mods, I think, is the one that actually brought it to my attention. I forget his full name, but his first name is Monk. And he put them all together too. And it was amazing to watch. Lolly, good to see you, honey. Thank you for being here. Let's get right to this, guys, because that's what we're all here for, right, Gannon? Not to hear me just keep talking and rattling on. I just want to say one more time, hello to everybody in the Naked Bushes. Come on down, have a discussion with us. No hate here, none whatsoever. Tell us what you think. Tell us anything. Tell me anything. All right, I'm going to bring up, let's just talk about the disappearance first. Okay, first, let me do that. Make sure you guys can see it as big as I can get it. And then, because the platform, I mean, the way that I'm using this, it's mainly set up for cell phones. So let's go ahead and listen to Gannon's mom. This was we're going back to the beginning, okay? Because we're going to do a timeline of the case and talk about a little bit of what happened, and then we're going to go on to what happened on the 4th of this month, where Leticia Stauch, and she actually changed her last name back to Hardin, which was one of the stipulations that Gannon's dad asked the court to do, was to take away his name, Gannon, and the dad's name from Leticia, and she did, and I'm glad. She shouldn't be able to carry the Stauch name. Hey, quit fussing. All right, so let's listen to this together really quick. I'll make it as big as I can get it on your screen. And again, this was from when they were. Hold on. This is from when Gannon first went missing on January. I think it was reported on January 27th, 2020 is when I think that, but that was also the day that he passed away. All right, let's listen to his mom. This is back in the very beginning.
Know how to go forward without him. That's just the main thing I love. Anytime that I've talked to people, I don't know how to go forward without him. That's just the main thing I love. Anytime that I've talked to people prior to him being missing, people ask me, like, what is Gannon? And the only thing I can say, he's my hero. He gives me life. He gives me energy. If a bad day is going bad, I just hear his voice, and it makes it better. This is the longest time that I have not heard his voice. And the only thing I can do is just keep playing videos back and forth of Mommy, I love you. And that's the only thing that I don't want it. It will never die in my mind. But like, I need my boy, like, more than air, more than life. Like, that's who he is to me. Gannon, he is my little man. He fills every void. He's happy. Every time that he calls me and talks to me, he has to tell a joke. And sometimes it's the jokes that don't even make any sense. And sometimes they're just the corniest jokes. But that's my boy. Like, he just wants everybody to be happy. And when he's missing, like, only thing that I can question is, like, why? Why Gannon? Because he doesn't deserve this at all, by no means. And the only thing that I can do as his mom is to get it out, to make sure that Gannon's story doesn't die and that my boy comes home. Like, he needs to come home. Like, and it's strange that he just disappears. Nobody has trace. Nobody hears anything. Nobody knows anything. It's not how it's supposed to work. When I heard that he ran away, like, I knew that was the first sign. I'm like, that is not my boy. No, like 100% without a shadow of doubt, my boy would not run away. And I want hope until he's found. If it takes 20 years, I still want his face plastered everywhere. That's what I need. That's what I want. That's what I desire. Other than him coming home, that's what I want the most. But until that day comes, I want him everywhere. I don't want this story to die. This is who my boy is, the passion, the love, the togetherness that this community has had. This is Gannon. It's a nightmare that I haven't woke up from. And the only thing I want to do is go to sleep, wake up, and Gannon be back.
Oof. Y'all, there's going to be a lot of moments like that during this trial. The new trial, let me say, well, during the old trial that we're going to watch as preparing for the new trial. That was Gannon Stauch's mom, whom he did not live with at the time. He was living with his father and his father's wife, Leticia. So those were in the days that he was missing. His mom gave an interview, and that was it. And yes, very, very heartbreaking. Let me go ahead and read this part to you guys. It's really fast, and then we'll move over to how this got overturned. After nearly 2 months, authorities found Gannon Stauch an 11-year-old boy from Colorado who was reported missing late January on the other side of the country. Stauch's stepmother, step bitch is what I call her, Leticia, who was arrested on March the 2nd, is now facing additional charges. Details on the circumstances of the boy's death have been sparse. However, with authorities keeping a tight lip about the investigation, and with so few answers, rumors have persisted. Questions about Gannon's stepmother became so persistent early in the search that when she responded twice, Gannon's biological mother and father had offered their own joint statement, a tearful plea for anyone with information on his disappearance to come forward. Here's the timeline of the boy's case, you guys. This is Sweet Gannon right here. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is either the last picture of him when he was alive or right around that time. On January 27th of 2020, Gannon is reported missing by his stepmother, Leticia Stauch. She told the El Paso Sheriff's County's office he left home between 3:15 p.m. and 4 p.m. local time to walk to a friend's house in Colorado Springs. The initial press release on his disappearance describes the call about him as a report for a juvenile runaway. Shame on her. Shame on her. She started this out just by, he's a bad kid, he ran away. On January the 30th, Gannon's disappearance is now classified as a missing endangered persons case. The sheriff's office asks anyone with any information to call the authorities and blast what was described as misinformation on social media about the case. Officials did not specify exactly what misinformation to which they were referring to. On February 3rd, though officials don't specifically address any rumors, Leticia Stauch responded to online comments vilifying her in an interview with the local CBS affiliate KKTV. She says, "I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home. I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there are some questions out there, but it's up to the investigation when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them," she told KKTV. "We are going to find Gannon, and that's the main goal that we have. I'm just ready for Gannon to come home." Oh, that tramp, knowing where he was. She said the family has received more than 20 death threats. Officials said they had put in thousands of hours into research efforts, including through aerial drone footage and search and rescue canines. Those involved in the search include the FBI Child Abduction Rapid Deployment National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and Colorado Springs Police Department. This is the police department, you guys, putting up drones over the area. On February the 4th, 2020, a neighbor comes forward with a surveillance video footage that he says shows Leticia Stauch leaving the house with him and returning hours later alone. Thank God for this neighbor. Neighbor Roderick Drayton told ABC News he decided to look through his footage once the search intensified and saw Stauch getting into a red pickup truck Monday morning at 10:13 a.m. The footage also appears to show Gannon walking slowly as he approaches and gets into the truck, according to Drayton. When she returns in the truck at 2:19 p.m., Gannon is nowhere to be seen. A spokesperson for the sheriff's office told ABC News that investigators have a copy of the video and do not dispute Drayton's description. This is just one piece in a very, very, very large puzzle, spokeswoman Jackie Kirby told ABC News. Look at him. Look at that boy. Just sweet. This was the poster that was put out. Runaway, runaway. Shame, shame. Already starting to blame him. Oh, God, that just makes me so mad. Gannon Stauch, age 11, gender male. hair brown, eyes brown, height 5'9", weight 90 pounds. Last seen on 1/27/2020 at approximately 3:15 to 4 p.m. in his home in Larson Ranch. Drayton, who's the neighbor, says he showed the security footage to Gannon's father on Sunday. He just broke down crying and said, she lied. She lied about the time. He didn't go to a friend's house, Drayton said. On February the 5th, Gannon's biological mother and father make a gut-wrenching plea together for anyone with any information to come forward. A kid just doesn't disappear and no one sees him. So if you have anything that's credible, if you're afraid, don't worry about it. Imagine my son. Imagine how afraid he is. Gannon's mother, Landon Hoyt, said through tears in a YouTube video that was posted to El Paso County's official channel. Gannon's younger little sister, Layla, also sat down with the parents for the statement. I love you, Bubba, she said at the end of the video. Neither parent addressed all the rumors about LETICIA Stauch. On February the 16th, authorities provided the latest update on the search for Gannon. They received 555 tips, but he still hasn't been found. On March the 2nd, LETICIA Stauch is arrested and held without bond in Horry County, South Carolina, before she is extradited to Colorado Springs. While his body has still not been found, she has been charged with first-degree murder of a child under 12 by a person in the position of trust, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, according to the El Paso County Sheriff, Bill Elder. Look at there, no body, and they got her. Wonder what makes you just wonder, and we will find out through the process of the court exactly what evidence they had in order to do this. On March 11th, LETICIA Stauch makes her first appearance in Colorado after being extradited from South Carolina, where she was arrested. Oh, this hooch, you guys. She doesn't even deserve to be called a hooch. I call my friends hooches. She's a fucking cunt. Straight up fucking cunt. She did not speak during her appearance, but authorities said they had to file over 100 search warrants in the case and were confident the boy's stepmother was their suspect. On March 20th, authorities say they found Gannon Stauch's body in Pace, Florida, near the Escambia. Forgive me, you guys, those that live in Florida, if I'm messing up and butchering these words. I'm so sorry. So they found his body in Pace, Florida, near the Escambia River Bridge. Details on what led to the discovery were not released, but the El Paso County Sheriff's Office asked everyone who had last seen LETICIA Stauch in Florida from March 3rd to the 5th to come forward. The El Paso County District Attorney's Office to file 9 additional charges against the stepmother, including 1 count of first-degree murder after deliberation and 8 counts of committing crime of violence. So that's where this all started from. There is the timeline, you guys. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. She is a scapegoat. She is a total monster. Melly Joe, so good to see you in chat. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you so much. Possum is here. Oh, Possum, you're going to bed already. Oh, well, we'll miss you this time, Possum, but thank you for being in chat earlier today. I hope you'll catch up with us later. Lola says, I live in Colorado and I'm not shocked by anything these people do anymore. He was such a sweet boy and he deserved way better. Thank you, Lola, for being here. We appreciate you. And listen, I think that's all over, at least I can speak on our country, right? I think it's all over the states right now. It's just shameful what's happening in our court systems. Shameful. All right, you guys, let's bring up why this was overturned, shall we? Make sure you guys can see it as big as I could get it. All right. Y'all know my reading is terrible. I can read. It's just that I read like 3 words in front of where I am because I read fast. I'm having to remind myself to slow down and not screw up these words. So forgive me for that. Maggie's not here. Shout out to our co-host Maggie, who is dealing with the death of her the love of her life, Jessica, her little puppy that she lost last week on Wednesday. Big prayers goes out to Maggie, you guys. All right, Colorado woman's conviction for murder of stepson reversed. Juror found to be biased. Now listen to this, you guys. This was sourced by CBS News, and it was put out on April the 2nd of this year. A Colorado judge has reversed the conviction of LETICIA Stauch in the murder of her stepson after the court found one of the jurors to be biased. LETICIA Stauch was convicted of the murder of 11-year-old Gannon Stauch 3 years after the child went missing from his home in Colorado Springs. About 2 weeks after his disappearance, searchers found a piece or particle board with Gannon's blood in a nearby rural area. Authorities then arrested LETICIA Stauch in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. You will find out why she is in Myrtle Beach instead of still in Colorado in a little while. The boy's body was later found under a bridge in the Florida Panhandle. An investigator said the boy had been shot, stabbed, and placed in a suitcase, which was thrown into a river that empties into the Gulf of Mexico. Let that sink in a minute, you guys. 11 years old. Harming nobody. This is hatred in its true form. Investigators also found Gannon's blood on LETICIA Stauch's shoe, found her DNA on a gun linked to his death, and learned she traveled to Florida Panhandle shortly after Gannon's disappearance. 3 years after Gannon's death, LETICIA Stauch's murder trial began. She pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Don't they all? Her defense attorney, Will Cook, claimed the grisly details of Gannon's death and lack of motive were proof that she was insane and suggested she developed dissociative identity disorder, which is DID, as a result of physical, emotional, and sex abuse in her as a child. District Attorney Michael Allen argued that changing stories to the police, as well as deliberate steps to hide what she had done, indicated that she was sane. Listen, I'm hollering that is real. There are people in this world that are insane, but not one of them have the wits to them to drive states and states and states away and hide a body. I think that's, yeah, not insane. After she was convicted of murder, LETICIA Stauch was moved to a Kansas prison. On Thursday, I know this word sometimes it's hard for me to say, Applegate. You guys help me out with that. Not that I'll be able to hear you. Pardon me, I have to cough. I always want to say Applegate, and I know that's wrong, but it's Appellate. Court judge reversed her conviction and remanded the case to the lower court for reconsideration. A juror was determined to have been biased after it was discovered that his son-in-law was employed with the district attorney's office at the time of this trial. In the ruling, the judge said, the trial court committed a structural error by denying Stauch's challenge for the cause to a biased juror who had deliberated. We reverse the conviction and remand for a new trial. The 4th Judicial District Attorney, Kate Singh, said they're disappointed in the ruling and will continue to seek justice for Gannon's family. Today, we learned that the appellate court's ruling in the Gannon Stauch murder case. The court's opinion is a disappointing result for this office, Gannon's family, and everyone who loves him. Still, we remain undeterred in our search for ultimate justice in this case. We will consult with the Attorney General's office about seeking review of today's decision in the Colorado Supreme Court. And if necessary, we will be prepared to present the case in a new jury in El Paso County. Al Stauch, Gannon's father, and LETICIA Stauch's ex-husband, said he's torn by the ruling. Let me get back to where I was. After hearing the news today about the decision by the Court of Appeals, I am truly torn by emotions of potentially having to repeat this process. My resolve, however, has never been greater. My desire for justice has never wavered. And most importantly, my love for Gannon will never fail. I'm reminded daily that Gannon is standing next to God in heaven and together looking down on all of us. As Pastor Paul and my mama recommended so many times throughout this process, let's go to Psalms. I declared Psalms 23 over my family, all the attorneys in this case, and everyone who has shown love and support for Gannon. The end result will be the same. And although we do not wish to journey this path again, we will stand with those who will handle this case and believe wholeheartedly in their ability to finish this once and for all. There you have it, you guys. That's where we're up to today. Ridiculous. Yes, this is going to be rough. I feel deep pain for his parents. Yes, for his true parents. You're right. Listen, hi, Luminator. Good to see you. This case still haunts you. Ma Barb is in the house, y'all, the matriarch of our family, Barbara Smith. Hello, Miss Barbara. Love you so much. Listen, this case is terrible, and it's going to be terrible to watch again. And more terrible if the family has to sit through this again. But big prayers and love out to the family. Let's go ahead and we're going to move on now to the trial. We're going to start this trial again. We are going to revisit the trial, redo the trial. It's going to probably take, this is coming up on Wednesday morning. It's going to probably take us to the first of next week, I would think, to finish this up. But I want to remind us of Gannon's life and everything Gannon went through at the end of his life, and why this dumb bitch was in the first place sentenced to life without parole in prison, and why it's a huge possibility that this trial will have to be redone all over again. As of right now, LETICIA Stauch is not a convicted murderer anymore. It has been overturned. As I just read to you guys, it has been taken to the higher courts to get this insanity to stop. But you guys know as well as I know, if that's what appeals are for, right? To find out everything you can about all of the jury members, and to find out everything you can about all of the evidence in the case. And if they could find any tiny little loophole in a case, there's always a possibility that something like this could happen. Until they have exhausted all of their appeals, nothing is ever set in stone. And that's sad. That's sad. But I mean, I guess everybody is entitled. And I say, I guess, I know the law. I understand that. But just sometimes, you guys, I just wonder why we do this. I really do. I wonder why we spend this much money, why we allow this much time for people like this. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, she was already in population. Somebody should have already killed her, and that's my opinion. Then we wouldn't be here today. But alas, here we are. All right, we're going to get right into this, guys. We're going straight into opening arguments in this case. I'm glad you guys are here with me. And thank you so much. All I ever ask is that you guys hit thumbs up. I don't need anybody's money. I don't need any super chats. I don't need none of that. I don't monetize anything that I'm doing like this. So save your money. Spend it on your kids, your grandkids, or for a rainy day. get a new bra, something. That's what I do with my extra money, you know. So I don't, please, no super chats, no nothing like that. I'm not here to make money off of anybody's trauma at all. In fact, if you don't even like me, you don't have to sub up to me. Just support Gannon and his family, and give me a like. That's all I ask, because eventually the algorithm will push us out, and the people who like what I do and find my channel interesting will find me, so I don't ever have to ask people to become a part of this. So please save save your money, save it. If you want to donate it to anyone, we could find something. Maybe the family's going to need some money to um, uh, take off work to be in the new trial that's going to be coming up. Maybe we can do something like that. But as far as me, my bills are paid, y'all. I've got all my medicine that I need. My bills are paid. My family's happy. We eat fine. My dogs, my cat. I'm warm. I'm safe. I need nothing except for a couple of good friends, and I found it through this. All right, let's go. Let's go. All right, here we go. This is day one, you guys. This is I'm not going to speed this up because I really want us to understand what they're saying. This is an hour and a half long. I will stop it once or twice just so that I can keep my channel that I've worked really hard on up to this point. And I don't want to I've never had like a strike against it, and so listen, I push the boundaries, but I still try to walk on this side of the boundaries. So I will stop it every now and then, but not for long, because this is the most you'll hear in my mouth. Thank you again for being here. Let's go straight into court. And let me hit this thumbs up for them. You guys, this is Law and Crime. That's our source. And we're going all the way back to 2023 is when this trial started. All right, let me make sure I can get it as big as I can for you guys there. And let's go. Watch your ears, guys. I can't control your volume. While we're waiting on them to come into porch, come into porch.
CR 1358, People versus
Holy
LETICIA
hell, that
Stauch.
was
Record
loud.
should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. What we're going to do is
Hold on, I have to stop that right now because my Melly Joe just reminded me we need to go ahead and put out this really quick. Fair use is the use permitted by the copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit, educational, or purpose or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. And let me flip the banner across the top. Fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. YouTube, do not come at us. I'm doing the best I can here. All right, guys, we're going straight back into court. Y'all, I have to say, I've watched this judge before, and I adore him. I love this judge. All right, let me shut the hell up.
let the people into the courtroom now, and then we will bring in the jurors in a moment. Are you ready to go on hooked up? And are you going to be using any electronic stuff?
Yeah.
You're going to be plugged in from there, the podium?
We're plugged in. Oh, you're going to do it.
No, I don't care. I just need to. I just need to know.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I will turn off the perimeter lights when we get there, so that everybody can see. And so let's go ahead and let them in. There we go. You're using that Ms. Gratiano, you're using that laptop, right? That's what should be coming up on the screen. Okay. Yep. We good? All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
So this is my first day starting free printable Tai Chi walking program.
Becky, are you using this for bench conferences or? Okay. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will call 20 CR 135A, People versus LETICIA Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our recess, I told you that we would start with opening statements at this point in time, and that's where we will begin. Again, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. This is this is sort of an overview of what they believe the evidence will show. With that, prosecution. Go ahead.
No, I was asking if you could turn on.
You want it now? Go ahead. Okay.
And if you want to dim the lights on, fine.
I can't, actually, I thought this was for perimeter lights like it is in my courtroom, but it's not. Their panel is up there. If you want to dim the perimeter lights, it's up to you. Okay. All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Every question you will have to answer as jurors in this case has to do with sanity, specifically the defendant's sanity. At the conclusion of the evidence, the court will give you jury instructions one specific jury instruction will talk specifically about insanity. It will read that as to the question of insanity, the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the acts as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. That is an essential element of a crime charge. A culpable mental state is like an intentionally or knowingly. Evidence in this case will show that she could distinguish between right and wrong, and that she was absolutely capable of forming the specific intent required for these charges. Those instructions will go on to give specific guidance on what qualifies as a mental disease or defect. It says care should not be taken to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, passion growing out of anger, revenge, or hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions. Because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the ones that I just listed, the person is accountable to the law, meaning that person can be found guilty for committing crimes charged. You should consider the evidence you will hear in this case in context with that instruction. This case is about two people. First is Gannon Jacob Stauch, an 11-year-old little boy, came into this world premature, weighing just 1 pound 6 ounces. He proved to be a fighter, overcame the difficulties associated with being born so small. He's survived by his mother, Landon Hyatt, his father, Al Stauch, and his precocious little sister, Lena. On January 26, 2020, something bad happened inside the Stauch family home. Gannon suffered some burns. You'll learn this from a video recording this defendant made that night, January 26th. You'll hear her as she manipulated Gannon, putting guilt on him for some mistake that a child made. And in that recording, you'll hear Gannon say in his own words, "I'm just worried about my burns."
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, we promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it, okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
The other person in this case is that last voice you just heard, who said so tomorrow. This lady sitting right here, the defendant. January 26, 2020 and into January 27, 2020, she was the sole provider for Gannon. Her husband, Al Stauch, Gannon's father, serves in the National Guard. He was in Oklahoma for National Guard training, left that Saturday night, the 25th. Everything that happened to Gannon from that point forward was her decision. She carried out actions to kill Gannon, to put his body in a suitcase and hide it, to hide evidence of what she did to Gannon. Told numerous stories to investigators to manipulate the course of the investigation. And finally, to discard Gannon inside that suitcase off of a Florida bridge like garbage. January 27, 2020, Gannon's home, located at 6627 Mandan Drive, here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, turned into the stuff of nightmares. In fact, the one place a little boy like Gannon should have felt the safest, his bedroom, turned into, like I said, the stuff of nightmares. That bedroom is in fact where he was brutally murdered. The defendant attacked him viciously mercilessly, deliberately, and intentionally. These are exhibits that you'll see from the doctor down in Florida, Dr. Ignacio, when she performed the autopsy. He'll tell you that Gannon suffered 18 stab wounds to his body, his chest, his back, his head, and most importantly, his arms and his hands. Why is that important? Gannon was fighting for his life, and those were defensive wounds. Next came a crushing blow to his head that was so strong, it fractured his skull like an eggshell. That wasn't enough for this defendant. He retrieved a 9mm handgun, fired it at Gannon 3 times. 2 bullets struck the pillow near him and were caught in the fibers of that pillow. That 3rd bullet entered his jaw, traveled through his head, fracturing his mandible, his vertebrae, hitting his spinal cord, and lodged in the back of his head and was recovered at autopsy. Gannon's life drained from his body, drop by drop. The photo that's on the screen right now is a picture of his bedroom. Same corner where he was in that picture, or where you'll see him in the picture in the bed. Each one of those markers signifies a small blood drop that splattered across his wall. It ran down the corner of his mattress, soaked through the carpet padding, and puddled on the concrete foundation below that carpet. The defendant then took very deliberate action. She decided to hide her crimes from the world, and she took action to hide those crimes from the world. She collected Gannon's bloody and broken body and the blankets and pillow that were near him and shoved them into a suitcase and hid them in the storage unit in that basement. That basement storage unit is right around the corner from Gannon's bedroom. What she didn't know is that she was leaving clues behind in that storage room. That plastic tub that you see in the bottom left portion of that picture has Gannon's blood on it. There was an Amazon box in that storage room that has Gannon's blood on it. The concrete floor in that storage room had Gannon's blood on it. The defendant next decided to clean Gannon's room. Deliberately, intentionally, knowing what she was doing. She scrubbed the walls, cleaning them off. She scrubbed the carpet with scrub brushes that were later found in the dishwasher. Those scrub brushes have carpet fibers in them. They have blood on them. They have Gannon's DNA on them. This is Gannon's bedroom when members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office first came to the house on January 27th in the evening hours. This is what it looked like. No obvious signs of a struggle. No obvious signs of blood as they walked through the house and through Gannon's bedroom. There were no obvious signs of a struggle or a murder because the defendant had cleaned them up. And also realized she had Gannon's blood on her person. Clothes that she was wearing, likely containing Gannon's blood, based off of how much blood had hit the walls, were never found. Her clothing was never found. These shoes, the defendant's shoes, were found on the washing machine, drying. That reddish rust color that you can see on the soles, Gannon's blood and DNA were found on those shoes. You can see just how much blood she was walking through as she was cleaning up that mess. Took more deliberate action. She collected and discarded other important clues. I mentioned she stabbed Gannon 18 times. The instrument that she used to stab Gannon has never been found. That 9mm handgun that she used to fire 3 rounds at Gannon, shell casing ejected out of that firearm each time she pulled the trigger. No shell casing was ever found in Gannon's room. She then took more deliberate action when she hid Gannon in a suitcase, first in her car, and then up north near the El Paso County, Douglas County line. GPS location data was used to track her locations or her movements. And it led to another grisly discovery up just in this area here. A board was found under a tree. That board had Gannon's blood on it. This is miles away from the Stauch family home, which is in the southeast part of the city, close to the airport. You'll learn through testimony that this board came from the Stauch family garage. Then took more deliberate and thoughtful action. She loaded the suitcase containing Gannon into the back of a rented van and drove to Florida. And that's the course of her travels from here to Florida. She rented a hotel room in Pensacola, Florida on February 4th, 2020. She drove a short distance from that hotel room, which is sort of by those blue angular marks on the map, up to where that red square is on the map. Drove a short distance from that hotel room, across a dark bridge that drives over a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico. There she acted with determined purpose. Stopped that van. She hauled the suitcase out of the back of that van, drug it to the side of the road, hoisted it up over the railing, pushed it over the side, hoping that Gannon would never be found. 48 days later, 1,300 miles away from where Gannon was murdered, the search for answers and Gannon's remains finally ended on March 17, 2020, when the suitcase that came from that basement storage room, Gannon's remains, blankets, and the pillow were found by an unlucky bridge worker checking that bridge for safety. And imagine the shock that he felt when he realized what was inside that suitcase. Inside that suitcase, obviously Gannon's decomposing remains. Also, these two blankets and that pillow. Remember the pictures that I showed just a moment ago of Gannon in bed? These pictures were taken by this defendant on the morning of January 27, 2020. Sent them by text message to Gannon's father, Al, who was in Oklahoma for training. Take note of those blankets. Take note of the blankets that were recovered from that suitcase. The very same blankets and pillow that were in those pictures on January 27, 2020 were found 1,300 miles away with Gannon underneath that bridge. The defendant then purposely, intentionally came up with numerous different stories about what had happened. Gannon was missing, went to a friend's house and never returned. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped by a guy named Eduardo. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped, but this time by a guy named Quincy Brown. She went to look for a bike up near that Douglas County, El Paso County line. Gannon test rode that bike, crashed, and suffered a horrible head injury. And a guy named Quincy Brown takes Gannon, and now the defendant doesn't know where Gannon is. Cartels were somehow involved with Gannon's disappearance. And most cruelly, that Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mother, was involved with Gannon's disappearance. All of her actions were purposely designed by her to distance herself from what she did. Throw off investigators, buy her time, escape accountability for what she did to Gannon on January 27, 2020. At the conclusion of the evidence that we'll be presenting in this case, you'll be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charges that we've leveled against her. You'll also be asked to determine whether she was sane or insane at the time that she killed Gannon. All of her decisions, all of her deliberate actions betray her claims of insanity. She knew that what she had done to Gannon was wrong. Why hide it? You'll hear her own voice through recorded phone calls and interviews. The evidence itself will prove her sanity. As jurors, part of your job will be to determine how much credibility, if any, you give to the witnesses. That same rule applies to expert witnesses. You'll get to hear from doctors. You'll get to hear from GPS expert witnesses. Lawyers get tongue-tied sometimes. And when they take the stand and take an oath, you get to judge whether what they are saying makes sense. Is it credible or not? And if it's not credible, you get to discard it. If it's credible, you can use it in your deliberations, but you all get to decide whether that credibility extends to that witness or not. The same will hold true for our expert witnesses and the defense expert witnesses. Get to hear from a doctor that will testify that the defendant was insane at the time of the murder of Gannon Stauch on January 27, 2020. With all expert witnesses, you should gauge what they're saying, measure it against the other evidence that you're hearing. Does it make sense or not? Like all expert witnesses, if it doesn't make sense, you can discard it. You'll also hear from others who knew her best. People that have the best opportunity to see how she was acting. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Could she form intent? People like Al Stauch, the man who was married to her. People like her brother, Dakota Lowry, who flew out here after Gannon went missing. And most importantly, her very own daughter, Harley Hunt. See, Harley Hunt was in the best position to know the defendant's state of mind, especially as it relates to when this crime occurred. He was the only other older person in the house. When Al left to Oklahoma, Harley Hunt was working. She's young, 17 years old at the time, thinking about going into the Air Force. But she becomes the defendant's closest confidant after the defendant killed Gannon Stauch. In fact, she also rode with the defendant on that van ride from Colorado Springs to Florida. She'll be able to tell you in her own words whether the defendant understood the difference between right and wrong, whether she could act intentionally or deliberately or not. And she'll tell you that she could on both counts. Remember, this case is about two people. Gannon had no choice what happened to him that day on January 27th. The other, this defendant, she held every single decision in her hands. She took deliberate, thoughtful actions that ended a precious life and tore a family apart. Your job as jurors will be to listen intently to all of the evidence. Because even the most mundane evidence, it might seem inconsequential when you're listening, is being given to you purposely so that you can make the determinations you need to make as jurors. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Was she able to form a culpable mental state? Every single piece of evidence that comes from this chair will be used by you to make that determination. The next time I get to talk with you directly the way I'm doing right now, that'll mean we've concluded evidence and we're giving closing arguments. At that time, both sides will get to ask you to make determinations based on what you all have heard. We're going to ask you to hold us to our burden of proof. The criminal justice system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. Our burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The things we have to prove are the elements of the crimes charged. We also have to disprove that the defendant is insane, meaning essentially we have to prove that she was sane. The evidence will do that for you. We will ask you to give justice to Gannon Stauch. We will ask you to find this defendant guilty for what she did to him more than 3 years ago. We'll ask you to find her guilty of murder in the first degree, murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age, tampering with a deceased human body for taking Gannon's body from that scene and transporting it across the country, and tampering with physical evidence. We'll ask you to convict her on each and every one of those charges, and the evidence will guide you towards those convictions. On January 27, 2020, 6:55 p.m., the defendant herself called 911. She called 911 to report that Gannon was missing and not come home. Call taker you'll hear ask the defendant, who was the last person to see Gannon?
Who was the last person to see him? I guess me.
The evidence will show that she was the last person to see Gannon alive. The evidence will show that she was sane on January 27th, 2020, when she ended Gannon's life. The evidence will show that she acted intentionally and deliberately when she took Gannon's life. And then we will ask you to convict her. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Defense? Mr. Cook?
Good afternoon, members of the jury. I talked to some of you during jury selection over the last couple of weeks. To some of you, I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Will Cook. I, along with Mr. Tellini, represent LETICIA Stauch. Now, this is a very tough case. We looked at the jury questionnaires, prosecution. There was a lot of strong feelings. Questionnaires. Have you formed an opinion about Ms. Stauch? Got a lot of she's guilty. Got a few she's evil. People forming opinions about this case before they ever hear one shred of evidence. As a defense attorney in this case is very worrisome when people have come in and they have preconceived notions of what's going on. With respect to the question on the paperwork that you got about insanity, what do you think about insanity? Is it valid? Something that's legitimate. A lot of people said insanity is just a way to get out of taking responsibility. It's an excuse. It doesn't exist. It's fake. Got a lot of that. So I, as the defense attorney, have two big problems in the case. I represent Ms. Stauch, who, according to a lot of jury questionnaires, is evil and guilty. And us raising insanity is a bunch of BS. A lot to deal with. Been looking at this case for going on 3 years now. All the photos, I've seen all the reports Mr. Tellini has. It's a lot. What you saw on the board this afternoon, that's the PG stuff, the rated G information, photos you're going to see. For a general audience, go forward in this case, you're going to see the autopsy photos. Going to see the photos of when Gannon was brought out of the suitcase. And they're horrible. Horrible. It was an awful, awful thing that was done to Gannon. And I see Mr. Allen get up here and he's emotional, almost into tears talking about it. And I get it. I get it. What happened to that little 11-year-old boy is beyond description. The facts of this case, awful. You know, it's so bad. This is a lost cause.
I'm 60, but apparently I'm aging in reverse. Everyone thinks I'm 50, thanks to this pants. Introducing Linen Glam, top 1 work to week.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't quit. I can't leave this courtroom. Got to do my job in this case. Mr. Talini does. I can't just, after that opening statement, all the information that I've seen, the photos, the smiling picture of Gannon, hearing about him being shot and stabbed multiple times, hundreds of witnesses, and 800 pieces of evidence that are going to come in. I can't check out now and just sit down and write this out. I can't do it because it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair to the court system, the process, and it wouldn't be fair to Ms. Stauch.
Y'all, I see everybody here. Thank you so much for being here. I know this is shocking to some of you guys that hadn't heard about this yet, but just last week, LETICIA Stauch's conviction was overturned by a biased juror. The juror who hasn't been named, apparently his son-in-law worked for the prosecutor's office during the time that this trial was going on. Now, I do know that it was supposedly that it was put in front of, it was disclosed. I think the judge knew, I think the prosecution, I think the defense, I think everybody knew. Why something wasn't done about it, I don't know. I didn't get that far into it yet. But I can tell you this, if I was a defense attorney, I would let it ride, because something just like this, she's going to get, this is what appeals are for, right? They go through with the fine tooth comb over the trial and see if any mistakes were made, and they found it. But I do think that everybody knew about it. The juror was completely honest about who he was, and he actually deliberated on her conviction. So for whatever reason, he did disclose it, but it was let to ride. Now, like I said, if I was a defense attorney, I would let it go too. That way, if she was found guilty, for sure she would get an appeal, because normally appeals just don't go through, guys. Once they got you, they got you. And the courts do their very best so that stuff like this doesn't happen, but it slipped. And here we are. They overturned her conviction. She is now a unaccused. She's right now just accused of first-degree murder. That's it. She is no longer guilty. We don't know yet, because it's still in the early stages, whether she's going to be, because she's in Kansas, y'all. They transfer her out to a women's penitentiary in Kansas. We don't know if, well, obviously she's going to have to be brought back to El Paso County, Colorado, because that's where they're going to retry the case. But the prosecution has gone up to the Colorado Supreme Court to see if they could do anything about this. I'm no lawyer. I'm no nothing but a leanie. That's all that's got a YouTube channel, you guys. But from what I know about the law, there's not a damn thing that can be done about this. They're going to have to go back to trial. Whether they use the same judge, the same lawyers, the same whatever, we do not know that yet. Prayerfully, I'm hopeful that it's not going to be a new judge and it's not going to be new lawyers. And the only reason that I am hoping for that is because If you bring somebody new in, then they have got to go back over through all of the evidence, all of the paperwork, come up with a whole different defense for her. And y'all, that could take years. If they go with the same people, they already know the case. Hopefully we can get this done by this year and this bitch gets put back in the penitentiary and gets some kind of jailhouse justice. I don't even know why she's still alive, to ask, if you ask me, because I believe in jailhouse justice. If you are found guilty of something this heinous, you need to be dead. And if the state won't kill you, like, I mean, turn your head, guards, somebody will. And y'all, that may sound like complete idiocy, but that's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. If you are guilty of something this heinous, y'all, she didn't just kill him once. How many times did she kill him? She shot him, stabbed him, took his body all the way across the country and dumped him like he was trash. He was 11 years old. This poor baby, we've already heard his voice once where she is totally making him out to be the villain of what happened. Y'all, this chick is just, I mean, for lack of a better term, I have to call her chick because I think she's no woman. I don't know. She's just a thing. She's a monster. I don't think she has a soul. And her poor daughter, if you know anything about her daughter's name is Harley. And yeah, she testifies in here. Y'all, she's scared to death of her mom. Scared to death. Oh, it's so sad. She has done nothing but been manipulated her whole freaking life. And she was in the car while mommy was driving across the country to dump Gannon's body. And she didn't even know Gannon was in a suitcase in the back of the van. That's some shit that this girl has to live with for the rest of her life. And then once her mother did go to prison, she was constantly calling this girl. And I thought to myself, honey, you're an adult. Tell her to fuck off and don't talk to her anymore. Tell her she was terrible. Tell her everything you need to tell her and then don't ever go back. But now I'm wondering, did her lawyers, because Harley also has her own lawyer, did they tell her, don't say nothing to your mother or end it until all of the appeals have been exhausted, right? Because this is where we could end back up. But I don't believe she's going to get off. They're going to convict her again. There's absolutely nothing that says she did not do this. I think she's going to be convicted again. And then after that, I hope that we never have to hear from her sickening self again, except for when a news flash comes over, according to Leanie, that says LETICIA was murdered in jail, and we watch her body leave and go be thrown out in Popper's Field somewhere. That's how I feel about it. And if that upsets anybody, I'm really sorry. But I'm not sorry, because this bitch needs to die. She needs to die. And I can't believe she's still alive. I just cannot believe we're here doing this again. And poor Gannon's family. I believe Gannon is in heaven with Jesus. I do. And I believe that he is happier than he's ever been. But that poor boy went through 2 years of hell with this woman. This woman deserves to go to hell. And I don't say that lightly because I don't want anybody to go to hell. But you guys, I have to check myself and make sure I don't hate anybody. But if I could hate anybody, this would be my top 5, my top 3 probably. All right. Thank you so much, Rip Gannon. Yes. Seaman, thank you for being here. Carmen, thank you so much for being here. Alex, good to see you, Love Bug. I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy all of you guys are here. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up. That's all I ask of anybody. Detour, I don't know if I said hello to you, Love Bug, but it's so good to see you in chat. Y'all come down. Tell us what you think about it. Listen, no judgment from me. You don't have to agree with anything I say. Nothing. And I'm not going to blast you for it. We all have the right to our own opinion. And in this channel, you have the right to your opinion, as long as you're not attacking the family and especially not the victim. I don't put up with victim bashing at all. And that's why I want to go choke this bitch out, because automatically, even before the first day, she told the cops that this poor baby ran away. What is that doing? Putting all the blame on him automatically. And through this whole trial, you're going to see that she does nothing but blame this 11-year-old little baby that didn't deserve this at all. Carmen, thank you. I'm so glad you found us too. So why does it always seem like the worst murderers either get off on insanity or some idiotic technical like here? Amazing, right, Seaman? Right? It is amazing. It's amazing. I have no answer to that. It makes me very sad. But here we are. This is why we are covering this case again, guys, because we're going to trial again, and hopefully to be by the end of the year. Hopefully it's with the same lawyers and same judge, that nobody has to learn the case and it take a couple years to get back. 7-Up, hello. I live up the road from where he was. It breaks my heart every time I drive by. She will get hers. God bless you, 7-Up. And listen, PTSD is a real thing, so I can imagine having to look over and know that that's where Gannon spent his last days. So God bless you, honey. Queen, how did it get overturned? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pin my other one, you guys, because I think that's what everybody's asking for. So it got overturned by a juror's bias, and it wasn't even the juror's fault. He did disclose that his son-in-law, I think this is, okay, I don't even have it on there. I'll have to do another pin thing so we could just leave it at the top so everybody knows it's coming and going. The juror did disclose, you guys, that his son-in-law actually worked for the prosecutor's office. Somehow, some way, that got swept under the carpet. This juror deliberated on this. You guys well know that people get appeals, and they went over this court hearing, this court case with a fine-tooth comb, and they found it. And so that's where we're at right now. And it so right now she's not convicted, you guys. She is just charged right now once again with the murder of Gannon. She is not a convicted killer. Sadly, we know she is. We know that. Everybody else knows that. But this girl, you know, she's out there telling everybody, look, I'm not convicted. So we don't know what's going to happen. We know that she was sent off to a Kansas penitentiary. We don't know if she's going to be let out of there, brought back to El Paso County in Colorado, and just placed in jail there, since she isn't legally guilty of anything anymore, and placed there and given some, you know, nice clothes to wear to court again, or if they're just going to keep her locked up in the pen until her next trial. I don't see that happening, you guys. Listen, everybody's screaming justice, right? Like, everybody's like, you know, she has the right to a fair trial. Well, we gave her a fair trial. It wasn't our fault that they missed out on what the guy disclosed. She's guilty in my book, and probably in most of y'all's too. But that's just how our judicial system works, you guys. They are going to, at least very minimum, bring her back to El Paso County, Colorado, and put her in the jail system, out of the penitentiary. The saddest thing, and the thing that does scare me, is that because she has been in jail, I mean, in the penitentiary now for what, 2.5, 3 years, are they gonna, and someone fucked up along the way, are they gonna allow bail? Is she gonna get bailed out? I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait. So that's why we're revisiting this. I feel like I was gonna cover it anyways because I was asked to, but when I found out that it was all overturned, I was like, we got to get to it now. It's got to be the very next thing that we talk about, go back over, refresh our minds with everything, and love on Gannon and his family again, and support them while this is going on. I can't imagine being his mom and dad. Can't imagine. I can't. Hoping the Supreme Court denies this crap would be so wonderful. Angel, hello. Jesus Christ knows all will be resurrected. Gannon, yes. Thank you so much. Listen, you guys, anytime you feel led, anytime that your heart is breaking or whatever, put blue hearts in our chat for Gannon. Blue was his favorite color. We know that, and in support of the family. This beast cannot be trusted. That's right, Belly. Listen, hopefully she doesn't make it out of the penitentiary. Hopefully a guard turns his back and someone gets her, because I can't imagine doing this again, even though she'd go to her death as an unconvicted killer. Hi, Dawn. Good to see you, Love Bug. Thank you for coming in. Crystal, thank you for the blue hearts in chat, guys. We're going to keep going. This is the defense giving his opening statements, and then we're going to go right into first day of testimony. Aussie True Crime, good to see you. Thank you so much. Put the video back on. I have to stop it every now and then. I've worked very hard on my channel. You Garaz, listen, I've worked very hard to lose my channel or get a strike at this point in my channel because I'm not doing things right. So I'm trying to walk the line here, so forgive me for talking too much. All right, let's get back to it.
I know people will say, well, who gives a shit about what's fair for Miss Stauch? The court systems do. The law does. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights. The war fought over these things that we're dealing with today. Old school laws, presumption of innocence, right to remain silent, stuff that comes all the way back from old Boston and Paul Revere riding through the streets on his horse going, the British are coming, the British are coming. Old stuff, and it matters. And once we decide something in the media, before you have heard one shred of evidence, prejudge this case before anything has taken place, then all of that is lost. And we are truly a country that is no longer ruled by law, but by the media. I get it. We've lost. Mr. Tellini, we lost. Stauch, we lost. We have lost in the court of public opinion and the media. He's guilty. I get that. This is a court of law. As Judge Werner said, come through those double doors there. This is a special place. This isn't the media. This isn't Facebook. Wash all of that away. Don't try to get up and walk out of the courtroom before you started. Do your jobs. Listen to the evidence. When the evidence is complete, go back into the jury room and weigh the evidence. All I'm asking of you, just give us a fair shake. I can see it in your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of you, as far as you're concerned, I could burn in hell for representing Miss Stauch. A lot of you won't even make eye contact with me. I might as well just be the devil himself up here running his mouth. But I'm not. No different than those three at that table right there. Paid advocates. Werner during voir dire says they are paid advocates. Amy and I were paid advocates. They have their side of the story. And I just want to be heard. Want our side to be heard. And if at the end, guilty, but you weighed the evidence, you listened, you didn't prejudge the case, your biases, your sympathies, your prejudices that you had at the beginning of this trial, if you didn't let those come in, were fair and impartial, but it's still guilty, I'll take that. I'll take that in a case like this. A lot of evidence. Very, very difficult case. So don't quit on me. Now, Mr. Allen is right. He's a good attorney. He's well-spoken. He elected DA. This is going to come down to insanity. Lady here and was killed back in January 20. How do you figure that out? How do you look into the mind of a sick person and divine what they are thinking? Well, evidence, people's statements, observations, recorded statements, phone call, heard Ms. Stauch talking on. That's good stuff. What else can you look at? Motive. Somebody's motive. Remember that word? Up every day during jury selection for the past 2 weeks by the prosecution. Motive. You were told, and rightly so, by the prosecution that there is no requirement for the prosecution to prove motive. They're right. Does that mean that motive doesn't matter? No, it doesn't. Not mean that. Even though jury instruction talking about insanity, the prosecution just put up on the board, talked about motive or lack of motive could be a sign that there is insanity or not insanity. And it's in the jury instruction there. So it does matter. It's not required, but it matters. And it matters because it's evidence. You don't have a motive, that goes to show a lack of evidence. Say there's a couple people involved in a shooting and a murder out in the community. Paper reports it as a random, senseless act of violence. One person shot to death. Police investigate. They have 3 people that are suspects that were there at the scene at the time of the shooting. One problem for the investigators. Don't really have any other evidence. A week later, Doing some good police work, they uncovered that one of the three people was a drug dealer who was ripped off the week before the shooting by the dead man. A lot of money and drugs were stolen. All of a sudden, with that information, this random, senseless act of violence becomes a murder with a motive. It does matter. Could you?
You need to put it up. It's not hooked up yet. You can turn off the perimeter lights if you want. I'm not getting the feed come through. You are hooked up to the defense. Still not coming through. Oh, there you go.
You enlarge that, or
That's what you're looking for, right?
that's the photo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will turn your attention to the two boards, screens. This fancy pointer that you were alluding to, Judge. Extendable. All right, we've got a photo here. We've got some familiar looking faces. Gannon, LETICIA Stauch. Stepmom, stepson. Gannon's little sister in the back. You look at that. Looks like everybody's doing pretty good. Happy, sunny day. Maybe Miss Stauch is doing a selfie holding the camera out. Whatever. When would have this photo been taken? The day before Gannon died. The day before he was killed.
We're almost there. Everything's gonna be okay. The Great Northwest became one.
It wasn't a photo of evil, anger. A photo of someone, by all accounts, who was a loving stepmother. Care of Gannon. Gannon's father was on a deployment. Stauch worked as a teacher herself in the Whitefield School District, an elementary school teacher. Got a person that was, living would seem like the American dream in a nice suburban house in Lorson Ranch, suburbs of Colorado Springs, Colorado. But behind those photos and Miles, Stauch. Oh,
Yeah, I did.
okay. Stauch was hiding. Stauch was dealing trauma and abuse that had been going on since she was a toddler. A troubled childhood. Mother Wasn't really much of a mother. She had a line of stepdads or boyfriends or whatever. Her mother, come in and out, come in and out, in and out, in and out of her life. From the time she was 3 or 4 years old, Miss Stauch, until she finally moved out. And she suffered. She suffered horrifically from these stepfathers, these boyfriends of her mother. Watched her mother get beat by the boyfriends, physically abused, till eventually the physical abuse, these men reserved for her mother, eventually trained on Stauch here. Girl. First, it was just physical beatings, whoopings, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, and then it became sexual, where she was molested regularly. Five or six on until she was a teenager. Constant. She used to have to sleep in the car out in the driveway to get away, not have to molested and sexually assaulted by these men. Sleep in the car in the driveway of her house. And because her mom wasn't around a lot, it's kind of an absentee mom. A lot of these stepfathers, if you could call them that, cared for Miss Stauch exclusively. Mom was out somewhere doing something, gone for several weeks at a time, and Miss Stauch, as a young child and a young woman and a teenager, was left in the care of these men. How do you deal with this? You're 6, you're 7 years old. What do you do? Physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse. How does a kid handle that? Well, a lot of people that have had bad childhoods go on and they're fine. There's some that don't. Some is a survival mechanism. Some of these children's personalities fragment. And why do they do this? This fragmentation of the personalities when there's abuse at a young age. Because in the case of Ms. Stauch, her abuser was also the person that provided her means for survival. A 4, 5, 6-year-old kid does not go out and get a job and work and acquire their own food, pay the electric bill, pay the rent. So while they're being abused, they also, as a matter of survival, have to both hate and love, to fear and placate their abuser / caretaker. How does a person do that? Well, I think in a lot of situations, no one person can do that. That's where the fragmentation personality comes in. All the good and all the bad, all the evil and the hate can't reside in one place. And I know some of you, based on your jury questionnaires, think I'm telling some fanciful tale about this. I get it. I read the questionnaires. But as such, you have sworn an oath multiple times to follow the law and the evidence. Don't like insanity or dissociative identity disorder? That's okay. Joke or an excuse or not valid? That's okay. It's okay if you think that outside those doors. In here, you got to believe it's a legitimate mental health defense, that in fact it exists and that it is scientifically backed. You're going to hear doctors, sworn experts on both sides. But yeah, it's in the DSM-4 or 5, which is a book of psychological ailments and issues psychologists and psychiatrists use to diagnose things. Is it listed? Accepted in the scientific community issue, a real issue, dissociative identity of multiple personalities. Now, whether you believe or their experts believe, what our expert believes about whether it was present in this Stauch's case, different issue. But you must, to be fair, impartial, and unbiased, you must believe that it is a possible defense. It is a valid defense. It is a valid defect or disease of the mind that triggers the insanity provisions under the Colorado laws. Laws that trigger when we bring in some testimony or some evidence that there is insanity causes the rules, the laws to pivot. So that the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt let's say. In this case, circle back around. Why all of that just matters. Going back to motive. Let's wait. Evidence, exhibits, photos, videos. We're going to be in here for 8 weeks. School's going to be out. Making plans for our Labor Day barbecues. Not Labor Day. Barbecues by the time we get done. But you know what you're probably not going to hear? During all that time with all those exhibits, all that evidence. All those witnesses. You're not going to hear about a motive. You're not going to be given a motive about why Ms. Stauch, January 2020. Reason is there is no motive. There is no reason. Doesn't make sense. It's insane. Smiling photo. Next day, Gannon's gone. No reason for it. Prosecution may say, oh, well, makes it that more tragic that it was such a pointless death of Gannon. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that. But there was some major psychotic crack that went on during this time.
You guys had to pull up my pants come really fast to come back here and tell you guys this. Can you believe that lawyer, the way he says his name, Gannon, like that? And then for him to say that he could speculate because what the hell did he say? Let me rewind that. That pissed me off. I'm going to go throat punch this fucker. What'd he say?
It's insane. Smiling photo. Next day, Gannon's gone. No reason for it.
No reason for it. Just now he says his name.
Prosecution may say, oh, well, makes it that more tragic that it was such a pointless death of Gannon.
Gannon. Fuck you.
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that.
So he doesn't think it's a pointless death of Gannon? He's not going to speculate on that? There's a question? So there might be a point to his death? You fucking retard. Who is this dude? Y'all, I'm coming to Colorado.
But there was some major psychotic crack that went on during this time. Go from teacher, loving stepmother to 2 children, loving mother to her own child, Harley, a person that Gannon's father entrusted his own 2 kids, watched and loved and by this woman here. Being a killer of a 11-year-old boy. How do you get there? Big jump. There is no explanation for it. I don't have one.
If you have a hanging belly, I beg you to try this.
Do this for 10 minutes a day to get snatched by May, starting Monday, April 6th. We're kicking off an indoor walking challenge for women.
She broke on that day, ladies and gentlemen. She broke. Broke from all that was right. Made sense. and the axe, putting Gannon's body in a suitcase and traveling 1,300 miles, full of Florida, and throwing the suitcase, Gannon's body in it, side of an overpass. Different stories she told. She was raped by somebody. Person who raped her kidnapped Gannon. Hear all the stories. The prosecution's going to play it for you. These are all signs and evidence of a mind, a soul that is broken, most fundamental and profound way. So broken, doesn't even know what it was doing. What was going through that person's head? The killer Gannon's head. Stauch's head. All the stab wounds, the shootings, the bruisings, the beatings, the burns. What was going through that person's head? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. For the person that she was killing that day, attacking, I wasn't Gannon. I wasn't Gannon to her. Wake up that day and go, I'm going to kill her. No. She was killing the demons, her life, from the dark depths of her childhood and her life.
Y'all, I just have to say this. This dude right here, he's lost his mind. Oh my gosh. This is the worst of the worst. To defend someone like this, and I understand it's their jobs, I get it. But to represent it like this, oh my God, this guy is just nuts. Let me jump in chat really quick, you guys. I see some of your questions. I want to answer them really quick. She broke a family and killed a little boy, right? R. Jones says, did this man get that little pin from Will Smith and think that he flashed everybody's brain and nobody remembers what happened? Good point. She broke a deputy's wrist, wasn't it? I don't remember about that. That's curious. I didn't know. Hi, Shauna. Good to see you. So what does this mean? Does she get away with what she did? No, she gets a new trial. Leticia's a monster. It wasn't Eduardo. Fucking Eduardo. Poor Eduardo. Whoever Eduardo, we're sorry, honey. We're sorry. Terrible. Hi, Lori. Good to see you. She is the demon. She wasn't trying to exorcise demons. It wasn't the demons coming out of her. It was her own work. Moira says, I'm with you, Leanie. I'm 3 hours or so from Colorado Springs. Well, thank you for being here. Is she even in the court? Yeah, she sits like way over. If you could see my cursor, this is the dumb bitch right here. Can you see her over here? All right. So eventually in the trial, because the prosecution's like, this is bullshit. Like, why does she get to sit over there hiding out behind this computer screen? She's on trial here. You don't get to like hide in the corner. So the judge actually makes her move to the defense table, but I think that's in a day or two. I know that they said that this is an 8-week trial. It will not take us 8 weeks to get through it. I will be going live every night and playing this, and I'm hoping to be done with it middle of next week, tops. All right, let's finish this up. Well, let me check the chat really, really quick again. Leticia told Al so many lies about Gannon being kidnapped by the carpet guy. Oh, it's terrible. I'm so glad all that's going to be played in court because we can really hear what a dumb bitch she is. Shelly, what did you need, honey? I'm trying to look for your, is she even in court? Okay, so I did answer that. All right. The devil himself is defending a demon. I have to agree with you. I don't like this dude at all. And I don't like a lot of defense attorneys, but this guy takes the fucking cake because he too is blaming Gannon. You don't blame a baby. You don't blame any victim, but you don't get to blame this baby. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, Jean says, didn't that bitch try to catch the basement on fire? Yes. So in the beginning of the prosecution's opening, they did play that sound bite of Leticia, asking Gannon, you promised me you didn't do it on purpose. You know how she probably scared him into telling his dad that he's the one that started a fire there when we know Leticia's the one that did it and burnt that baby. So they did play that, but I think we're going to get to hear it again in court when they start the trial, which we're going to start right after this. We've only got a few more minutes of listening to this doofus ass. And then I think Gannon's dad is going to be the first on the stand, you guys. Okay, so let's see. Eduardo, she's such a dumb bitch. I mean, why are these people suing her? Even though they got shit, she's going to have to work the rest of her life. I can't remember what restitution the family got first, though. Yeah, she's the demon hissing in the corner, flipping the bird to the judge. Right. She was doing all kind of stuff like that I forgot about till you guys said it. When did it start? Trina says, the trial was over. She was, so she killed Gannon on the 27th of January 2020. This went to trial in, I want to say, was it February or something? I don't remember, but it was 2023. And here we are. I think it was July. And here we are 3 years later. It's been overturned by one of her appeals. She broke the deputy's wrist. I didn't know. I forgot about that. I don't think I knew that. Hi, Cafe Elvis. Good to see you. What? Oh, God, please bring justice for Gannon. I agree. Y'all, just whenever you feel like it, when you want to give some love to Gannon, we're doing that with blue hearts in chat. Blue was his favorite color. We're here to seek justice once again and hopefully finally for Gannon and to support the family. All I ever ask you guys is that if you would please give me a thumbs up, I would appreciate it. No money is needed, no super chats, none of that kind of stuff. I don't monetize anything like this. I don't like making money off of tragedies such as this one. There have been other things that I've monetized, but it's so stupid, you guys. It really is. So if any monies come through at all, I don't know, maybe we'll set something up later. Or if any money comes through, then I can, maybe the family will do some kind of, what do you call that? GoFundMe or something, because, when this does go to trial, I'm sure mom and dad are going to want to be there again, and that means missing time off at work. So I will make sure to pin the GoFundMe page. So if you want to, right now there's not one up. If there is one, I will pin it, because if you want to give any money to the case or whatever, give it over there. Do not put any money here on this at all. That's not why I'm here. It's not why I'm doing this. Thank you so much for being here. It means a lot. Justice for Gannon and much love to his family. Is this for real, Allison? Unfortunately, love bug, here we are. And yes, it is for real. Why does it feel like we have to keep reliving life in order to keep true justice? Lori, good thought. Right, Leticia got her cuffs loose in transport and hit the deputy with the monster. Oh, that's right. Energy, Ken, it was unbearable. This bitch, you guys. R. Jones says, not to take away from Gannon's family, but I feel so bad for his dad. I lost my baby last year and I'm still sick and don't know what I would do if I had to keep reliving it over and over again. God bless you, R. Jones. And I pray one day that you have more to smile about than any tear that runs down your face. All right, let's keep going, you guys. Let's even I don't want to listen to this dumb fucker. I just don't. But it is what it is. We only got a few more minutes of it. And then, like I said, Al Stauch, I think, is going to be the first person on the stand, which is Gannon's daddy.
Going to hear different doctors. We have a Dr. Dorothy Lewis. She's from Yale. She's been at it a long time. An MD, got a lot of experience with this. Her legal medical opinion is that on the date of this offense, Ms. Stauch was legally insane. Now, the prosecution is going to have some witnesses from our state mental hospital in Pueblo that I imagine are going to say, no, she was perfect. She knew what she was doing. It's normal behavior for a person to do that. Yeah, she had some mental issues and everything like that, but everybody does, but they don't know what he killed an 11-year-old boy. And that is true. A lot of people do have mental health issues. It was talked about in voir dire. People have very severe mental health issues. They don't go out and kill people. And they don't go out and kill 11-year-old boys or their stepsons. They had had a nice hike just the day before, as evidenced by that photo. Don't stab the stepson dozens of times. Discharged 3 bullets, a 9mm handgun at the boy, hitting him once, killing him once. Beat him, burn him, and do all these other things you're going to hear about. Wrong, and it's horrible. She not saying. And she will be held accountable. Not guilty by reason of insanity. We'll get a jury instruction. It's about a paragraph long. It indicates in that case, and I think Judge Warner alluded to it, to one a panel of potential jurists in the last couple of weeks. She's found guilty, then it's guilty. She's subject to regular sentencing by the court. But if I'm not guilty by reason of insanity, doesn't mean she walks out of here. She's committed to the state hospital, Colorado Department of Human Services, and they take over from there, state mental hospital. That's not what we're dealing with here now. So I know there is a natural urge, human urge, a real urge. You hear about that little boy with that big bright smile that you saw on the screen. Hear about what happened to him. Want to make somebody pay. Want to make somebody pay dearly. Not right. Happened to that year. Awful. but not providing without constitutional protections for presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, placing the burden of proof squarely on the shoulders of the prosecutor, letting bias or sympathy come in and cloud your judgment. Not going to bring Gannon back. Prejudging the case by what you've heard in the media. It do no good. No, we have a tragedy here. And we know it's terrible. But just listen to the evidence, as I started out with. Don't check out. It's going to be easy. Went into week 6, hearing all these witnesses and looking at evidence. You're going to want to check out. You're going to want to form your decision soon in this case. But you can't do that. For the next 6 to 8 weeks while we're in this trial, can't form an opinion. Werner was telling you that. You're in an evidence gathering phase now. You're gathering the facts. Like Judge Werner's famous Denver omelets. This is the ingredient gathering stage. Okay? It's in the cooking stage. When you go back to the jury room after all the evidence is in, you start putting the ingredients together. For omelet, or just a ham and cheese omelet. Whether you've got a guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity, based on the evidence, the ingredients. When you're in the jury room, that's when you start putting it together. Just writing down, taking notes, taking it all in. That's why the judge mentioned several times to you today, I don't want y'all talking about the case amongst yourselves. Kind of a special, hidden, quiet place, this courtroom, especially you jurors. Don't want y'all talking about the case because that leads to deliberating and judgment. It's in the judgment phase. So, thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. We'll be spending a lot of time together over the next couple months, so keep an open mind. Put a lot of the bad stuff out of your mind for now. What the prosecution has to say, hear what the defense has to say. At the end of this, as Mr. Allen said, when he's concluded his opening statement, he said, I'm going to come back in a couple months and ask you to find her guilty. I or Mr. Tellini in 2 months are going to ask you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. Now the trial starts. Had opening statements, you've had all that now. He said, and I said, it's not evidence. Projected up on the board and the videos and the audios that he played. That's not evidence. Remember what the judge said. If you had to deliver a verdict right now, it's not guilty. Woman, right here, is not guilty. He's presumed innocent. Not telling you to like it. I'm just telling you that's the way it is. I'm going to stop now because I'm running out of steam. But I really, really, really do appreciate your time. I know the judge, Hayes do, said earlier, you know, you're the ones that are making the sacrifice. You're the ones that, you know, are losing money because you're not able to go to work. That, you know, your workspaces, your offices are idle because you're going to be here for 2 months. What we do, this is where we work, all of us, the attorneys, we pay. They're the ones that make the sacrifice in this case. And I do appreciate it. And on behalf of my attorney, Mr. Tellini, I know he appreciates it. Thank you.
You have never tried popcorn like this before. 6 years ago, we asked a question. Is it possible to make movie theater quality popcorn at home? After
Todd, can you get the last perimeter light, please? I'm not sure which one it is. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a little bit of roadmap as to what you can expect and where we go from here.
All right, y'all, I'm going to stop it right there. I'm going to fast forward through this. What I will be doing through the whole trial, you guys, is like fast forwarding through sidebars, things, fast forwarding through all of the commercials as fast as I can, just so that we can stay on task and so that this doesn't turn into 8 weeks, right? That's insane. Yes, you guys did hear this correctly. LETICIA Stauch, who was convicted of first-degree murder against sweet little 11-year-old Gannon Stauch, sentence was overturned on the 4th of this month. It is now gone to the prosecution team is taking it up to the Supreme Court in Colorado. So we should hear something very soon. But the way that it looks, you guys, she won her appeal. They found one of the jurors who actually deliberated the case. Son-in-law actually worked for the prosecution's office during the time. He disclosed it. Everybody knew about it. Somehow it was shoved underneath the carpet. And then in the appeal, they ended up finding it again. And the law's the law. And so she gets a new trial. She's still in Kansas. Yes, Kansas Penitentiary there, y'all. For sure, when we find out that they are going to make her do a new trial, she will probably, well, she will be extradited back to El Paso County, Colorado to stand trial again. But as of right now, you guys, she is an accused killer. She is not a convicted killer. That was overturned. I can't believe we're here. I cannot believe this is even happening. I'm in shock. But it is what it is. So that's why we're revisiting this whole case again. We're replaying the trial. I know a lot of you may have already seen the trial. Maybe there's things that you've forgotten, and there will be people that come in here that don't know anything about this case. So welcome everybody. I'm glad you're here. I appreciate you so much. Will you do me a favor and hit the like? That's all I ask. We're going to go ahead and go to this. I think the first person that's going to be on the stand, you guys, is Gannon's dad. Please send out lots of love and prayers to the family. I can't imagine having to do this. And we're here for justice for Gannon. We're going to see this through. It's just one we're going to see through. I thought we had seen it through, right? Huh. Here we are again. Welcome. All right. Let's get back into what the judge is saying. Let me make this go a little bit quicker because since he's just talking to the jurors, and then we'll hopefully get the first person on the stand.
As I said this morning, opening statements are not evidence. Their purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be. Keep in mind that in this case, as in every case, attorneys are paid advocates. Their job is to persuade you that evidence proves or does not prove a particular point. And as I said earlier, nothing an attorney says is evidence, and they do not take an oath to tell you the truth. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits received in evidence, and stipulated, admitted, or judicially noticed facts. After the prosecution's evidence, the defendant may present evidence in her own behalf, but she is not required to do so. I want to remind you that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence or call any witnesses or introduce any evidence. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will tell you the rules of law which you are to use in reaching your verdict. I will read those rules of law to you, and you will be allowed to take them with you to the jury room during your deliberations. After you have heard all of the evidence and the instructions, the prosecution and the defense may make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. The prosecuting attorney will have the opportunity to reply to the closing argument made by the defense. You will then go to the jury room to deliberate on a verdict. Your purpose as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based solely upon the evidence. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. You will then apply these rules to the facts which you have determined from the evidence. In this way, you will determine whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. At times during the trial, attorneys may make objections. That's the part in the TV show or movie where one lawyer asks a question and the other one stands up and objects. On TV, the lawyers start to argue with each other, and then sometimes they go up to the bench and they argue with the judge. I know you're going to be surprised, but that doesn't happen in real life. The lawyers in this room have years of experience. They know that the procedure in this case is governed by a written set of rules that apply to all criminal cases called the Colorado Rules of Criminal Procedure. They also know that the evidentiary matters are governed by a written set of rules called the Colorado Rules of Evidence, which apply to all case proceedings, to all cases proceeding to trial. Watch the lawyers, and you will observe that what really happens is that an objection is made. I will ask for an explanation, something like grounds, for the objection, and the response from the attorney will be something like hearsay or foundation or relevance or 404. And most of the time, watch the attorneys closely, most of the time the attorneys will state an objection in 5 words or less. There's not a whole lot of arguing that's going on during that time period. And regardless, the argument is never directed to opposing counsel because I'm the one making the ruling and not opposing counsel. So in reality, the lawyers rarely come up to the bench to argue a point because all they need to do is reference the rule, case, or principle they are relying upon for their objection. In any event, the objection simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which they believe may not be properly offered. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness may not answer it. As jurors, you must draw no inferences from the question or speculate as to what the witness would have said if permitted to answer. At other times, I may instruct you not to consider a particular statement that was made. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Such evidence is to be treated as if you had never seen or heard it. We talked about the notebooks that you have and the juror questions and the process for doing that. Only has 4 counts, and count 3 is tampering with a deceased human body. And in that one, I just want to make sure that the count that you are dismissing is count 3, child abuse resulting in death.
Correct. So count 1 is murder in the first degree. 2 is child under 12. 3 is the child abuse resulting in.
Okay.
That's the one that requires an accumulation of injuries, all that kind of thing, not providing. That was charged before Gannon's body was ever recovered. When Gannon's body was recovered, we added 1, which is now murder in the first degree.
Okay, so this would have been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's count 3 of the amended information.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to check on because the original complaint information that was filed on March 11 only has 4 counts, and count 3 is tampering with a deceased human body. And in that one, count 2 is the child abuse resulting in death. So it looks like what happened, they didn't realize the amendment, and when they put it in, that's what the conflict is.
The amendment was filed probably March 18th.
I have March 20. Yeah. Okay. So what you are proposing to dismiss is the one knowingly or recklessly caused an injury or unreasonably placed in a situation that posed a threat of injury to life, health, or safety by engaging in a continuing pattern of conduct that resulted in cruel punishment, mistreatment, and accumulation of injuries. That's the one you're wanting to dismiss.
So count 3 in the amended information.
It's the amended information. That's where the hang up is. Okay. I think we've got that resolved. Okay. So have your witnesses here 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We should be able to start right on time at that point. Rachel, I want to.
All right, guys. So that is the opening statements right there. We're going to get out of that. Thank you all so much for being here. That was the first day, opening statements. There you have it. And we're going to move right on. We're going to go straight into the courtroom on the first day of testimony. And yeah, so welcome everybody. It is pinned on the screen, you guys, exactly why we are here, why we're here, and why we're rewatching this and doing this. Obviously, LETICIA, through one of her appeals, she overturned her conviction of first-degree murder along with the other charges that she was charged with. So here we are. We've got to have another trial. And I wanted to get reacquainted with the first trial. I did watch it day after day, just like most of you guys. It was one of the saddest trials I've ever seen. So be prepared if you have not seen this trial yet. It's so sad. It's so sad. And this bitch does nothing but blame Gannon, this 11-year-old baby, for everything, starting with when she called the police and reported him missing. She said he ran away. Hey, sorry. Hey, no. Sorry about that, guys. I just wanted to calm my babies down. But anyways, so we're going to get right into this. We're going straight into the courtroom on day 1 of open trial. And big love to the family, because I know that they're just devastated to have to face this bitch once again in a courtroom. And we're here to get justice for Gannon. We're going to see this through. We thought we had seen it through, but guess what? Here we are. And this is exactly why people get appeals. They fine-tooth comb it. And sometimes they find something that will not exonerate them, but throw out their sentence. And that's exactly where we're at. All right, let me pull this up. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate every one of you. It's day 2. We want to go this one. I appreciate every one of you for being here. Thank you so much. Here we go. You guys, watch your ears. I don't know how loud this will be. Sweet Gannon, look at his face up there. You guys, I can't stand it. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Sometimes I can, sometimes no. This one's not going to let me do it. They're playing their chat. So, oh, there it is. Okay, lovely. All right, watch your ears, guys. Here we go, back into the courtroom. Give it just a minute and it will start playing.
Prior to that, so.
What did Gannon like to do for fun?
Just so you guys know,
some of his favorite times, and all of his friends can attest to this, is just playing video games. I think
I'm in Indiana, and this is the start of day two, you guys. And I'm pretty sure this is Gannon's dad, Al Stauch. Some people say Stauch, some people say Stauch, Stauch. Um, I don't mean to butcher their name. I say Stout for the most part. I don't know if it's right or wrong. But anyways, if you could see my cursor, Leticia is in the courtroom, y'all, but she's way over here in the corner where she's out of the view of the camera. That is done on purpose by her and allowed by her shitty lawyers until the prosecution, I don't remember which day it was, says, wait a second, she's on trial. She needs to be at the defense table. She needs to sit there and be on trial. Now, what you don't see because of the frame that we're in is that several times she gives this judge the finger. She just the most disrespectful fucking. Oh, you guys don't get every name I could think of. I'm giving it to her. She's so disrespectful. So when she finally moves to the judge's table, y'all, she slouches down, her hair's over her face. She's just acting like a fucking idiot that she is. Just she has no respect for authority for anybody but herself. She blames this baby for exactly what happened, and I'm shitty. So, anyways, I'm gonna try to knock it off and shut the hell up, and that's what I'm gonna do. But I'm pretty sure this is Al Stout, Gannon's daddy, on the stand right now, and I don't understand why they didn't start it off that way. But here we go.
He wanted to be a YouTube gamer. I think he actually was able to make one video and put it on YouTube, so it's out there. But playing Sonic and actually Mario was his favorite. So that was some of the favorite things I ever got to do with him. So
Up on your witness stand,
Mhm.
you should also have a binder there. You see that?
yes, sir.
It's going to get a little crowded up there. Spot camera there. Stand in front of me. See there too.
Two.
Should be the first exhibit.
Yes.
What is people's exhibit?
Excuse me. That's a picture of Lena. Yes, sir. That would have been probably 2018 at our house in Myrtle Beach.
Defense. Exhibit number 2 will be admitted. All right.
Hold on, guys. Let me say this really quick because some of you are probably wondering, like, Lainey, your sound is just terrible. The one thing that I do remember from watching this trial is that the sound in this courtroom is terrible. And the judge is not like saying, you guys pull the mic up, talking to the mic and things like that. I do remember that now. So it's not, I can't control the sound and what you're missing and what you may not hear and what you may hear. That's just how this is. So let's just hope that the next trial, they've learned from this and they make it loud and clear for us. So yeah, the sound is horrible. I'm so sorry about that. There's nothing I can do about it. So we'll just try to get through what we can. All right, I'll shut the hell up.
Oops. There you go.
Where was that photo taken?
Like I said, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach at that time, and I believe that would have been the fall of 2018.
So how old was Lena?
2012, so 6.5. Yeah. Right, thanks. Yeah, about 6.5 years old.
Was she also born early?
She was. She actually tried to come out a little earlier than Gannon. They were, always competitive with one another. But Gannon was born at 24 weeks. She tried to come out at 22. But I think it was actually 34 weeks of, being with her mom in her tummy there before she came out. So she was about 2 months early.
What was the relationship like between you?
Oh, obviously as much love as a sister and brother can have. I think a famous quote Lena said after Gannon died was, "I'm just going to miss getting on his nerves." So if that sums it up for you right there. But yeah, he loved his sister, and one thing I always urged him to do, and I know his mama did too, was to look after his little sister. And even getting off the bus and walking home, I used to fuss at him if he let her walk home alone. And it was 3 houses away. So that was kind of the theme for us. Just be with your sister and be together, you know?
For you and you can. How long were you and Landon married?
Just shy of 10 years. But dating and all, I think we were together 11 or so, 12 years.
You know the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir. I was married to her for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was.
When did you meet her?
I met her, I think somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on. But I didn't really get to know her until beginning of 2014, so January timeframe.
January, you said?
January of 2014 is when when I like met her, went out with her and started to get to know her.
This is not intended to embarrass anybody, but were you still married to Landon?
Yes, sir. We were separated and, you know, with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways. And that's when I met and started dating Tisha.
Did the defendant have her own?
She did. Harley.
You move in that binder to People's Exhibit number 3. Is that a picture of Harley?
Sure is.
Is that a very accurate picture of her?
Yes, sir.
When was that photo taken?
Looks like, I mean, I think that would have been 2019. It looks like her high school graduation picture, if I'm not mistaken.
This time I move for admission of People's. Okay.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Yes, sir.
Where was that photo?
I believe it was in Columbia, South Carolina, where the graduation was, somewhere in South Carolina. Because she would, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say she finished her high school at an online school that was based in South Carolina, so she went back for the graduation.
When you began your relationship with South Carolina?
It was, yes, sir. Myrtle Beach.
When did you and the defendant get?
January 2015. Yes, sir.
You identify her and point to where she's sitting and describe what she's wearing?
T-shirt right there with the kind of green jacket on, bluish green jacket. Black.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
You do for work now?
I'm an officer in the Colorado National Guard in a full-time status.
So let's talk a little bit about guard is
Typically, yeah, 1 weekend a month and then a summer duty.
You said that you're full.
I am. So I am it's called AGR, and that's what I've been my whole career. Even in starting in South Carolina, I was, it's active guard is what it is. Was there for rough 12 years or so as a recruiter and in other capacities. And then I took my commission as an officer and moved states. I didn't necessarily get transferred, but I moved states to Alaska as an officer, and then spent about 2 years there, and then been in Colorado since 2019 as an officer in the Colorado Guard. So my main duties are right now as a missile defense officer.
So let's talk a little bit about the family history. You said you got married in January 2015.
Sir.
Was that in South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Alaska, when did you?
I I got hired and went there. I reported in June. I had to come through here for some schooling. We call it TDY en route, but I got hired, went to school here, and then drove up to Alaska to be permanently stationed.
June.
2017.
Did the family to Alaska?
Somewhat. It was when I initially drove there, I had my 2 children with me, Lena and Gannon, and we made that trip, and one of the most memorable trips of my life. And then Tisha and Harley came along the way a little bit later, but they never really permanently moved there. They came for a couple weeks at a time, and and then came and left and did whatever else.
Just a little bit. When what was the custody status?
Initially, well, I'll talk about during our separation, they both stayed, the kids stayed in the house and me and Landon alternated time in the house so the kids could be as stable as possible during that tough time. Initially, the custody status, Landon had the majority time, but we were both in the same local area. So, we did the best we could at sharing that time. But I think she moved in initially with her mom and the kids stayed there with her. And that was the initial agreement.
And when you said she, just so that the record is clear, you're talking about
Landon, I'm sorry. Yes, Landon specifically had the custody arrangement.
At some point, custody.
Yes, that would have been in March of 2018 while I was in Alaska.
You mentioned just a moment ago, driving to, I think.
Yes, sir.
So did you have custody of them before you actually got transferred to Alaska?
No, because that was 2017 when I took that trip initially. And then they were still with their mom, Landon, with the majority time, custody time. What they did was they spent the summer with me in Alaska, and then I flew them back home or back to their mother for the start of the next school year.
When did you move to Colorado?
I moved me individually. I think I got boots on ground February 15th of 2019. I believe is the date I got here. And like I said, Tisha and the kids were here beginning of January, getting a house set and everything. The defendant. Yeah.
You may.
Show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like a map of Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Does it have a specific address notated on that map?
It does.
What's that address?
That would have been our house at 6627 Mandan Drive.
Is that a Colorado Springs address?
It is.
Is that in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
You're going to move for admission of People's Exhibit number 4.
Mr. Tellini, exhibit number 4 will be admitted. Go ahead.
For a moment. Can you point out the label where the 6627 Mandan Drive address is?
Right here.
Is that where you lived when you moved to Colorado from Alaska?
Yeah, I think just to be clear, initially, I think they had a little temporary housing on base, as you do when you PCS. And then Tisha, or the defendant, found that house for rent, and we moved in. And I think they were already in the house when I got here.
When did you all move into that house?
I don't remember the specific date. I know they were already in the house by the time I got here in the middle of February. So
February 2019, when you came from Alaska to here, you went to that.
I went directly to the house from the airport.
This already, but is that address in El Paso County, Colorado?
Yes, sir.
How long did you all live in that house?
I lived there, I guess, right at a year, because when everything happened with Gannon in January of 2020, the investigation started taking place, and we pretty much decided just to move out. And the landlord allowed us to break the lease at that point. And then, so it would have been early February of 2020 when we moved out officially.
So let's just go through just a general description of that house. Was it a 2-story, a rancher with a basement?
I'm not too savvy on specific style of houses, but it had a main floor and a basement.
Was the basement finished?
It was.
Was there also an unfinished area?
I mean, in the closet was unfinished, but all the areas we frequented in the house were finished.
What about where the furnace room was?
Yeah, when I said closet, that's what I was referring to, the furnace room, yes. I call it, yeah, because we kept the luggage and boxes and stuff in there. And there was another unfinished closet under the stairs as well. I'm sure we'll see that as well.
Where was the bedroom that you ended?
On the main floor,
And then was there a level above that?
negative.
Okay, so it's just the main floor and then a basement.
Then the basement, yes, sir.
Who else had a bedroom?
Initially, it was Gannon, when we first moved in, but at one point we switched Lena and Gannon to what we'll see as Gannon's bedroom, and Lena moved upstairs.
And how many bedrooms, other bedrooms were upstairs?
Just that one bedroom when you walk in the front door.
So 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms total. Yep.
And then kid bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Is there a living room on that main level?
Yes, sir.
Kitchen?
Kitchen. Yes, sir.
Access to the garage on that main level?
Yeah, and the access included the laundry stuff, laundry room. So.
And then what about downstairs?
Downstairs was, as soon as you come down the stairs to the left was the, I call it the closet, but the boiler room or whatever. And then Gannon's room right next to that. To the right was the I don't know, living room area in the basement. And then behind that was a bathroom and what was Harley's room, Harley's bedroom.
Have you look at the exhibit book? Look at P1s 5 through 12 and just give me a heads up when.
Okay.
What are those photos of?
Just different viewpoints of the house you want me to go through specifically?
Yeah, so on the
Okay.
pictures of the 6627 Mandan Drive residence.
Yes, starting with the outside and working through the house.
So People's Exhibit 5 is at the front of the house.
Yeah, that would be a front view where you can see the garage and the front door, yes.
People's Exhibit 6, what is that?
That's as soon as you come in the front door, there's the coat closet to the left and then a view of the living room. That's walking into the house farther, you can see the couch in the living room and the kitchen to the right, as well as the back sliding patio door. You can see what's behind the curtains, but that's what that is.
And 8,
Same thing, it's a closer up view of the kitchen. You can kind of see the dishwasher and everything, but yeah, that's the kitchen area. 9 is basically looks like it's standing at the back sliding glass door where you can see the living room, the stairs down, and then the garage entryway there. Upstairs living room. That is a view of the master bedroom. As soon as you walk in. That is a view of the laundry area. And then the next door would be access to the garage. 12 is the garage.
are those all fair and accurate representations of those areas of the plan that you just described?
Yes, sir.
Friendly formation of People's 5 through 12. Okay.
Exhibits 5 through 12 will be admitted. Go ahead. You may give me just a second, though. All right, go ahead.
So it's the front, area of the garage door open there.
It is.
Moving on to People's 6. So point out, and there's actually an extended pointer behind it.
No.
Other side. Yeah, it's right here. Other side.
Other side? Oh, yes. Okay.
If you want to, you can just turn around and look at this. Just make sure when you're pointing away from us that the furthest you're from, you can hear you look at.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So, like I said, this is walking into the front door.
Let me start by saying, as a painter, I hate wallpaper, but this peel and stick wallpaper from Wall Blush takes.
This is what I used as my closet, actually, but the front, what would be a coat closet. You can see the couch in the living room right there. As we walk forward, we'll see to the right is the kitchen, and this is a wall that covers the stairwell going down. But that's the living room area right in here on the main floor.
So the front door, would that be basically to our back in this photo?
Yes, as you walk in the front door is right behind us. Yes, sir.
Okay. People's Exhibit number 7. Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
This is where I referenced the couch in the living room, kitchen area, and the back sliding patio doors behind the curtains there.
There's a dog in the photo there as well.
Yeah, that's Chance.
And then it looks like there might be a person on the couch.
Yep, and that would be Harley right there.
Okay, people's exhibit number 8.
Same thing, here's the kitchen. I said just a second ago, dishwasher and the back sliding doors once again.
People's exhibit number 9.
Yeah, so right behind us right now would be those back patio sliding doors. And here's the stairwell going down. This is the wall I referenced in the first picture. TV living room area. And this is the entryway into the laundry room. And this would be the master bedroom behind this wall.
So sort of around the corner there.
Yeah, you could have to go around the corner and into the master bedroom.
Okay. And then people's exhibit number 10. What are we looking at there?
So yeah, going around that corner, we've come into the master bedroom now. Master bedroom doors behind us, and this would have been a window into the backyard and master bed right here.
And then sort of over to the left, what's to the left in that photo?
So
if you go sort of, if we don't have a picture of it yet, but where would that go?
So if I'm standing looking at this back door and I turn my body to the left, there'll be the bathroom, the master bathroom. And then through that master bathroom would have been the defendant's closet.
Okay. And then people's exhibit number 11.
Once again, looking from that living room view, this is the garage entryway we discussed, and the laundry facilities right here. And then into that, through that door would be into the garage.
Okay. People's 12.
And that is the garage.
Whose car is parked there in that garage?
That was the car that belonged to Harley.
What kind of car is that?
It's a Volkswagen Jetta. I think it was a 2018 Volkswagen Jetta.
Looks like maybe somebody's a woodworker.
Somebody.
Who's that?
I try. I don't know if I could claim to be an actual woodworker, but I give it my best shot. So
that woodworking material there, various pieces of wood and table and all that kind of thing, that's your stuff.
Yeah, pretty much this whole side of the garage was dedicated with parking bikes. But other than that, it was, just to my supplies and my woodworking stuff.
What kind of stuff would you build with wood?
Well, this you see right here, I actually I'm about 90% done, is a table for mom. And I surprised her with it the other day. One of my favorite things to make is like cutting boards and like epoxy boards and stuff like that. But it's kind of what I do.
So you mentioned making a table for, I think you said mom. Do you mean your mom?
Yeah, my mom sitting right over there. Yeah.
Okay. So you would make some furniture?
Yeah, some furniture.
And then also cutting boards?
Cutting boards and stuff like that, yeah.
I want to have you take a look in that binder again.
Okay.
It should be the next exhibit, number 34. You see it there?
I have 13 is next.
So flip all the way to 34.
Flip to 34, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that a photo of a table that you built?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you build that table for?
I built that for Gannon, so he'd have a place to put his, Legos and his, his little toys and stuff in his room.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that table that you built?
Yes, sir.
You're on move for admission and permission to publish People's 34.
Mr. Tellini?
No objection.
Exhibit 34 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So People's 34 is now displayed on the two screens here. It's fairly obvious, but just point out the table that we're talking about that you built for Gannon.
Right here, it's red and blue one, and the colors were specifically for Mario. Like I said, it's one of his favorite things, so I wanted him to enjoy that based on his Mario little thing.
And then there's some scrap wood in that photo just to the left there. Can you point that out?
Yeah, so a little piece of like OSB board, and then my circular saw here. There's more of that same OSB up there. I used that to build those in the laundry room. You saw that little shoe container, it was gray. Built it out of that wood.
So you used a term that I'm not familiar with. I'm not a woodworker. OSB, what does that mean?
OSB is like plywood, different types of plywood. It's a generic term.
Okay.
Particle board is another word that's used.
Okay. And if you could pull that down the picture. And then I want to have you now flip back to People's 13 through 31.
Okay.
And then just flip through all of those and tell me when you're done.
13 through
31.
Thank you.
Stop at 31, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Are those basically just more photos of the 6627 Mandan Drive address?
Majority of them, yes, sir.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of that house?
Yes, sir.
I move for permission of 13 through 31 and permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Couple, and I'm referring to kind of 19, 20.
I'm sorry.
And
Yeah.
21. I think there needs to be more foundation laid for those photos, but for the rest of them, I don't have.
Good catch. So those are coming later. So it's 13 through 18 and then 21 through 31. My apologies.
Okay, let's go there. 13 through 18 and 21 through 31. Do you have an objection?
I do not.
All right, those photos will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish those photos, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
All right, so we've got 13 displayed on the screen there. Describe what we're looking at there.
So if you can see over here, this carpet, this is where we came in the front door, and I said there was the wall leading down the stairs, and this is the stairway to the basement.
People's number 14.
So, yeah, I forgot to mention the stairs kind of do a wraparound. So we came down the stairs and now we're looking down into the basement, and we had a little computer area here. But yeah, that's the basement entryway.
And 15.
So coming down the stairs to the right, this is what you would have seen, the little, I call it the downstairs living room.
So TV, sofa, that kind of
My
thing.
bike, and then the dog's kennel was over here. And then, you know, mementos, you can see college degrees and pictures of the family and stuff.
Was it typical that you all would spend time as a family in this room?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of movies with the kids down there, but we did upstairs as well. So
Would the kids spend time on their own down there?
oh yeah, a lot, because again, you can see his Nintendo Switch right here, as that was his pride and joy. And we also had a PlayStation, and they would watch movies, and so all the gaming and stuff typically took place downstairs.
Just to the right of that photo, was there a hallway that went back to that back bedroom?
Yeah,
It's
you
hard
can-
to see.
You can kind of see a little crease right here. That's the corner, and it goes into Harley's room and then her bathroom area. And there's another closet right there.
And then People's Exhibit 16.
Yeah, so this would have been the couch we just saw in the other picture, and then this is just the back corner. I guess it would have been the northwest corner of the basement. I don't know, but yeah.
And then you sort of started to point at it there, but there's a blackish square there in the center of that carpet.
Yes, sir.
Just backing up a little bit. In January of 2020, specifically January 25th and 26th, which would have been a Saturday and Sunday, were you at home on that weekend?
No, I actually, it's kind of hard to explain my duty schedule, but every other week I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that week I actually have to work day shift on a Friday and Saturday. And then I left town on Sunday. So I was at work all day Saturday, came home, the defendant and my mom was in town, and the defendant and I and my mom and the kids ate dinner. And then my mom was leaving that night, so I took her to the airport in Denver for her flight. And then I stayed in the airport. I slept across from the ticket counter on the floor there. And then because I had an early morning flight to go to Oklahoma for training for 2 weeks.
So when did you actually drive up to Denver? And I'm assuming you mean DIA.
Denver Airport, yeah, DIA. So, I mean, I get off, I don't think I got off early that evening. I usually get off at 1800 or at 6 p.m. And it was a 15-minute drive home or so. We ate dinner, and then no later than 8 o'clock, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what time mom's flight left DIA, but.
So you drive mom up to the airport, and then you just stayed at the airport because you had a flight the next day?
I had an early morning flight to through Dallas, I think, to Lawton, Oklahoma. But yeah, I did. I just slept on my duffel bag or whatever right there. There's a little seating area right across from the American Airlines ticket counter at DIA, and I just laid down on the floor right there.
So when you left on Saturday evening, whatever time it was, who was left at the Mandan Drive residence?
The defendant and then Harley and Lena and Gannon.
Any other adults there?
Not that I know of. No,
How
sir.
old was Harley at that time?
She would have been, let's see, 5102. And that was, so she was 17,
How old was
approaching
Ga-
18.
How old was Gannon?
11.
And Lena?
Lena was, her birthday's in January. So, sorry, I'm doing math here. So 8, she had just turned 8.
Okay. You're doing math better than I could if I
Right.
was sitting on the stand, so thank you. So when you left the house on that Saturday evening to drive mom and yourself up to the DIA, was that carpet like that when you left?
It was not, no, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant about that?
I believe she,
Well, first, did you talk to her about it?
I did talk to her. She said there was an accident and a candle spill.
Okay.
I don't know if it was, let me clarify, I don't remember if it was over a text or over a phone call, but there was a conversation about it at some point.
Do you remember when you learned about a candle spill and a burn or whatever?
I'm confident that it was that Sunday night, which would have been the 26th.
Okay.
Either that or the next morning in those
Okay.
text messages.
And is that what we're looking at there is sort of a cutout area of that carpet as a result of whatever burn happened?
Yeah, what I was told was, there was a spill here, but you can also see that she claimed the defendant claimed there's supposedly some candles spilled on the couch as well. You can see those little spots there. That's what she claimed that was.
Did she ever say who cut that square out like that?
When I got home, I think there was something over it. So I don't know if the defendant ever told me that she had cut anything out. I cannot remember specifically on that.
Okay. Let's move on to People's Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
So basically, you're kind of standing by the TV almost now, and then you're looking back to where we came down the stairs, and this would have been that entryway into Harley's area. Once again, the dog kennel, we referenced that in the computer area, and this is when I called it a closet. I forget how you referenced it, but the boiler room or whatever.
I called it a storage room, but
Storage room, okay.
Unfinished area where furnace and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where's Gannon's room in relation to that?
So you'd have this behind this wall. There's a small little hallway. As soon as you get here, you take a right, and it leads into his bedroom.
Okay. People's Exhibit 18. Is that just a closer up view of into that storage room?
Yeah. Now we're walking towards the storage room here, and then you can see this little, gap here. That's how you get into Gannon's room.
People's 21. So, Judge, we'll have to turn the screen off for just a moment. Okay, we're ready.
Hold on. Okay.
So 21 is on the screen behind you now.
Okay.
What are we looking at there?
So we've taken probably 2 or 3 steps into Gannon's room now because we're kind of in the center. This was his bed, and as I mentioned before, you can see the remnants of when Lena lived here. Those are definitely not Gannon stickers, but his bed here. There's that table that I built for him for his toys. And then there would also be another bed over on this side of the room, as we're looking at it to the right. This was a storm well or whatever. Remember, we're in the basement, and I believe there was a ladder in this one going up to the backyard. His closet would have been over here, and then I think he had a little TV as soon as you walk in the room to the left.
Okay. Is that essentially what Gannon's room looked like when you got back from Oklahoma?
I don't remember if I walked down there immediately or not. I think I did, but I don't remember specifically, but that's about what it would have looked like.
Okay.
That was a common appearance of his room. So
was his bed always sort of backed up into that corner?
Yeah, his bed would have been typically pushed all the way up against this wall and this wall, not pulled away for any reason.
Does it appear there's a little gap there in the?
It's hard to tell in this picture because the covers are kind of ruffled up, but.
Okay. People's Exhibit 23. Do we need to pull it down? Can you just not do it?
Now streaming,
Even after all these years, I never tire of this view.
your favorite community returns
Action!
with open arms and open hearts.
Do you think they're official?
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Georgie.
We've sure had adventures in these woods.
Hopefully we'll have some more.
And the moment you've been waiting for.
Don't mess this up.
All right, yeah, be 22 first, but you can't just. So People's 22, what is that a picture of?
So now we're back in the master on the first floor, on the main floor, and we've walked into the master bathroom. You can see the shower right here with the tile and the glass door, and this would have been the defendant's closet, master closet, if you will.
So all the clothes in there and whatever other things were in there pretty much belong to the defendant?
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, the coat closet, which is normally called as when you walk in, that's where I kept my clothes in her, because the defendant had a closet full of clothes and there wasn't room for mine. So
Okay. And then People's 23?
yeah, this would have been just taking another step in where you can see, just her clothes, the defendant's clothes hanging up, shoes on the top rack there.
People's 24? What are we looking at?
That looks like that would have been the defendant's closet, I believe, because those were her book bags. And yeah, you can see some of the same clothes we saw in the previous picture hanging up here. So yeah, that's the defendant's closet as well.
And her shoes there?
Yeah, her shoes, another rack of shoes.
And then People's 25?
That would have been, as soon as you walk in the closet to the right, same closet.
So I want to ask you some questions before we jump on to the next couple of photos. When did you learn about Gannon having something happen to him? You mentioned hearing something from the defendant about the burn downstairs. Was there a point in time when you learned that he was missing?
Yes, I was in Oklahoma. We had our first day of class. Like I said, I was scheduled to be there 2 weeks. Just got out our first day of class. I went and ran a couple miles, whatever it was. And then I was already back in my hotel room preparing for the next day and whatever. And then we started the conversation back and forth about he's not home yet. We had specific times for them to be home. Typically was the street lights. It's something I used to do as a kid. I had to be home by the street lights. So we just implemented that, and he hadn't come home in time. And it was abnormal, but it wasn't worrisome. So I don't know how much you want me to go into that.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions
Okay.
about that. When you say that he hadn't come home yet, did you know that he hadn't come home, or is this what the defendant was telling you?
Yeah, based on the conversation that me and the defendant were having, of course, I was in Oklahoma, so I had no clue. I'm just relying on trusting her that he hadn't come back from his friend's house yet, which is where she said he had been.
And what day was that you heard this information?
This would have been the Monday, so that I believe it was the 27th.
27th.
Yeah.
Do you know if he went to school on the 27th?
According to her, he did not.
Her being?
Excuse me, the defendant. According to the defendant, he did not because he was having stomach issues and he was sick, which in my mind at that time is like, why is he going to his friend's house if he's that sick? So it was a little confusing, but.
Would it be typical if he was having digestive issues to stay home from school?
No, sir.
Okay. So that by itself was out of the ordinary.
Right.
And when did you find out that he was going to stay home from school?
I believe, without having timestamps, I believe it was that morning. And I think she sent me some photos saying, Gannon's home, here he is, or whatever.
Yep. And then when you found out from the defendant that he had potentially gone to a friend's house and hadn't come home, do you know what time that was?
I mean, I don't know specifically without looking when that conversation started, but it was already in the evening where I was when we started that conversation.
So you learn in the morning that Gannon doesn't go to school from the defendant because of stomach issues, and then sometime in the evening you learned that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home. And that all comes from the defendant.
Yes, sir.
When did you get back to Colorado?
I came as soon as I can after I decided basically that there was something actually wrong. So the 27th, as soon as I decided he's missing, I got to come home. I had not to get ahead, but I think the defendant had called 911. I don't know about when the police came to the house, but I know I also called them and said, hey, what's going on? My son's out there somewhere. And at that point, I called our travel people and said, hey, I need an emergency ticket home. And I left. I had a buddy drive me to Oklahoma City, and I left from Oklahoma City airport early the next morning.
So let's unpack that just a little bit.
Sure.
So to your memory, the defendant tells you that she called 911?
She did.
Was it that specifically, or was it an accumulation of things that made you worried and decide that you need to get back home and see what's going on?
Yeah. So, like I said, I didn't know how deep you wanted me to go at that point. I had also contacted numerous of Gannon's friends' parents in the neighborhood that I knew. He would typically frequent their house and play with their kids and stuff, and none of them had even seen him. So then it started to become an issue. There was also another claim about some new friend on the school bus and some other stuff surrounding that. I'm sure we'll get into. Do you want me to go into that?
Okay.
All right. There was that, and so I started asking the parents about, do you know this person's name, or do you know anything about another person? And so it started compounding, as you said, to become more worrisome.
So basically, you're accumulating information and growing more worried. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
And then when you said you called your travel people, do you mean you called the National Guard folks?
Well, we have like a central billing travel type agency that does all of our flights and stuff like that. So I just called them. I think it's called Sato. I don't remember exactly, but I called them. On my orders, it has the emergency number. So I just called that, say, hey, I got to go home. This is happening.
Okay.
I also called Landon and some of her family as well to try to notify them, hey, I'm going home. Something's wrong.
When did you actually then fly out of, I think you said Oklahoma City?
Yeah. So one of my battle buddies or whatever, one of my guys in my class took me up to Oklahoma City because that was the only flight they could find, or the soonest flight they could find. And early the next morning, I spent the night sitting once again, right across from the ticket counter at Oklahoma City. I don't remember the flight time.
So when you say the next morning, is that January 28th?
Tuesday, January 28th. Yes, sir.
Did you get any sleep that night?
No, I just sat there and whatever.
Did you fly back to DIA or did you fly to Colorado Springs?
I think I don't remember exactly. I knew I left Oklahoma City, but I'm pretty sure I got back to, I know I got back to Colorado Springs. All the different legs I don't remember, to be honest, but I know I came into Colorado Springs.
So do you remember being picked up from Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, sir.
Who picked you up?
The defendant.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. She have her own vehicle at that time?
I don't know what she drove to the airport based on my.
Listen to the question. Did she have her own vehicle?
We went and got a rental. Well, she went upstairs and got a rental car.
Did she have her own vehicle that you all owned that she would typically drive? Bad questions on my part. Does she have a vehicle that she would typically drive?
Oh, does she have one?
At that time?
Yes, she did. It was a Volkswagen T1.
Okay. What color was it?
Black.
Okay. What did she actually pick you up in at the airport?
Like I said already, she went upstairs. I was down at the luggage carrier. She went upstairs to get a rental vehicle.
Okay. Did that seem odd to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. At some point, were you in contact with Landon with this news of Gannon being missing?
Absolutely. And once I decided there was an issue, and a legitimate issue, I think I called her first, couldn't get a hold of her, and then I started calling her daddy and other family members to try to get a hold of her. But I did talk to her Monday on the 27th that evening while still in at Fort Sill. And then I don't remember exactly along the way, but she said, I'll be there. And she started getting her travel arrangements set to get there. So
did she actually then come out to Colorado?
She did.
Where did she stay when she came to Colorado?
Initially, I don't remember how many nights. I think she stayed at my house for a night or two. I don't remember specifics. Majority of the time she got a hotel in town. It wasn't long that we all stayed in the house because we had to leave. So
when she got to town, and I think you said, did she come straight to your house?
I saw her for the first time at the sheriff's office, El Paso County Sheriff's Office downtown.
Okay. Well, was she staying somewhere in Colorado? Did she go to your house?
So she, from my recollection, she landed, came straight to the sheriff's office. I don't know if she did anything in between, but I saw her at the sheriff's office. We left there, I think, in my truck and went home. To my residence, 6627 Mandan Drive.
Did the fact that Landon was going to be staying in your house at 6627 cause tension between you and the defendant?
From her perspective, I can't speak for her perspective. I didn't see their need for tension because there's a little boy missing and we got to fight together at that point.
Okay. So, but was there tension between the two of you over that decision to allow Landon to be at the house?
I believe it created some tension in her mind.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't have that tension. No, sir. I'm just gonna speak to
Right. A disagreement though. Did she get mad at you for allowing Landon to be?
Yeah, we disagreed on that note. Yes.
Okay. At some point then, did that cause the defendant to actually move out of the Mandan Drive house? I'm not asking you for specific days, just a yes or no.
I believe that's what she said caused her, the defendant caused her to move out. Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. It's unclear if he's just speculating as to what was going on in the defendant's mind, or if this was actually verbalized to him. If it was verbalized to him, I think he can testify. If he's just speculating as to what she was thinking, I think it's inappropriate.
I agree. I don't think that he can testify as to what she was thinking at the time. He can testify as to what she did. He can testify as to what she said.
And that's what I'm trying to get across here. And I'm actually asking for a physical thing. Did she physically go to the house and take things out of the house and move out?
She did. Absolutely.
Roughly when did that occur?
Within the first week.
Okay.
I don't remember exact dates. I'm sure we'll get to that.
Okay. And so if we can put up People's Exhibit 26.
'26 hasn't been admitted yet.
I move for admission of 21 through
Oh, you're right.
31.
That's right. Yep. I'm sorry. Whoops. Go ahead.
All right. What is depicted in People's 26?
This would have been the defendant's closet in the master bedroom, bathroom area. Looks like it's been emptied out.
Okay. So did you move anything out of that closet?
No, sir, I did not.
Who did?
The defendant.
There's still some things that were left behind, it looks like.
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Are those some of the defendant's items as well? It may be hard to tell, but
It's hard to tell. I mean that you want me to be specific here? I mean, some of that stuff is my items, but
so I'm asking more about the things hanging. It looks like there's a belt or something and then some sort of a jacket maybe.
this belt looks like it would have been mine. Actually, I remember it because I had that little crease in it, and I cannot tell what jacket that is, to be specific about it.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 27. Is this another view of that same closet?
Yes. So that would have been my sweater. I don't know whose sweatshirt that is. And those are linens from our bedroom.
Linens from your bedroom?
Yeah, up here in the top corner from our bed.
Okay. And then, so looks like you said the defendant came in there and moved all those things out.
Yes, sir.
You didn't help her at all?
No, sir. There were other people helping her.
Okay. And then I want to jump now to People's Exhibit 28. What is this?
So this was Harley's room, and the door to Harley's room would have been over in this area, and then that's a door into her closet.
Okay. And then People's 29.
And that's walking into her closet, it looks like.
Her being Harley?
Harley, yes, I'm sorry.
So the clothes and the shoes and whatnot, is that all Harley's?
Those are Harley's shoes, yes, sir.
And then when the defendant moved out the week of that 27th, did Harley also move out?
Harley did, yes, sir.
Let's move on to People's Exhibit 30. Is that Harley's clothes hanging in that closet?
Yes, sir.
And People's 31. Is that the way the closet looked after Harley and Leticia moved out later the week of the 27th?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down now, Judge. Thank you. I want to go through and have you describe for us how you all would communicate. Did each person basically in the family, and when I say each person, I mean you, the defendant, Harley, have cell phones?
All three of us did. Yes, sir.
With separate phone numbers?
Separate phone numbers, yes, sir.
And then was there a fourth phone number that was assigned to Gannon and Lena?
Yes, sir. It was like the kid's phone. Yes, sir.
What was your phone number back then?
My phone number, 843-478-6714.
Who was the provider for that phone number?
I was.
I'm sorry, the cell phone provider.
Oh, AT&T.
Okay. And then what about Gannon's or the kid's phone?
843, I remember it was 6724 because it was just one digit off of my end. I don't remember the. Middle three.
Okay. So 843 area code.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. And then the last four, 6724.
6724.
Okay. Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
And then let's talk about Harley. Do you remember her phone number at that time?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you know who the cell phone provider was?
It was AT&T.
AT&T.
Also 843 area code for sure.
What is 843 area code?
That's coastal South Carolina at the time.
And then what about the defendant? Did she also have a cell phone?
She did.
Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
Do you know her phone number?
Yeah, yes, sir. 843-655-7460.
During the course of the investigation, did law enforcement ask you for access to the phone associated with the kids or Gannon's phone?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to that. We've already talked a little bit about vehicles. What was your vehicle?
I had I believe it was 2016, but Nissan Frontier. It was red, had a 6-inch lift on it, some big mud tires.
Was it a Titan?
No, it was a Frontier.
Frontier?
Nissan Frontier.
And you said what year was it?
I believe 2016, either 2015 or 2016.
Okay. Who typically drove that vehicle?
Typically, I did.
Anybody else drive it?
The defendant from time to time.
Did she like driving it?
I don't remember ever enjoying driving it.
Okay. And then what about Harley? We saw a picture of it, but that was a white VW Jetta, I think you said?
Yes, sir. 2018, I believe.
And then what about the defendant?
She had, I think it was 2019, but a Tiguan, a black Tiguan with black rims and kind of blacked out tint on her windows.
Did you all own that vehicle?
No, that was a lease.
So now I want to jump back to what we were talking about earlier when she picked you up at the airport. Did she give you a reason? Did she say why she wanted to drive a rental vehicle as opposed to her normal vehicle?
Yeah, her reasoning was we would be doing a lot of searching and driving around looking for Gannon, and due to her vehicle being a lease, she didn't want to go over the mileage on whatever those requirements or allotments were.
What kind of vehicle did she rent?
A little small. I don't remember. I think maybe a Kia. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a small little sedan.
What color was it?
I believe silver.
Was it white maybe?
Maybe white.
You don't have a good memory of that?
I don't, because we just parked it in the driveway and drove my truck around. So, which made totally no sense.
So let's talk about that. Did you actually own the pickup at that time?
I did.
Not a lease issue?
No, I was paying the note off, but I mean, I owned it. It was my name.
Why was it strange to you, the way you said this earlier, that there was a rented vehicle as opposed to her normal Tiguan vehicle that she was picking you up in?
Once again, and I know I've made this statement already about something else, but in these moments when it's an emergency, things like miles on your car don't matter. It doesn't matter what car we drive if we're going searching. So it just, and in the moment, I'm just like, whatever, just do what you want. But yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Did she tell you where the Tiguan was?
She did. She said it was, because I asked, it brings back memory. I asked, how did you get to the airport if your car's not here? Well, I parked it at French Elementary School, which is where she was employed. And one of my coworkers brought me, or former whatever it was, one of my coworkers brought me to the airport and dropped me off.
So just so we're clear, you asked her about that and she told you that one of her coworkers drove her to the airport and dropped her off.
Absolutely.
Is French Elementary School close to the Mandan Drive address?
I mean, it's on the south end of town, but I mean, it's a couple miles away.
Okay. Did you ever drive over to French Elementary School to look for that vehicle?
I did.
Did you find it there?
I did not.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Gannon's relationship with the defendant. How would you describe that relationship?
Trusting. I'm comfortable saying I think he had love in his heart for her. I don't think he was afraid of her or any fear for her. One of the things about Gannon that is special, and I think it's special about a lot of young boys, he absolutely loved his mom. And he had some of that same love for Tisha too.
So he was a mama's boy.
He was, absolutely.
How was, I guess, who would discipline the kids? And when I say the kids, I'm talking about the little ones. So Lena and Gannon.
Both of us, both myself and the defendant.
I want to get into now your relationship with the defendant. We talked about how you met her. How would you describe the relationship? Was it a loving relationship? What was it?
At what point?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Okay. I think loving is a good example. It was fun. It was, as you brought up, I was coming off of a divorce. So yeah, it was fresh. It was new. I had a good time. I didn't have custody of the kids at that point. So we were a little bit more free and, things we could do.
How old were Gannon and Lena when you met the defendant?
When I met her?
Yep.
2 and 5, I believe. I think that's right.
When did you first move in together?
So my officer school took me through August. I had to go to a 2-week phase in Alabama. Landon and I sold the house. It was I think I signed the papers and it sold while I was gone, but right in that same time frame, late July, early August, when I got back is when I might have moved my stuff into where we started renting a house, but I moved in late August.
Of what
something
year?
like that. 2014.
When did you first meet Harley?
Earlier in 2014, maybe March. I remember. Well, let me back up. I had exposure to her at the softball games and stuff, but I never really, had a conversation with her. But when I first met her, I actually remember helping her doing her homework the first time I met her. She was doing some vocabulary. I don't know why that stands out, but yeah, I was at Tisha's apartment in spring of 2014.
When were you officially commissioned in the National Guard?
I took my commission June 9th, 2016.
Did you change your duty assignment roughly around that same time?
Yeah, I was in National Guards, as you mentioned, is mostly reserve. So before I commissioned, I was enlisted, made it up to Sergeant First Class, E7. And in active guard status, I had to resign my full time in order to take my commission. And then I was in the reserve status for about 9 months before I went to Alaska.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, did you have to change where you were living and where you were assigned with the National Guard after you took your commission?
Not immediately.
Did you at some point move to Columbia, South Carolina?
I didn't move there. As soon as I commissioned, like I said, it's kind of hard to explain. National Guard's a little different. I resigned my full-time status, but you can get on temporary orders. And so I was on temporary orders in Columbia for a couple months. But I was close enough where I could commute, half the time or whatever.
Okay.
But I just stayed at the Armory in Columbia, South Carolina.
So that's where, when you say you stayed there, that's where you were working.
I worked there, and then I got a cot and stayed in an extra room down the hall or whatever it was.
And then the house that you mentioned earlier in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, did you and the defendant buy that house?
Right around that same time, yes, sir.
Do you remember going to Oklahoma roughly around that same time as well?
I did. I wasn't slated to go until January, and this trip to Oklahoma would have been for 6 months, and this was for my basic officer course, not to be confused with the 2 weeks in 2020.
Right.
So I went there. I was slated to go in January, but somebody dropped out, so I was able to go, I think, the end of July, and it took me through December, just shy of 6 months.
Did you take either Gannon and Lena with you to Oklahoma for this 6-month period?
I did not. At that point, their mother still had majority custody, so but they did come and visit. There was a few holidays or whatever, and I came home a couple of times to visit during that time period.
What about the defendant? Did she ever come to Oklahoma to visit?
The defendant did, as well as Harley.
Did she ever move to Oklahoma during that 6-month period with you?
She never moved. I don't remember her staying at maximum a week. I don't even think she stayed that long at any point.
Was it that year, 2016, when you learned of the job up in Alaska?
I did. While I was in Oklahoma, I learned of that.
Was that something that interested you?
Absolutely.
Did you apply to that position?
Absolutely.
When you finished that training in Oklahoma in 2016, where did you go after finishing that training?
I came home, I say home, but came to the house that the defendant and I owned in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. When did you actually get transferred up to Alaska, if you can tell us?
Yeah, so I spoke to this earlier. I came here for schooling. I got here, I think, April 1st, did 2 months here, and then I took the trip with the kids up to Alaska. So I think June 9th or something like that, I got up there. But I was on orders in the Alaska Guard on my way here, and then just did my training. So
You said June. What year are we talking about?
2017, once again, yeah.
What was I'm a Navy guy, so I don't understand National Guard.
Okay.
Are they bases, forts? What are they called?
Most of the time, your typical National Guard duty is going to be at an armory, like a local reserve center or something. They're all over Colorado Springs. This one is a little different because it was an active Guard unit, which is kind of rare in the Guard. But it was at Fort Greely, Alaska. I was stationed and lived on base.
So how long were you stationed up at Fort Greely?
Just shy of 2 years. Like as I mentioned, I got hired on in March. Went to my school here, and then that was 2017, and then February 2019, I was transferred here.
Was it roughly around that time that you actually filed for custody of Gannon and Lena?
No, I think I actually filed for custody before I left to Alaska. So is that the time period you're talking about?
Yeah, so when did you file for custody of Gannon and Lena?
So like February or March of 2017. I don't remember specific dates, but it was before I was leaving. Yes, sir.
Do you remember a specific incident occurring prior to you leaving for training where you and the defendant got into an argument?
Yes,
in
sir.
2017.
In 20.
I thought Pilates was easy. I was so wrong.
Everyone thinks that. Come on, babe. 2 more reps.
Honestly, no one.
Don't remember. Is there more you can give me?
I can't ask you leading questions, so I got to ask an open-ended question.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think we did get into an argument, a verbal argument about me taking the job in Alaska. That was it's a point of tension for sure.
Did she tell you whether she was supportive of you taking that job in Alaska or not?
I don't remember specifically if she said supportive, but all indications were no.
Was that the source of the fight?
I would say yes. That was the source of many verbal disagreements and arguments in that time period.
Were you all living together at that particular time?
Yes.
when this fight occurred?
Yes, sir, in the house in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Did the defendant take specific action regarding your belongings in the house?
Yeah, yes, sir, the day I was supposed to leave to come to Colorado for training, which would have been late March. I don't remember the specific date. Yeah, she threw all my stuff in the front yard and whatever, just said, I'm done with you kind of thing.
Said that, so you said, she said, I'm done with you kind of thing?
And I'm not quoting directly, but that's the theme of it. I'm done. Take your stuff and go and whatever.
Obviously the relationship didn't end then, is that right?
No, I think it was actually about a week or 8 or 9 days before we talked again. Not a lot of communication in those. I did talk to her the whole trip here, and then it was a couple of days after I got here, I think. So yeah, it was tough times.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant actually did come up to Alaska.
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Various times. I don't know. I don't remember specifically when she first showed up. I had already been there for a while. But she did come and then stayed for a week or 2 or 3 weeks here, a month there. I mean, she never moved there. I never felt like she moved there, I should say.
Well, and I'm probably just asking a bad question, but was there a period of time where it seemed as if there was a move where she actually brought Harley with her to Alaska?
Yes, there was a period of time, and this would have been that first summer, because what she told me was that she was looking for a job at the school and that she had enrolled Harley at the school in Delta Junction is the town, but that she was enrolled there. And then, that's where we're at.
Delta Junction, Alaska.
Yeah, which is where Fort Greely, the base, is located, is Delta Junction.
So did the defendant and Harley actually come to Alaska during that time frame?
They did. Those have been sometime June or July. I don't remember how long they stayed, like I said, but.
Did the defendant ever tell you? Did you say something, Judge?
No.
Okay, sorry. Did the defendant ever tell you whether she enjoyed being in Alaska?
She actually told me the opposite quite a bit, that she hated it there, that we should give it back to Russia. So
give Alaska back to Russia?
Just give it to them because it's so bad up there.
Would the defendant use manipulation on you in your relationship?
Absolutely.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Absolutely.
In this time period that we're talking about, where you were in Alaska, and she's telling you that she hated it, did she manipulate that situation to try to get you to leave that duty station?
Yes, sir. At the end, she did.
When you say the end, what do you mean by the end?
That's what her manipulating a situation is what led me to leave Alaska.
When did the manipulation in that regard change or cause you to start to leave Alaska?
That specific incident or set of incidents would have been in the fall of 2018.
What was the nature of that manipulation?
Objection 404B.
Counsel approach, please. The offered evidence is going to be is that Ms. Stauch made a claim regarding sexual harassment.
That's right.
Against some other people in his unit that may have made it uncomfortable for Mr. Stauch to remain in that unit, and apparently that's why he decided to change duty station. We're not going to get into what the substance of those allegations were. Mr. Stauch, you would be prohibited from saying or testifying whether or not you believed those allegations, whether or not you thought she was making them up, those kinds of things. You can say that she made them, and you can say that you can testify about how that made you feel and why you wanted to move, but you cannot testify about whether or not you thought they were true unless she told you something different. Okay? All right.
Well, Judge, I think it's as I was saying at the bench, it's a form of manipulation to get that to happen. And so I do think it would be proper for him to say whether it was an attempt by the defendant to manipulate him being assigned to that duty station.
He can go ahead.
Leading to him then changing duty stations to Colorado.
He can testify that he thought she was manipulating him, but he cannot testify that that's what she thought.
There you go.
Because in this case, I do think that there's some issue about whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain events or whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain conduct at some point in time. And so I do think that that is relevant. I think it's admissible. I think it goes to some of the heart of the issue of the evidence in this case. So I think that he can testify as to whether or not he thought he was being manipulated. and leave it at that. I don't think you can go any further than that. Mr. Tellini?
Yeah, and so I've got a couple different.
Go ahead.
I mean, one, basically what we're talking about, at least it sounds to me in making the record, that we're talking about propensity evidence. She manipulated him in Alaska, therefore when she was doing this other stuff in January of 2020, February of 2020 must have been manipulation as well. That is propensity. Further, there has been no 404B notice filed by the district attorney of the prior bad acts. I'm unaware of any case that I've come across that does away with Rule 404B just because we raised the issue of not guilty by reason of insanity. Obviously, we have some different experts that are going to come on that have been provided different evidence. Some of that may be described as 404B. And so that influenced that expert's decision. I think it would be relevant and admissible through that expert. I just don't think it's admissible through this witness we have here. Because whether or not he felt manipulated or not has no real bearing on what was going on in 2020, unless we're talking about propensity, or unless we're talking about other motive, other types of.
Join Planet Fitness for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th.
Hi, everyone. Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012,
I'd ask you.
Y'all, I'm just trying to fast forward. Poop, I said that wrong. Fast forward through all the bullshit. You know, I don't think we need the sidebars. I mean, we've already watched this once, and if you haven't, I mean, that's all a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo. I just want to hear who's on the stand, what they're saying. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to just get past all of the ads and the sidebars and the arguing and the bullshit so that we can just, focus on the trial in itself. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you guys so, so much. Please hit the like for me. Marina says, Leanie, how did they find out about this bias? Through her appeals. That's what happens when they have appeals. They, they go back through the evidence and back through the court case and back through every little thing that everybody said, including, see that dumb bitch walk by, y'all? Oh, somebody just slap her. Anyhow, they watch everybody, how they're looking at things. I mean, they're going over it with a fine tooth comb to find something to appeal with. And that's what happened. But the guy did disclose it, you guys. And from my understanding, even the judge knew about it, but because he was on the deliberating part, I guess they just didn't expect him to be actually called because he was one of the alternates. But just because you're an alternate does not mean that you don't sit and listen to testimony, and you don't deliberate unless they end up losing some of the jury. And that's what happened. That's what happened. He got called up because they lost 1 or 2 jury members, and so they had to go with it.
I'm a young man, but right.
And so I'm guessing that they were just hoping that nobody realized it. Well, of course they realized it. When somebody's been accused of this type of crime, if you got some good lawyers, you're going to find a loophole, and that's what these appeals are for. And here we are. So welcome back, everybody. We're back in the courtroom. We've got 3 minutes before this starts. Again, you guys, I'll fast forward it a little bit if I can. Thank you so much for being here. Will you hit the like for me? I appreciate it. Come on down out of the bushes. Let us know what you think. Have you watched this case when it happened? Are you going to rewatch it again? I will be going live with this case, God willing, and we will be watching the new trial together. Right now, as sad as I am about saying this, LETICIA is no longer a convicted killer. I can't believe I'm even saying that, but it was overturned. So she is no longer a convicted killer. Now she's someone who has been accused again of murder and like 4 other charges, I think. So it's all been thrown out, you guys, the whole damn thing, the whole shoot and shebang. Thank you, Melly Joe, for putting our disclaimer in chat. We're scrolling it across the top as well. Yeah, hopefully, Marina, they're going to use the same lawyer and the same judge. That way we could get it over quicker, because if they bring in new lawyers and maybe even a new judge, I don't know, but I know for sure lawyers, it could take a while to really get a defense back up and then go through everything and retry this case, or redefend the case, should I say. But if they stick with everybody, maybe we could get it done by the end of the year. That's the hope for me anyways. I don't want to see this drag on for 2 or 3 years. Fuck this bitch. Put her back in Gen Pop and let someone take her out. That's the way I look at it. All right, let's get back to it, guys.
So
right here is where Leticia's sitting, right over there. Right there. That dumb bitch. That bitch right there. It won't be very long before the judge makes her come and actually sit at the defense table, because he's going to be sick of her bullshit. I'm sick of her bullshit. I'm sick of looking at her, dumb bitch.
Are we gonna, Mr. Allen?
Thank you, G, for yeah. Can we get 100 likes? I don't even know what we're at. I don't even know what we're at.
I'll get him. Michael?
Yes. No, not again. I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
Okay.
So, are we good to go?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you've had your time with
Yes.
Mr. Okay, all right. Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
82. We're almost
okay?
there.
Judge, one thing, apparently,
We only
I'm
need
not sure if the
18
mics
more.
are actually, yeah, this is working. I just need to hold it closer.
That one is.
Yeah. And is that one turned on also?
Yes.
Okay.
The ones at council table remain off for the reasons that we discussed long ago.
Okay.
But the lectern is on, witness is on.
Hi, Jenny. Welcome. You got a lot going on over there in Arizona, honey. A lot going on. I'm watching your state big time. Watching this and covering the Nancy Guthrie trial. Listen, y'all got a lot going on over there. I wish you guys nothing but peace in your homes, for real. Smash the like button, Marina says. Listen, we only need 18 more likes, and then I'll shut the hell up about that. Look at that dumb bitch standing in the corner. You
All
guys,
right,
she
for the
looks
jury,
like
please.
She looks like Methuselah over there, hair all stringy and shit in her face. Oh my God. Oh. All right, let me shut the hell up, you guys.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People versus Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the examination of Mr. Stauch. That's where we will resume. Mr. Stauch, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So Al, we were just getting into whether the defendant manipulated your assignment to Alaska. Did she, well, let me ask you this. There was a point in time where she raised sexual harassment claims that caused tension for you and your command in Alaska. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that involve a Corporal Jenkins and a Lieutenant Colonel Ortega?
Captain Jenkins and yes. Lieutenant
Captain
Colonel.
Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I don't know these National Guard ranks.
It's Army.
Army?
Yeah,
Okay.
Army.
Again, I don't know that either. I'd asked you before whether she was happy being assigned, having you all living up in Alaska, and I think you said no.
Absolutely not. Yes.
Did this claim of sexual harassment, not asking you whether it was true or not, but did that lead to you eventually leaving Alaska and coming to Colorado?
Yes, sir. It did.
Were there two specific things that you witnessed that were sort of at the heart of these sexual harassment claims?
Yes, sir.
Did one of those involve Captain Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Was that a time when you were at some establishment and there was some drinking involved?
Yeah, me and the defendant showed up for dinner and the other person was already there and had been drinking. Yes, sir.
The other
When my Bosch dishwasher gets my dishes cleaner and drier, I feel like Guy.
person being Captain
Captain
Jenkins?
Jenkins, yes, sir.
Was that one of the issues that the defendant raised as the basis for sexual harassment?
That situation, yes, sir. A comment he had made.
Okay. And we're not calling Captain Jenkins, so we don't need to get into what he said,
Yes,
okay? And then as it relates to Colonel Ortega, did you witness a specific event that was an interaction between Lieutenant Colonel Ortega and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What was that specific thing?
Let me describe the event.
Yes, that you witnessed.
I was the S1, which is the personnel officer for the battalion. Lieutenant Colonel Ortega was a battalion commander. I was still in the office. The defendant was coming to pick me up because we only had one vehicle in Alaska. And she was coming from the house to pick me up. And when I came out of the building, he was leaning over into the truck, talking to her. I don't know what they were talking about or anything. And then as soon as he saw me, he left, didn't stop and, communicate with me, just left and walked away. And that was it.
Okay. And so did the defendant specifically use that incident as another part of the allegation of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
Did she file a formal complaint with your command?
There was, I don't know. I don't think it was with the command. I think it went through the state. So
Okay.
Alaska National Guard. I don't know the specifics of it. My only involvement was to basically say what I just said.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, when I say command, again, I'm not informed on National Guard. Did she inform the National Guard of this complaint of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that?
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you issues in your unit?
Yes, sir.
And did that eventually lead to you transferring from Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time when she specifically sent you a text and told you that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And did that text also include a ultrasound picture?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she was actually pregnant with twins?
Yes, sir.
Was that another form of manipulation?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. You can ask him how he felt about it.
Did the defendant ever give birth to twins?
No, sir.
Did it ever turn out that she was pregnant with twins?
No, sir.
Sustained. Jury will disregard that answer.
Well, did you ever go to any doctor's appointments with the defendant?
For that specific instance, no.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to any doctor's appointments for that specific incident?
I'm confident that she didn't. No, sir.
So we talked about the sexual harassment claim and that causing tension in your unit, and that eventually leading to you transferring from Alaska, right?
Yes, sir.
When did that actual transfer occur?
Like I said previously, when I say boots on ground, I arrived here February 15th, I believe, 2019.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant preceded your move to Colorado.
Yes, sir.
When did she leave Alaska?
So she wasn't in Alaska. She came to Alaska for a couple weeks or a month, I think in December of, that would have been 2018. She brought the kids with her, that being Gannon and Lena and Harley as well. And then we stayed there. Actually, we stayed in a house on one of the bases, like a temporary house. And then, like I told you, they came ahead of me about a month and a half or so.
Okay. So you're saying that they being the defendant and the kids.
Yeah, all the names I listed, the defendant, Harley, Gannon, and Lena.
Would that have been in January of 2019?
I believe they came in January because we did Christmas in Alaska.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant actually found the 6627 Mandan Drive house, and that's where you all moved into.
Yes, sir.
You remember the defendant filing burglary allegations in 2019?
Yes, sir.
How many different ones did she file?
I believe it was 2, to my recollection.
One of those specific claims was a burglary in the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were some things that she pointed to you to support that as being a valid burglary claim.
Yes, sir.
One of which was a hammer hanging from a string in the garage.
Yes, sir.
That included potentially somebody had maybe got into the attic access in the garage.
A squatter is how she referred to it.
Was there ever a squatter in your house?
No, sir. No one was ever found.
Did you have an ammo can in the house?
I did. Yes, sir.
Was it dumped out on the floor and made to look as if someone had rummaged through it?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask him what he found and what it looked like.
Okay. Tell us what you remember about this ammo can.
In this specific break-in allegation, the ammo can, I kept it, I think next to the bed or under the bed or something, and it was open and dumped out like somebody had been rummaging through the ammo can. One of the clothes hampers was dumped out, and the bed was kind of pushed. The mattress was pushed off the box spring, just enough to look like somebody had forced their way through that area.
Did the defendant tell you that that was another piece of evidence or sign that there had been a burglary in your house?
She did.
Was there also a gunshot claim?
There was.
Did this come from the defendant to you?
Yes, sir.
What did she say about that?
She claimed that she fired one of the weapons, I don't remember which one, up the storm well. That's pretty much what the summation of it.
So let's talk a little bit about that. One of the weapons you said. Did you have firearms in the house?
I did, yes, sir.
What kind of weapons?
I had a 9mm, a Smith & Wesson 9mm compact. I had I don't remember the brand, but it was a black and Tiffany green 9mm full size. I also had AR pistol type gun. There was a 20 gauge Benelli youth shotgun and a 12 gauge. It was all black shotgun. I forget the brand. And then I think there was at least one Smith & Wesson little 380 compact as well.
So when she's telling you that there was a weapon that she fired in I think you said the storm well, is that the window well?
Yeah, and the specific one was the window well next to, if you remember the picture where the computers were, there was a window well right behind those computers. That's the one she said that she fired it out of.
Did you ever find a shell casing associated with that gunshot?
No, sir.
In that particular, those pistols that you're talking about, the Smith & Wesson 9mm, that what sounds like a Tiffany green or blue 9mm and that 380, are those semi-automatic handguns?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with semi-automatic handguns?
Sir.
Have you fired them?
I don't know specifically the 380.
So what I'm asking is generalized.
Oh,
Have you?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
When you fire those weapons, does the slide automatically slide back and eject the shell casing?
Ejects it and then loads the next round into the chamber.
Did you ever see any evidence that that gun had been fired in that window well in the basement?
No, sir.
Did the defendant ever admit to you that she made up those burglary claims?
Yes, sir.
What did she say?
I don't remember specifics, but I don't know how much you want me to elaborate, but I had to do some digging and eventually I found out that most of the story she had told was just not accurate. And then she finally admitted to making up the claims of break-ins. I don't remember if she gave a reason why either.
In your mind, was that another attempt or attempts at manipulating what was happening in your relationship?
Absolutely.
At some point in 2019, did you and the family get into family counseling?
Not family counseling.
What counseling?
Yeah, Gannon and Lena specifically.
Okay. What about the defendant?
To my knowledge, I don't think she had counseling.
Okay. Did she make specific comments to you about Gannon that led to you wanting to get Gannon into this counseling?
Yeah, there was two reasons. And do you want me to elaborate on that?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as these are things that she told you as to things that led you to want to get Gannon into counseling.
Yes, sir. One of the reasons is the other reason was, like I said before, he was a mama's boy, and both the kids had struggles with. We had a little bit of back and forth of custody issues, so that was part of the reason. The other reason is she made a claim that he was coming after her to some degree.
He and
Gannon coming after the defendant to some degree, and so once again, twofold mission with the counseling: one, to make sure he's dealing with his, the situation with his mom and being apart from her, and then also the counseling should uncover anything else that's going on or any disdain he had for the defendant.
Who was the defendant closer to as far as the two little kids? So Gannon and Lena.
Lena, undoubtedly.
Did you say undoubtedly?
Absolutely, she was.
Whose idea was it to move Gannon to the basement?
It was mine.
Okay. Did you ever witness Gannon displaying any behavior that would support the claim that Gannon had it out for the defendant?
Absolutely not. Towards no one. I absolutely never witnessed that, period.
Did you ever take family trips together?
With the defendant and the three children?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, was there a trip in early January of 2020?
That would have been just myself and the defendant.
Okay. What was that trip?
It was to celebrate our anniversary, and we went on a cruise out of southern Florida.
Did you need a passport for that cruise?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Did you ever take any trips with the defendant that required a passport?
I don't remember specifically. We had one when we went through Canada just to get it stamped, just for remembrance. I don't remember specifically. Well, we did. We went to Mexico. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, I forgot about that.
That's okay. So that leads to this question: did you have a passport?
I did. Yes.
When you said you went to Canada to get it stamped. You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
When you went to Mexico, did you get your passport stamped?
Yes, sir.
Did you see her with a passport?
In Mexico, yes.
Did she get that passport stamped in Mexico?
I don't remember. I would assume it would have had to been because we went to a resort in Mexico. So,
But you know for a fact that she did have a passport.
she did, absolutely.
In this, and I'm going to ask you to give me a more specific timeline, but in late 2019, early 2020, where was the defendant working at that time?
If your cat is slowing down, this is for you.
Eggs or tuna? Eggs. Tuna has too much mercury.
Early 2020, I don't know, but late in 2019, she was employed, I believe it's Whitefield School District 3 and French Elementary School, as I referenced earlier. She was attempting, is what she
Well, let me get to that. I'll get to that in just a second. So she was working in late 2019 at Whitefield School District. That's
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay. And again, that's for our court reporter. She'll get mad at me in a minute if we keep doing that. Was she enjoying her work there?
She was not.
Did she tell you that?
Absolutely.
What did she tell you?
She had a conflict based on her educational status. She had a conflict with a principal where she thought she was more educated and should have more of a leadership role. And then just other stuff surrounding that. I don't remember specifics, but.
So let's unpack that a little bit. When you said that she had a conflict because she felt like she was more educated, you mean the defendant felt like she was more educated than the principal?
Yes, the defendant. Yes, sir.
Did you ever go to French Elementary School?
I did. Yes, sir.
How many times did you go visit her there?
I don't remember exactly, but I would cook lunch and take her lunch for her and her coworkers. And you may elaborate on that a little bit.
So just you would go there and take lunch?
Yeah, with her and sit and eat sometimes with her. Sometimes I would drop it off. Yes,
Did you see her interactions with people at the school?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any problems with anybody at the school?
Not with her, the team that she was always with.
That conflict that you described with her and the principal, did that lead to her manipulating, in your mind, getting out of that particular school?
Allow it, overruled.
In my mind, it did, in accompanying with an injury claim she had as well.
Did she, okay, so let's ask, I'm going to ask you about that.
Okay.
Did she specifically tell you about some allegations she made about being injured at the school?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell you?
That she was standing on a bench or standing on the bookshelf or something, but she fell and a bookshelf fell and hit her in the head and she had a head injury from that.
Did you ever see any signs on the defendant of being injured from either falling or having a bookshelf fall on her head?
No, sir.
Did that lead you to believe that this was another manipulation by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what kind of work she was hoping to get into?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
She always had talked about wanting to be an airline flight attendant. And so I think from what I understand, she started pursuing that late 2019 through the Christmas holiday and into early 2020.
Who was she pursuing employment with?
Spirit Airlines.
Where's Spirit Airlines out of, to your knowledge?
I have no clue. I know she went to Orlando, Florida for Spirit Airlines training is what she told me.
When did that happen?
I think shortly after Christmas, within a day or two after Christmas, 2019. And it was a short trip.
You mentioned earlier when we were first talking about the weekend of January 25th, Saturday, Sunday, January 26th, your mom being in town.
Yes, sir.
When did your mom get into town here in Colorado Springs?
She was here for about a week, if I remember correctly. I don't remember a specific date, but she was there, I think, that whole week.
Did she stay in a hotel or at the house?
At the house.
Where did she sleep?
Oh, I don't remember that specific time where she slept.
Okay. You mentioned that there was Gannon's bed in his bedroom. That's a yes or no?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And then there was a second bed in Gannon's bedroom?
Yes.
And then there was a bed in Harley's bedroom?
Yes.
There was the master bedroom?
Yes.
And then you had couches both downstairs and upstairs. Do you remember, with that in mind, where your mother slept when she visited you in?
I still don't, not that specific visit.
Okay. How were you and the defendant getting along during this period of time when your mom was visiting?
Not well.
How was the defendant interacting with your mom?
I think it was fine and peaceful. I don't remember it being there any negativity.
Was there anything out of the ordinary?
I don't remember.
Okay. You mentioned going up to DIA on January 25th after having dinner and all that sort of stuff. Is that the last time you saw Gannon alive?
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything to him?
Yeah, he was, we were at the top of the stairs and I was getting ready to leave with mom and me and Gannon were at the top of the stairs and I just gave him a hug and I always used to rub my fingers through his hair and just told him I love you. And something I would always tell the kids when I had to leave or when they would go back to their mom's house was like, you know, you're always going to be in my heart and I'm always going to be in your heart. But I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you. And I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday. Yeah.
We got into this a little bit earlier about the phones, and I asked you specifically about the phone that was assigned to Gannon and Lena, and whether law enforcement asked you for access to that phone. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Turn man approach.
You may.
Yeah, I remember.
You recognize this?
Absolutely, that's their phone.
What is this?
That's Gannon and Lena's phone from that time period.
Does it appear to be changed at all?
It does not.
Okay. Now I move for admission of People's 228.
No objection. Exhibit 228 will be admitted.
I asked you earlier about when you would take trips together. Do you remember taking a trip to Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur? You okay?
Yes.
Is there Kleenex up there?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
I think 2018, spring, it was right before that volcano erupted. So I think it was spring of 2018.
Who went on that trip?
The defendant, myself, all three children, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
You remember taking a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
Yeah, we took multiple pictures and videos. Yes, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
People's exhibit number 15. If you need to take it out of the sleeve, you can do that.
Excuse me. I recognize it. I recognize my initials right there.
What is People's Exhibit 50?
Now I also see the date of when I initialed it. It says Facebook video of Gannon Stauch.
Is this a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And you saw the content?
I
of
did.
this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that recording from Gannon in Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's 50.
Leany?
Your approach.
Is there an objection?
Yes, it's relevant.
Alan?
Do you want to say it from here? Yes.
Yeah. Sure.
While I was in Alaska, I don't remember exactly. So between 2017 and 2018, somewhere.
Did you take another cruise with the defendant in the summer of 2019?
We did. Yes, sir.
Who was on that trip?
Myself, the defendant, Harley, and Gannon, and I think one of Harley's friends as well.
You mentioned taking a trip to Mexico. When was that?
That would have been right before I went to Oklahoma for 6 months. So 2016,
Where in Mexico did you go?
Cancun.
Was the defendant with you?
Yes.
Was she with you besides going to the bathroom or shopping or something like that, was she basically with you the whole time during that trip?
Yeah, there was one time I've was sleeping and she said she went out and got dinner. Other than that, I think we were together 90% of the, I mean, a majority of the trip.
Did she ever tell you about waking up in the tent with cartel members?
Never heard that story from her mouth, sir. No.
Did you ever have stressors in your relationship between you and the defendant as it relates to finances?
Yes, sir.
What kind of lifestyle did the defendant want to live while you were with her? Based on things that either she told you or that you saw?
I mean, a classic example is she always compared herself and wanted to be like Kim Kardashian. That was kind of her main thing she looked towards. I think a best way to sum it up is always wanted to live above our means.
To live above your means?
Yes, sir. That's a good way to sum it up.
Did you agree to being living above your means?
There was examples where I gave and there was examples where I didn't.
But was that ultimately a source of tension between you and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever accuse you of infidelity or cheating?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about that storage room. Was it typical that you would keep luggage in that storage room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember any specific suitcases that were kept in there?
Yeah, there was like a reddish orange one. They had some flowery, I don't know how to explain it, but some patterns on it. There was a large green one. I'd say extra large green one, actually. There was a few smaller, like carry-on size black suitcases. So we had quite a few.
Where did the large green one come from?
I believe that, well, I know for a fact it came from Landon, which is Gannon's mother, her aunt Veronica. Landon took a trip there at some point in mine and Landon's relationship, and she came back with that suitcase full of clothes. And I just kept it after me and Landon split up.
And was that also stored in that storage room?
It was.
Did you ever use that large green suitcase on trips?
I used it more so when I moved or PCS'd. I don't remember using it on a trip or vacation because it was just too big.
Do you remember being shown a picture of a suitcase under a bridge in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize that suitcase?
Yes, sir.
What did you recognize it as?
That same extra large green suitcase from my house.
I want to have you flip to People's Exhibit number 48 in that notebook.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of that extra large green suitcase we've been discussing.
Under a bridge?
I can see the footings of the bridge. I can't really see the bridge structure itself, but.
Does that appear to be the same suitcase that we've been talking about that Landon's Aunt Veronica gave to Landon when you and Landon were married?
Yes, sir.
That was stored in the storage room?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 48.
No, Exhibit 48 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And may we publish? Oh, there we go. What do you remember about that suitcase other than it being large?
There was a few things that were broken on it. I don't know if I don't know if the wheel was, but I think the handle on the other side was broken. There's a few things that had just worn down over time on it. But the size is the big thing. I remember how large the suitcase was. So.
Okay. All right. May I approach?
You may.
What's been marked as People's Exhibit number 33. Obviously a disc. Do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Because I initialed and dated it 31 March.
Did you watch the contents of this disc?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a video that you have seen?
Yes.
Okay. I move for admission of People's Exhibit 33.
Defense. Objection. Exhibit 33 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In permission to publish, right?
You may.
We need the screen, Judge.
It's not, you're not feeding yet. I have a pre-screen up here so that they can see. Okay.
I just don't know what to do.
stating, initially, Scott, I can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise it's the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? I did it. Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right. So listen. We're all right. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay. So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my
Okay. Shh. Listen. So tomorrow.
That was a couple of.
Council, approach for a moment, please.
It's okay.
One that was in our house somewhere. I just don't think it was a typical blanket. It wasn't his.
It was not his.
It was not his blanket, and it was not typically on his bed.
Okay. You can take that down for now. I want to jump back, Mr. Stauch, to when we were talking about your trip to Hawaii in 2018. And I previously showed you People's Exhibit number 50, which was that disc. I think I might have left it up here. Let me check, actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This time I move for admission of people. Request permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini? Subject to prior objection. Objections?
That was me. I hit the mic.
Okay, all right. The objection's overruled. Exhibit 50 is admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
So before we start playing People's Exhibit 50, who do we see on screen there?
That's Gannon.
Go ahead and play it.
Where you at? In Hawaii, go.
When you got back from Oklahoma, Mr. Stauch, did you participate in searches for Gannon?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about what you did to look for Gannon.
The first day, which would have been Tuesday, 28th, left the airport and then came home and just got somewhat organized. And then there was a story about Gannon running away or walking away. And there was somebody said they might have seen him at a gas station in Fountain. And so
let me ask you specifically. You don't know whether that was a true statement or not, correct?
In the moment, I didn't. No.
Okay. But did that cause you to go do things to see if that was in fact a legitimate sighting of Gannon?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
Myself and the defendant in my truck, my red Nissan truck, drove to that gas station. I went in. Well, I think I met the officer there, if I remember correctly, and went in and watched whatever he allowed me to watch the footage of what boy that was alleged to be Gannon coming in and out of the store, and so I could confirm if it was him or not.
Was it Gannon?
It was not. It was another boy with his father or whatever, another boy with an older man.
Just wasn't Gannon.
It just was not Gannon. No, sir.
What else did you specifically do to look for Gannon?
There was times when after the day was over, I'd drive around at night just seeing if I could spot him. That specific, I believe it was Tuesday as well, I had been downtown to the sheriff's office, given an interview, and then came back home and checked on the girls, being Harley and Lena, and then told them I was going out searching again, and went to the Walmart and Fountain. I was heading to the Walmart and Fountain, just maybe he's in the video game section or GameStop or something. Thinking of places he would be. And then it occurred to me, or I remembered that the defendant had said her car was at French Elementary School. And so I never actually went to Walmart. I went directly to French Elementary School to look for her vehicle.
And you previously told us that you didn't see her vehicle there.
Absolutely not. I drove around the school 3 times just to make sure I wasn't missing it.
Did she ever tell you where her car actually was?
Never did. That was the only thing she ever told me, was that I left it at French Elementary School.
At some point, based on things that you're learning, did you, in your mind, did it change from Gannon didn't come home from a friend's house to something different?
That was really the key moment. There was a lot of things we've discussed, a number of them, some discrepancies in the pictures, the rent-a-car situation. I think I had already known at that point that I had talked to my neighbors, and surveillance from their house, he had never walked in here.
Well, I think what he's describing, Judge, is what he saw on surveillance.
You can't talk about what your neighbor said to you, but you can describe what you saw on the surveillance tape. Okay?
So 2 different circumstances. This is not the surveillance tape of the truck. This is.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you have an occasion to see surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood? Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Gannon ever walking away on those videos from your house and never returning?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay.
So back to.
Well, I have to ask a question. Okay. So you were earlier describing an accumulation of things that led you to change your opinion or your mind as to what actually happened with Gannon.
Yes, sir.
And you said, I think one of the big things was the defendant telling you that her car was at French, you go to French, and it's not there.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was the key moment when I switched from she knows more than she's telling me she knows.
Did you also participate in interviews at the sheriff's office as it relates to the investigation into Gannon's disappearance?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go to the sheriff's office?
Twice on that day, once before the driving to French, and then immediately following that, I called them and said something's wrong, and I went immediately back to the sheriff's office after that.
In that same time frame, did the defendant add any additional information that she told to you as it relates to Gannon's missing?
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
Well, did she at some point tell you that she was raped?
That was the next morning.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What did she say about being raped?
I'm not sure the date.
Sure, I'll clarify. We were talking about January 28th.
Yes, sir.
Just now about you doing interviews at the sheriff's office. You said the next morning, so that would be January 29th. Is that accurate?
Wednesday, January 29th. Yes, sir.
What did the defendant tell you on January 29th as it relates to being raped?
So I slept on the couch. She called me into the room, and then she proceeded to tell me a story about how a man got in the house somehow. I don't remember that specific version, but he got in the house, raped her, abused her, beat her, and then beat Gannon up and took Gannon. And you want me to keep going on that specific?
I want you to tell what she said in that particular story.
Right. And then she also said he had got burned and then she said that I said, well, where's everything at? Like all the mess, the blood and everything. She said, well, I cleaned it up. I got scared. And it's okay. Well, where's the bloody mess, the clothes, the rags, whatever. Well, I disposed of it. Well, where did you dispose of it? It wasn't in the trash can at the house. It was somewhere else. And it was just this long string of stuff.
Okay. So let me break in there.
Sure.
It sounds like the way you're describing that's a discussion that you had specifically with her where you're asking her questions and she's responding to your questions.
Well, there was 2 parts, and that's why I asked you about elaborating. The first one was just her talking.
Okay. And so, but the last part that you just described, it sounded like you were describing an interaction where you're asking questions and she's answering questions.
Yes. And at this point, Landon was also sitting in there talking with us as well, just to clarify.
When you had the opportunity to view neighbors, I guess ring doorbells or surveillance videos, did you see any strange men on those videos going to your house?
So to clarify, I did, and I was stopped because it was hearsay, but I never saw surveillance of him leaving or not leaving on foot. I'm sure we'll get to the other surveillance later, but I never saw that. That was just what the neighbors told me.
So what I'm asking you right now, Al, or Mr. Stauch, I apologize, is did you see on any of the neighborhood video any strange men going into or out of your house?
Sure.
When
I think he said he's never watched any videos. This was just one neighbor.
That's not what he said.
No, he overruled. re-ask the question.
Yep. Just so the record is very clear.
Okay.
Did you watch surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood to see anything as it relates to Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You didn't watch any videos?
Well, I did watch the one video with the truck, but I don't think we've gotten there yet, or we're there. I don't know where we're at,
Okay.
Mr. Allen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. What I'm asking is very specifically, did you watch some neighborhood video from neighborhood surveillance video about the time that Gannon went missing?
I watched one, and that was him leaving the truck and coming back home. That's
Okay.
the only one I watched.
Okay, so you didn't watch any other videos to see, to either confirm or not confirm that a strange man had come into the.
I've seen nothing
Okay,
else.
all right, thank you for clarifying that. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
At some point, and I don't know the reasons why, but I was directed to go to the FBI's office and start, I call it being questioned, but just kind of giving a background history of our relation, mine and the defendant's relationship, and kind of what we've been doing so far this morning. And from that, it turned into pretext phone calls.
Okay, what do you mean by pretext phone calls?
Phone calls where I would get on the phone with the defendant while I was at the FBI office and be giving direction, and they also gave me the flexibility to talk with her normally, but be giving direction on things to say and things to ask and whatnot.
Who was involved with that process? Obviously you were, but who else from the investigation side was involved in that process?
So, of course, yeah, I was there. The defendant was on the phone, and then there was Mark Riley was present.
So I'm going to break in every time you say a name. Who is Mark Riley?
Mark Riley, I think a detective at the sheriff's office or investigator. I'm not sure his role at the time. Jess Bethel, a similar role to Mr. Riley, from what I understand. FBI agent, Mr. Hughes. I don't know his title, a specific title. Amber Cronin.
Who was Amber Cronin with?
FBI as well. John, I always say his name wrong, Grusing or Grusling.
Grusing?
With the FBI. I saw him passing other agents, but those were the ones that I remember being specifically in there. There may have been others. I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember maybe like this agent back here, Andrew Cohen?
I remember him walking around a lot. I don't remember him being specifically with me on any of the phone calls. I may be wrong about that, but.
Would these phone calls originate sometimes by you calling the defendant and other times where the defendant would call you?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that it was the defendant on the other end of that phone?
I recognize her voice, and we would always talk about something relevant that would, I would know it was her, whether it was Gannon or something about our relationship or our life in general.
Would you also in those conversations talk about specifics to the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Would the FBI agents or the sheriff's office agents, detectives, pass information to you to specifically ask the defendant?
Yes, sir.
On some of those recorded phone calls, can you actually hear people whispering to you?
Yes, sir.
And the judge, what I intend to get into next is admitting discs and then playing those discs. And some of these phone calls are pretty long. I don't know if you want to go through the admission now and then we can do that other process when we get back, or.
So are any of them less than, say, 15 minutes?
Because of contextual issues, I think it makes sense to play them in order as opposed to breaking them up. The very first one is an hour and 57 minutes.
All right, so let's do the foundational elements necessary for admission,
Okay.
And then we can play them after lunch. And probably just admit all of them at the same time,
Yep.
and then go from there.
And so for the record, Judge, what I'll be showing him for admission is People's Exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59.
Okay.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
Can I just stay up here with this?
Yeah, that's fine.
People's Exhibit 35, obviously a disc again. Do you recognize it?
To the front of it. Yes, my initials and the date.
Have you had a chance to listen to this recording that's on this disc?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes, sir.
People's Exhibit 36, do you have your initials and date on that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you listen to this recording?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes, sir.
People's 37, are your initials and date on this?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to listen to this item?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes.
People's 38, do you have your initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
39, do you have your initials?
All right, guys, what's going to happen now is he's just going through, he's showing them all, we're going to be listening to some audio now between him and LETICIA that was organized by the FBI and the police department, sheriff's department, whatever they've got going on there. They're going to be coaching him on what to say. They're trying to get a confession, trying to get her to lie about something. They believe she's the one that's done it. But like I said, being able to arrest someone is far different than being able to get a conviction, as we know. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to fast forward through just this part. They're going to go to lunch. We're going to fast forward to that. He said the first one that we're going to listen to, because we're going to listen to him in chronological order. At this point, LETICIA has already moved out of the house. You guys, she's pissed off that Landon, the ex-wife, came and stayed in the house. Oh, do I understand a little bit of that? But that's for another time. It's not now. Anyways, she moved out of the house, so they're communicating via phone. So the police are trying just to get everything they can to build a case, because that's, you know, it's one thing to be able to arrest somebody and a whole nother to be able to prove guilt and get a conviction. And then here we are, it gets turned over. All right, so I'm going to fast forward this. We're going to just only listen to the first one. He said it's about an hour and a half long. I've got it on 125 speed because I feel like they were talking too slow for me in my brain. So it'll take approximately 45 minutes to an hour, and then we'll close this one down. If you guys can stick around for it, thank you so much. I appreciate you. If not, maybe you can catch it on the replay, and thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Will you do me a favor? Hit the thumbs up. That's all I ever ask of this channel. Let me fast forward through this and get them out of break and back into the courtroom. And then we'll go back and listen to the first phone call between Al and LETICIA. This dumb cunt. Oh, there's video. Okay. Hold on, little bucks. I'm getting there. Let me go back just a little. All righty. Okay. All right. Let me shut the hell up. Thank you guys so much for being here.
2020 through January 29th, 2020.
Yes, what I've seen so far, yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I've moved for admission of People's 32.
Defense?
I don't mind if they use this exhibit to refresh his recollection as to time and dates and so forth. I don't have a proper foundation has been laid as far as the admission of the exhibit, as far as where these text messages came from, how they came into being, and so forth. I think they'll probably be laid through a different witness later on.
I don't have Exhibit 32, so all I know is that they are generally described as text messages. Let me see them. Okay. And that's accurate. I don't have 32, right?
No.
Okay.
What you have is photographs.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Assume you want to.
Is that? Mr. Allen?
So, Mr. Stauch, how do you know what those are?
Just some of the ones I've looked at so far come back to my mind of text messages and conversations myself and the defendant had in this general time frame.
Did you receive those on your personal cell phone that is signified by the phone number on the front cover of that sheet?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
And the number that they are attributed to as to coming from, is that from essentially what you understand as the defendant's phone.
Yes, sir.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 32 is admitted.
If you, I'm not going to have all of these displayed on the screen, Mr. Stauch, because it would be obviously a lot of text messages there. But can you flip to January 27th at 2:48 a.m.?
Is it a page number?
No, you'll have to look at the time and date stamp. So it'll be closer to the front.
January 27th at what time?
2:48 a.m.
2:48 a.m. Yes.
Do you see a text message from the defendant's phone at 2:48 a.m. on January 27th?
Yes, sir.
What does that text message say that was sent to you?
It says he is in the bathroom again and blood coming out butthole, and he is crying about going to school tomorrow like this. And he is still upset about the candle accident. I told him it's fine and that as long as he was okay, not to worry about something minor we can fix, and let's worry about his stomach hurting.
So when the text message in your mind says he is, who is the he is in that text message?
Gannon.
How do you know that?
Because I don't know if it's in these text message thread, but we had discussed his that specific stomach incident previously already in this general time frame.
Okay. So based on context, you were able to determine that at least from the defendant's phone is a text saying that Gannon is bleeding out of his butt.
Yes.
Had that ever occurred before?
If there was any, I mean, so and I mentioned this previously, he did have a stomach issue where he'd get severely constipated and would have, that'd be too graphic, but have, some large pieces of stool that was hard to pass. And he may have a little bit of blood in the stool or but he would never bleed, like a gush or drip or anything like that. It would just be a drop or something associated with that. So nothing serious like this.
Okay. Can you find a text at 8:10 a.m. that has a reference to lighting a candle, Gannon lighting a candle?
What date, Mr. Allen?
Same day.
Same day.
If I change the day, I'll tell you, but 8:10 a.m.
Thank you. 8:10 a.m. Don't see 8:10 a.m. about the candle.
Well, do you generally remember getting a text from the defendant's phone referencing that Gannon lit a candle because the smell from poop?
Yes, I remember that.
Was that odd to you that purportedly Gannon would light a candle?
Yeah, I don't remember him ever playing or lighting candles on his own accord.
Okay.
If he was directed to, maybe, but never, going in and doing that on his own.
Next thing I want to ask you about is, were you aware from the defendant about the defendant taking Gannon and Lena hiking at Garden of the Gods on the 26th?
Sir.
What did the defendant tell you about that hiking trip?
I believe there was some talk about him pooping in his pants or having an accident during that hiking, somewhere in that afternoon that they went hiking.
Did the defendant express any frustration with that incident?
I don't remember. I don't know if frustration is right word. I don't remember what the feeling was that she displayed, but there was a conversation about it.
Well, how would you characterize the way that she was expressing that story to you?
I mean, I can speak more generally. I just know that it was always a frustrating or she didn't like to have to clean it up or deal with that part of Gannon.
Having to clean up after?
Yeah, when he had an accident.
Okay. And then we already had previously talked about, you got a text message on the 28th in the morning, 2 text messages actually with those pictures of Gannon in bed.
From the bedroom, yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you got back to Colorado from Oklahoma, did you meet with detectives at a Starbucks?
Yes, the Starbucks in Fountain, yes, sir.
Was that on January 28th, 2020? So
Tuesday, yes, sir. It was Tuesday the 28th, yes, sir.
Okay. Who was with you when you went to that Starbucks?
Myself and the defendant. I mean, and then whatever detectives were there. I don't remember specifically. I think there was 2 or 3, but as far as our side goes, it was myself and the defendant.
The phone that we admitted earlier, Gannon's phone, is that when you gave that phone to the detectives so that they could use it for investigative purposes?
I believe so, but I don't remember specifically when I turned it over to them.
Okay. What did you tell the detectives at that time? And I'm asking you in the general sense. Obviously, you probably don't remember word for word.
Yeah, I know we're working through he's missing and what we had done so far, I think, and what I knew about what I had done as far as like calling his friend's parents and, calling his mom and stuff like that. I remember that being a part of it, I think. Also, we had his Nintendo Switch box because he was.
So let me stop you there, and we'll get to some of that.
Okay.
When you said what you had done as a result of he being missing, you're talking about Gannon.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record again. Were you sitting at the same table as the defendant during that time?
We were sitting side by side. Yes, sir.
Were you able to hear what she was telling to the detectives?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell the detectives about Gannon's disappearance?
I don't remember specifically, but it was all centered around him being missing or running away, not coming home. That the storyline up to that point.
Well, okay, so what we talked about earlier was that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home.
Right. Yes, sir.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
She was telling the same story at that time.
Yes, sir.
And then we talked earlier about you going to the sheriff's office to give an interview. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a follow-up interview at the sheriff's office as well.
Yes, sir.
Did those both occur on January 28th?
Yes, sir.
When you went the first time, where was the defendant at that time?
I do not know. I went because.
So
okay.
Yep. So you don't know where the defendant was?
I do not.
Did she go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you tell the sheriff's office detectives during that interview?
I don't remember all the specifics. I have heard the interview, but I don't remember all the specifics. I know I was more vague with what I was telling them about mine and the defendant's relationship because I didn't. This was before I went to search for the black car, or before I went to search for the defendant's car. So I didn't really suspect anything for you. Like I mentioned previously, that black car was really, or the search for that black car was really what changed my mind about what was going on. So I was just trying to find my son at that point. I didn't think anything else really was going on. I was just missing. So once again, I don't remember all the specifics. I just remember I was more vague about whatever was going on in my life.
So again, just to make sure that we're all clear, the defendant didn't go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Did you reiterate basically the same story that Gannon was missing and hadn't come home?
I believe I did. Yes, sir.
And it sounds like what you're describing is that you were telling this in a more general sense because of all of the things that you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it was after that, based on the way you just said that you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School?
Yeah, like I said this morning, I left that first interview, went home, checked on the girls, and then went out to search again to Walmart, planning on going to the game section or whatever. And then it hit me to go look for the car at French Elementary School. Wasn't there, and I didn't get too far out of the parking lot of French before I called. I think I got a hold of Bethel, who it was, and said, "Hey, something's wrong." And I was actually freaking out pretty hard. And they're like, "Calm down, just come back downtown." And that's when I did the second interview.
So what was it about you not finding the car at French Elementary School that caused you to, as you just now described it, to freak out?
Well, two things. It was a flat out lie in my estimation. That's my perspective. Because she told me the car was there and never told me she had moved the car. And a few other things, and once again, I don't want to get into hearsay, but things I didn't see that people had told me. I was putting all these pieces together, and then that was the first lie I in my mind I confirmed.
So yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying.
So there's a lot here.
Yeah.
And obviously we're talking about your son and understand that this is a stressful moment for you, having to recollect this from 3 years ago. Really listen to what the question is and just answer that question, okay? When you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School, did you find it?
No.
Did that cause you to change your opinion as to, along with other things like you said this morning, as to the nature of Gannon's disappearance?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
When you went to the sheriff's office that second time, so later in the evening on January 28th, did you specifically tell the detectives what you thought was in the defendant's car based on the information you had?
Yeah, I made a statement to them about, they asked me that question and I just replied with what I thought I was going to find in the car.
What did you think you were going to find if you found the car?
I think my hope was to find Gannon. That was the whole point of searching, was to find Gannon.
So you thought Gannon might be in that car?
I had no clue, but that's what I said to them. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then if you can flip in those text messages to January 29th at 7:19 a.m.
Sir, I believe I'm here.
Do you see text messages on that time frame from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any text messages wherein you're getting text messages about a rape?
About what?
Rape.
You said January 29th, 7:20 a.m. or
7:19 a.m. We're not publishing. Oh, you did. Oh, sorry.
Had been admitted, so I thought that's what you wanted.
I thought we did it, Judge.
No, it was me.
I don't.
And is always the case with technology, now the screen is black on this computer. So while I'm trying to get this computer up, Mr. Stauch, do you remember when it was that you were notified from the defendant about a rape story? I'm not asking you to look at the text message.
Yes, absolutely. It's in relation to these texts. She was asking me to come talk to her in the bedroom through the text message. As I stated this morning, I was sleeping on the couch. She was in the bedroom. And then I finally gave in and went in and accepted her request to talk. And that's when she started telling the first rape story.
What did she tell you about a rape story?
The first story was that, like I said, she had got raped. The person, there was, not just the sexual part, but she had been beat up or whatever. And then Gannon also had been beat up, and he talked about his burns and all that stuff as well. And then Gannon was taken by this person. That it happened in Gannon's bedroom, and that she cleaned up the mess. And I think that was the brunt of the first version of the story.
Did she tell you where that rape had occurred?
Yes, sir. I think you were messing with computers, but
Yeah.
it happened in.
I was.
Yeah, absolutely. She said it specifically happened in Gannon's bedroom.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yeah, but prior to this first rape story, I
No.
did, yes.
What I'm saying is, you were describing that you're in the living room sleeping on the couch. I think you said that she was inside the bedroom texting you.
Yes.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yes, sir. Prior to her starting the rape story.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I got enough computers here. What was her demeanor like when you went into the bedroom?
She seemed a little frantic, I mean, that's the best way to put it, just frantic and, but I don't know any way to describe it. It's kind of all over the place.
Well, let me ask
Freaking
you
out,
this.
but-
Let me ask you this specifically. Did she appear to be crying?
No, sir.
What about her voice inflections? What was her voice doing?
I mean, it seemed normal, not normal, but she was frantic, like I said, and freaking out. So it was kind of rushed and, she was telling me about how she got raped allegedly, so.
What did you do with that information, now that you're hearing this for the first time, that there's potentially a rape that had occurred in Gannon's bedroom?
So 3 specific things. Well, before those, first I asked her to stay in the room, that I'd be right back. My mom and my sister had slept the night before in Gannon's room. So I immediately went and told them they need to get all their stuff and get out. And I told them very limited. I don't know what all I specifically told them. I just said it's maybe a crime scene now. I think I notified the authorities to some degree. And then I went and got all of the weapons in my house and basically confiscated them and put them in my truck and locked them, made sure I had the key. I think, my one Smith & Wesson 9mm compact, I handed to Landon's brother, just for safety and keep it on his side. I trusted him. He's like a jailer or a police officer or something. So,
All right. So let me break in there for just a moment. When you say you went to gather all the weapons, are you talking about those firearms that you described earlier?
yeah, every single one of them. And I did it in a specific order. I got all the ones that were mine registered to me. And then I went back and asked her, said, I need you to
Who was her?
Excuse me, the defendant.
Okay.
Went back directly to the defendant, said, I need the ones that are in her name, which the 12-gauge shotgun and one of the pistols possibly. And I said, you don't have to because they're yours, but I need these and I'm gonna put them away for safekeepings right now. And she did, she complied, and I went and put those in the truck as well.
So what was in your mind? Why did you think you needed to lock up the firearms in a vehicle?
Because my first impression was it was a bullshit story and that something else was going on and something happened in the bedroom that I just wasn't sure. And I guess it's my military training. I don't know, but safety was the first priority for everybody. So get all the weapons out of the house, put them somewhere safe. And then I went back and talked to her again.
What did you do after you put the guns in the vehicle?
I went back and directly went straight to her and asked her to retell me the story.
Who else was in the bedroom at that time?
Landon was also in there.
Did the defendant at that time give you an impression that Gannon was injured as a result of something happening in the bedroom, along with this rape?
Yes.
Anything about blood?
Yes.
What did she say about blood on Gannon?
Well, it was involved in the rape and the beatings that they both supposedly took. But there was just blood everywhere, her blood and his blood.
Did she say what she had done in regard to that blood?
Yes, she said she had cleaned it up.
Did she describe any blood on bed sheets?
I believe so. I don't want to say specifically yes, but I believe she did.
Okay. I want to jump ahead to January 31st. You remember sharing some text messages with the defendant about her coming back to the house, so this would be after she'd moved out, to collect things from the house? Or phone calls?
So let me clarify this. You said after she had like physically moved out or came and got her stuff and moved out?
Where she had physically removed herself from the house, but wanted to come back and get her belongings.
I just want to clarify. Yes, yeah, absolutely. There was multiple phone calls and text messages throughout those few days. And I remember specifically we scheduled a time for her to come, and I scheduled a time that way I could ensure a deputy would be there to kind of monitor the situation because it became very volatile by that point.
So did the defendant in fact come to the house?
Not on that first time. I think it was the second scheduled time, but she did.
Who did she come with?
The defendant came with, herself. Harley came, her mother, and her brother, Dakota Lowry.
What is her mother's name?
Deborah. I don't remember. I don't know exactly what her last name is.
And I'm not asking you to tell us anything that Harley said, but how was Harley acting during this time?
Very reserved, I think is the best way to put it.
As far as people that were already in the house at that time, not talking about who came with the defendant, but who was at the house separate from that group, who was at the house?
My brother Les, Stauch. I think Landon would have been there, and Veronica, the deputy. Veronica being Landon's aunt, to clarify. Whichever deputy, I think it was Berklich. I'm not 100% sure. I was there, of course. I think my sister Becky would have been there as well. Rebecca Lynn. I think that's it.
Where was Lena?
Elena as well. Yeah, Elena was there. Thank you.
Were you watching what stuff was being carried in and out of the house?
I stayed in two main areas. I stayed in the kitchen for a while. So I did see, when I say traffic, coming up and down the stairs from Harley's room, bringing stuff. And then I went into the bedroom at one point while Tisha was gathering some of her belongings. And I do remember the deputy followed me in there. He was in there as well the whole time I was in there with Tisha. So, the defendant, excuse me.
So that suitcase that we talked about earlier, that green suitcase, did you ever see that come out of the house on that day?
No, sir.
Did you ever see it come out of the house in relation to this investigation?
No, sir.
Once she moved her belongings out of the house on January 31st, how would you communicate with the defendant after that?
Through text message, there may have been, and I'm speaking in between the period before I started the pretext phone calls. There was text messages and I believe some emails and possibly some phone calls as well. I don't remember specifically, but any version of those three, I think, were in play.
What about in-person conversations?
I don't believe I ever saw her again after she left until I saw her in the courtroom.
Okay. Did during that particular time frame, so from January 31st until we started into these pretext phone calls, did the statements that the defendant was telling you about what happened again and ever change?
Yes, they changed yes.
In what ways did they change?
Different people were accused, something happened again and at different places, I think I'm mixing up some of the pretext stuff too. So I'm trying, I don't know, but yeah, there was different stories told.
Okay.
So.
And so we're going to get into the pretext phone calls, obviously, and that we'll actually be able to hear those things. What I'm trying to do is just get into what you're thinking happened based on what you're hearing from the defendant. And so you said that there was different names being mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
It's a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any of those names now?
Yeah, I think one of the first ones was Eduardo. Some version of that. There was another name. I don't think it came into play until the pretext, the Quincy Brown. I think that's when that came into play.
So let me back up and stop you there. In relation to The name that you just said, Eduardo.
Mhm.
That's a yes or no?
Yes, yes.
What did she tell you about Eduardo?
So I'll be honest, I'm having trouble. I think all the different versions are mixing together when they happen. So I don't know. I know there was a story that the defendant told me about, there was a man in the neighborhood, a carpet guy.
Let me ask you specifically about that.
Please.
Did she give you a statement about her allowing a man from the neighborhood that was a construction worker into the house to fix the carpet?
I think the story was she gave him the code. But yeah, somehow he got in the house.
The question is, did she tell you a story with those sort of details in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the story that she told you in relation to that?
Like I just said, I think it involved in that specific one that she gave him the code of the garage and he came in. I'm kind of at a loss on that, Mike, or Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Did you know anybody by that name?
Absolutely not. I don't believe.
Did she allege that that's the person that raped her in the first time that she tells the story?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to jump into these phone calls and we're going to have to reconnect our computer. So just a moment. That first pretext phone call. Which is People's Exhibit number 35, previously admitted. Who was on that particular phone call?
It would have been myself.
Yeah, it's not tricky.
Yes,
Was you on
the
that?
defendant. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's other people that are feeding you information to ask them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this point, I would ask you permission to publish People's Exhibit 35, this is that longer phone call, an hour and 57 minutes.
Okay. Because there's so many, what you'll need to do is when we stop one and begin the other, you'll just have to tell for purposes of the record what it is that you're doing.
Yeah. And what I intend to do, Judge, is play it for just a second so we can hear voices, have Mr. Stauch identify who those voices are, and then just let it play from that point.
All right, that's fine.
Judge, you would think after COVID, we.
Yeah, let me stop it just there a second. Marina says, Lena, could you explain why the juror was a backup again? You did a good job. So, there are always 12 jurors on a panel, and but there are also backups, and they sit through the whole trial, but they don't do anything, right? They just sit there, they listen in case somebody has to be excused from the jury, then they decide somehow, some way, which juror is going to take the spot for that person. So there was one or two people that had been let go for some reason. And this one alternate juror had to take the place during deliberations. The problem happened that they all get, they all have to go through a period of asking questions, how they get a juror down to like 15 or so many people, right? The juror did disclose, you guys, this is not the juror's fault. The juror did disclose that his son-in-law actually worked for the prosecutor's office. But because he was, I guess, I don't know this for sure, I'm guessing because he was being used as an alt, and most of the time alternate jurors are not even used. And I'm not excusing this in any way because I'm pretty shitty about it as well. I guess that's how it got swept away and nobody worried about it because from what I understand, the judge and both sides knew that this alternate juror had a relation with somebody that worked for the prosecutor's office. Well, then when he was called to sit in place, it was time to deliberate, and it's kind of a little late to say, oh shit, we're busted, you guys, because that's our last alt, and he's, there's a problem. Yeah, we got a problem. And I think they just let it ride in hopes that it wasn't figured out. Well, once you get accused of something like this, you have different gosh, I can't even think. You have these appeals. Oh, there's the word. You have the appeals, right? So what happens during an appeal is, y'all, they go through every bit of evidence, every bit of testimony. They look at the video cameras where they're looking at people's faces to see if they're looking over, at the defendant in a certain way. You guys already heard all the P. Diddy stuff. I don't have to explain to you what all. So they go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and that's how it came out, you guys. And she won the appeal. And here we are. So she is no longer a convicted murderer anymore. She is an accused. So my understanding is that the prosecution took it up to the Colorado Supreme Court. They're supposed to be making a full judgment on it, which the law is the law. I think they're going to shoot it right back down, and she's going to get a new trial. My question is, though, I don't know enough about the law. That is it possible that she could get bonded out? It's a possibility, I guess. And then when would they? Because right now she's in Kansas in a penitentiary there. When will she be extradited back? Will she go to a prison in Colorado, or will she just be put back into the jailhouse? Which you guys know is a lot easier to live in a jailhouse than it is to live in a prison. But since she is no longer accused, I would think they're going to put her back in a jailhouse, you guys. And we'll just have to wait to see if the same judge and the same attorneys are the ones that do this again. I am hoping that it is. I don't feel like she's going to get off. I think the jury's going to hear the first words and be like, "You're done, bitch." But they're going to have to sit through the trial. I don't think she's going to get off on this, but just the whole fact that she's getting attention all over again. She gets to go back to a jailhouse. She gets to say, I'm not convicted, y'all. I'm not a murderer. Just the whole thing that she gets to say that again, it just pisses me off royally. So that's what's going on right now, you guys. So we're revisiting this trial right here so we can remind ourselves of things that we might have forgotten. There's already been a couple things that I've forgotten about that happened to sweet little Gannon. And for those, there are some people that have just come through tonight, and we just started the series tonight, that have said they didn't watch this case. They've heard of it, but they didn't watch it. So we're just trying to get caught up, because if you ask me, and I don't have any law schooling. I mean, y'all, I got my good enough diploma. I went back to school when I was in my 40s, and I got my good enough diploma just because I quit school to get married and have children. And I promised my parents that one day I would finish my education. So I made good on it. So obviously, I don't have any law degree, but y'all suck it, because I do have 8 college credit hours from the Hamburger University that I went to when I was a GM at McDonald's. It's a thing. Look it up. It's in Chicago. There really is a Hamburger University. Huh! And I soared and that. Anyhow, so that's where we're at. That's why we're doing this. Hi, Sophie. Good to see you. You have it backwards. It's easier to live in prison than it is to live in jail. I may have it backwards, but I do know this, Sophie. Out of all of the cases that I've covered, we get so shitty. Why does it take 3-5 years to get these people to go to trial? It's by design. let's just talk about just for a second here. Let's talk about the Delphi girls in Indiana, the Richard Allen case, right? I mean, they were putting it off because he was much safer in jail. So I think it just depends on what jail and what prison you're going to. Because for a lot of people, even Koberger, out of the Idaho 4 case, they wanted to keep him in jail as long as they could. Prison for those kind of people and for this bitch right here, it's a dangerous place. It's a dangerous place because it's bigger. There's more areas to get to these people, and accidents that happen. Love me some good old accidents, prison justice. I don't even know why she's still alive. So that's that. That's me. All right, let's keep listening now. Hopefully, we're going to go right into the phone calls.
Be more adept at our computer skills. It's my fault.
All right. They'll have our technological issues, but it's not mine.
All right, let me just fast forward it a little.
If your booty looks like this,
It
your
does.
belly looks like
Oh,
this,
it's terrible.
and your
Looks just
arms
like that.
Look like
Oh,
this.
mine's worse.
Join our-
Sorry. Just an honest person living over here in Indiana. All right, let's get them through all of these difficulties that they're having.
If his arm was all bubbled up, did his arm stay bubbled up like until the next day?
Okay, hold on. That was part of the call. They didn't let me know. All right, hold on. It's part of the call. Okay, here we go.
All you have to do is plug it in the same way that you had it before.
Yeah, we just didn't.
Hi, Pink Peony. Hi, Dreaming. Good to see you guys.
Hello.
Whose voice was that?
That was my voice.
Okay, go ahead.
Isha?
Okay.
Hello. Hey.
Whose voice was that?
That was the defendant's voice.
Okay. So, Judge, at this point, we'll just let it play.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you. Why didn't you say anything?
I did. I said hello. It's just hard because I have to get service off Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So what's up?
I'm so hungry.
You still haven't eaten anything?
No.
Huh?
No.
Why not?
I don't have any money or cards. They have all that. I have all my debit cards, credit cards.
Who has all that?
They have it from my car. I don't have anything from my car.
Oh, you didn't have it with you?
I did. I had my purse with me, but they took my purse and they took my Apple Watch and all that. It's just everything I had possession on.
Why did they do that?
I guess the same reason they took everything that was in my book bag and Ollie's car. I mean, they even took the dog paperwork and my social security card and my birth certificate. My passport, which is why I can't be at the airline because I have to have a passport.
You're not working at the school anymore? I thought you had the early college thing going on.
Right. They took my laptop and they took my car. I called them and said, hey, I don't have a way to get to work right now. I'm going to work on it. I should have a car back in a day or two. I'm still waiting and I don't have a way to get to work. So I got my way to drive to Denver and I don't have a passport because I have to have my passport and my crew badge to get on DIA.
So you still
Need to help me get any of it.
who's no one, like the police or whatever?
Like I called the evidence department several times and just been like, can I at least get can I at least get anything that deals with my everyday life of operating, like my cards, my passport. And then the guy was like, well, why do you need your passport? I said, well, it's required by FAA to have it with you at all times, or you cannot even get to the airport, can't do anything.
Yeah, you told me that. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I just want to get my content like that because how am I supposed to work if I don't have any of it?
Yeah, I know.
Place on hold. Please wait for your contact to return.
Hello? Weird. Hello?
Hey,
What happened?
the Wi-Fi, I don't have a number, so the Wi-Fi just died. So I had to use this Indian dude's number here, phone number here, to call you back on because I don't only have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Anyway, so like, I don't have any of that stuff. So I'm not trying to purposely not go to work, not do anything. I just need help obtaining any of it to even do anything.
Well, I'm having trouble too because it still freaking got my truck and my, you know how I have those badges I got to get in?
Yeah.
I can't freaking get into my secure part of my job, so I can't even do what I'm supposed to be doing either. So it's freaking driving me nuts.
So like, the people are fussing at Harley because she needs her high school diploma and she needs a report with her ID, social, and high school diploma. And I'm trying to explain to them what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't get any help because she's supposed to be there every week on base doing stuff. She leaves in 28 days.
For basic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did anything ever happen with that job? That new MLS?
Yeah, the guy wants to talk to her about it. That's why he told her, he said to come in, but we didn't have a way, so we explained that to him. So we didn't have a way. We don't have a way to get on base because they have IDs. They have everything. It's in the book bags, everything.
Okay. What were we talking? What was that thing you said you called? That just popped in my head. CIB or something?
Yeah, you guys, I'm trying to talk to you about like help, and I'm not downing or talking about anyone, but they don't need to be the lead agency if they're not going to lead. So the Colorado Bureau of Investigations can even look at it from a different approach. So I called the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and I talked to someone and they're going to call me back.
What did you tell them?
I didn't say anything bad about anyone. I just said there's a lot of key things that they're choosing to leave out. And I said, it's becoming a witch hunt after one person. I said, when they're barking at the wrong tree and they're not even following what credible things that I told them. Like they want tips from the public, but the public was not there.
Well, what credible things have you told them? That's what in our emails I'm trying to, and I know you said you were waiting to talk to me and everything, but what is it that you've told them? Because I know we had some, uncertainty about some of the things initially, and that's fine, but like what is it that you told them that they're not looking at? What is can you walk me through it? I know I asked you for that timeline.
I can't breathe even 1 second.
Take your time. Just try to get some deep breaths.
I'm just trying to put the window down and just stupid thing because it's hot. And like I'm having to like run into people I don't even freaking know. They could be mad killers and shit to be like, hey, can I use your phone? Hey, can I sit in your car for a minute? Hey, do you think I can drive your car to the store?
I know I'm starting to feel some heat too. Like I told you when I went to Bass Pro Shop last night, I wanted to get some clothes, but I was trying to hope to run into you on the north end, like you said you were out there, but Yeah. Well, like I said, I was just trying to hope to bump into you or something, but I feel like I'm having to hide now. That's why I went and got some redneck clothes, like the clothes that you don't like, because all those nice clothes I have at the house that you got me, I would just stick out like a sore thumb, and I'm just trying to hide too.
I don't know how long you got, but I just wanted to start with you for Saturday what I have.
Okay. All right, listen, I scooted away for lunch, so probably an hour and a half, so we got plenty of time.
All right. What do you mean scooted away from lunch? You don't have a car?
Yeah, I got a rental car. Uncle Jeff helped me out with a rental car, but I just had to get away from all them people, like I've been telling you. It's just crazy. So
You stand by yourself?
Me and Uncle Jeff.
Okay, so your Uncle Jeff is there with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been like me with my family members the whole time. So
how long can your Uncle Jeff stay?
I have no clue. It's people been kind of jumping in and out, but
I just didn't want you to be by yourself because I've been trying to be with you because I don't think that you should be by yourself with them because it's a bunch of vultures. That's all.
Yeah, I'm starting to slowly see that. So, but yeah, let's just timeline because I want to hear your timeline so I can try to make sense of it.
Saturday. Okay, you said you what question? You would just listen.
Saturday. Hold on, Tisha. Saturday. Like, what do you mean Saturday? Like right before me and Mama left. Saturday.
After you left.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So this is the paper I have. I had to get it notarized because that's what that guy said to do. Right after whoever found us and took all these cars, that's where we had left from was the attorney. But anyway. All right, so I'm gonna just go through certain things. I'm not gonna read it verbatim how he did it because it would be more of like in law terms. But Pt1, Albert and his mom left for Denver. We put DN in there. Around the house, cleaned up. G helped with stuff. Helped me get stuff out of his car. Gannon's always barefooted because that was something that he asked me. Even taking the trash out, things like that. He took the trash out. He stepped on something in the garage. So my car parked. You had those boards that were underneath my car, right?
Yeah.
Gannon was going to go help because he was saying that there was some kind of piece out there that was going to help me. You know the little zip ties that you have on things and it's hard to get off?
Yeah.
So he knew where something for that to go pop this off. So he was going to go get it because I had bought them some things from the clearance store. All right, so Gannon cut his foot on those boards. We flipped the boards over because we were freaking out because I was like, oh my God, your daddy said don't get oil or anything from your car and leak on those boards. You know what boards I'm talking about?
The one, like the 2x4s that I have, like that you drive over to park in the garage. Or whatever. Yeah.
So I let Gannon sit down in the back of the car. You know how funny I am about my car. But also, we just bandaged it up, whatever. All we did was stick a bandage on it, whatever. And I said something to him about, Gannon, you gotta quit coming out here barefooted, which I do the same thing. I take dogs out barefooted anyway.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you. Hold on, wait a second. I'm just thinking here, and I'm going to listen to everything. Just something that popped in my head. He always goes out the front door to do the trash. That's so weird.
He was helping me unload. Like I had bought them a bunch of stuff in the clearance store. If you look in the garage,
I got you. Okay, I thought you said take out the trash. I'm sorry.
Let me explain this to you. There's 2 bags that was put in the garage because I have put a bunch of stuff in there. I would have bought them a bunch of crap that went on sale from the clearance store because they were changing over to like warm weather stuff. But obviously in Colorado, you can still wear the cold weather stuff. I saw Lena online wearing, so therefore I knew it was in the house. Anyway, so my point was, he was really, helping me out, whatever, just talking to me about something. Who knows what he's talking about? He tells me about video games. I listen, but I don't understand him. Anyway, so he was bleeding on his foot. And we turned the boards over because I was like, oh my God, I was going to freak out, because these are the boards. He said, don't you get oil on my car, don't drip on my car, whatever. Right. So during this time frame, Gannon was supposed to be taking the trash out. I said, you might as well take out recycle, whatever. But Gannon kept going to the gate with nothing. And I kept saying, why are you going to the gate? He was like, I'm going to make sure the gate is locked. Well, okay, this is the first I'd known. I knew we were talking about locking the gate, but I didn't know Gannon had the key. I thought maybe you just had the key yourself. Whatever. I didn't know Gannon had the key.
Babe, he didn't, but hold on. The key was in our room in the on top of the dresser the whole time. Remember, he kept.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention or remember.
All right.
So he kept going out there with the key and saying that he was checking to make sure the gate was locked. Okay, benefit of doubt, maybe he was, because we had talked about making sure that gate was locked, or talking to somebody. I don't know. I'm not speculating. I know I got on him about, hey, doing this.
Yeah.
So underneath there was a rug. That rug that we stepped out on, it was a rug. There was blood on it. I walked on it, and I was like, we probably should just throw this away and find a new rug to put out here. So
what rug are you talking about again? So the one in the garage?
Right.
Yeah.
When you step down, there's a rug. I said, we probably should just throw this away. I said, because we can always just get another piece or another rug, or I'll go Dollar Tree and get a rug, whatever.
I got you.
Okay. So that was that. Okay, so then on the next section, it says, I replaced rug, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yep, bam. All right. And then it says, he came in the house, and he immediately ran downstairs to the room. So then I kept going down there, because his door was locked. He said he was keeping Lena out, which, again, I didn't question, because they always get where 1 minute they want to play with each other, the next minute they're like, get out. Okay. So then I sat on the sofa and put on the Peloton shoes, because I was going to ride the bike again, because my friend said they were going to redo a later time that we could do the bike. Gannon kept coming in there saying, are you going to stay here? Are you going to stay down here? Are you going to stay down here? So I took it as if he was like excited I was going to stay down there and, just be able to run around and do whatever. But then I had to go upstairs and help Lena, yada, yada, yada. So I got on my statement, it says I was back and forth, but came back when I heard a loud noise. So there was a loud noise that happened downstairs. So of course, I run back downstairs and realized, or so I thought, was a box or something fell over in the storage room. Sounded like something was really loud in the storage room. I assumed that it was a box. Gannon had his door locked, so I knocked on the door. Of course, I'm like, hello, because I hear a loud noise. And so he opened and said I couldn't come in. And I was like laughing. I'm like, why? And he told me he was doing something. I don't remember what he told me he was building. I'm sure it was something about the toy cons or joy cons or whatever. I didn't think anything of it. Just, okay, he's building something, whatever. But there was a lot of noise, and he was in his room. So then, he said his stomach started hurting a little bit or whatever. So I told him to go upstairs. I had some special ice cream. I had his Pedialyte pops. I had already went and bought them because I thought, you know, this time of year, this is when I got the cold last year. I'll take them. So I let him take the Pedia pops or whatever, and he took some Relax. So that was a normal day for Saturday. Like, you were already, you know, going on. You probably already got the plane. We all laid down, right?
Right.
We're about Saturday.
Yeah. Christopher.
Sunday, all right? Sunday, we talked to you in the morning. Remember I told you, I sent you a few messages, and I was like, hey, we might go on a hike, whatever. Everyone's going to get dressed, you know. And then suddenly we saw the news about Kobe Bryant. So then, of course, that delayed it because I'm sitting on the sofa crying, trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, Kobe died. Is this true? Remember I messaged you. We talked back and forth about it, whatever.
Yeah, I had just gotten to the airport at Loudoun when you told me that.
Right. So Gannon hadn't talked at all. I mean, Gannon didn't know who Kobe was. Or maybe he knew from, like, hearing it, but didn't really know who Kobe was. He just noticed that I was sitting there, like, crying, like, oh my God, you know, like, upset. And we were sitting there talking about it. So I was telling him that, hey, you know, Kobe has a lot of daughters. He only has sisters. You know, Gannon went over the whole, like, I don't want you to think any of this is irrelevant because I want you to think of anything that I say that might have triggered something.
Yeah, right. I'm listening very closely.
So then we were talking about the daughters, and I was like, yeah, he always wanted a boy, but he never could have a boy. He had daughters, blah, blah. So then I let him in on a little secret, which I already told you over email what it was. Okay, I don't need to say it again. You already know. So me and him were talking about that. He was kind of like, really? And I told him, I said, yeah, you know, like I lost a lot of babies. I said, it was kind of hard. I said, you want one thing and it don't ever happen. You know, I felt like I was in a situation to talk again about this because you're over here upset crying about Kobe. And so I was like, I'm telling you because I know that you'll be able to pray and keep a secret. And we were like, you know, kind of being silly about, oh, this is a secret we have between each other. We'll tell daddy, you know, yada, yada, yada. So we sat there and talked about that for a little bit. So then Holly got called into work. So I was like, crap, we had everything packed, ready to go on a hike, had the Yeti, had everything. We were going to plan on staying for a while and then go get dinner. Well, she got called on a hike. So we decided to take 2 hikes. So this is where all this confusion comes with hike, Harley went, hike, Harley not went. So we took the dogs on a hike through the trails in Morrison Ranch. So if you leave out of our neighborhood, go out to the side, go up to the little whatever, you could take the dogs on a trail, come back, yada, yada. So that's what we did first. Came back. Gannon had his water pack. I'm sure you saw the pictures online from Garden God that some other creeper people took. He had his water pack on his back or whatever, so we got ready for round 2. So hike 2 was Garden of the Gods. So then it says, Garden of the Gods was our hike 2. So we went about 2 miles in, lots of talking about things. G asked me, did I know any of his mommy's friends from Coastal? It was a random thought process. So I just figured he was trying to be curious about it. I said, and did I remember Brian? And we laughed about some new friend named Mike too. So we were just having this conversation about whoever these people were. I was like, I don't know anybody named Brian, and I don't know anybody named Mike too. I guess a new Mike or whatever. All right, so again, the stomach hurt, and he was, again, the stomach hurt. And most of the night, he had a stomach ache, and he tried to lay down and poop and stuff like that. So during this time, I'm messaging you, which you're probably tired, jet lag, whatever. Like, hey, again, the stomach's hurting, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
If it happened regularly, you know he would get, you know, whatever. That's when he asked me about the bath salts. Still, hadn't talked to you about it yet, didn't know whatever. He took a bath, and then I gave him a bath salt because I thought maybe this ought to be clean. You know, whatever. Bath salt. I didn't know any about it. So then, next section. All right, so then the next section was, I don't remember exactly who took the bath first, but everybody had their baths. Everybody was doing their own thing. Gannon was like going back in his room. I said, okay. So then here's my next note. All right, Albert had grounded Gannon from the switch. My understanding, he said he was still grounded, but he could get off, you know, the next day. He'd been in his room most of the night. I knocked on the door. He said he was playing with Grayson. I ain't never heard of fucking Grayson before in my life. So again.
Grayson? He said Grayson?
He said Grayson.
Okay.
So in my mind, I thought, who the hell's Grayson? But I didn't see anybody in the room. Obviously, I weren't like looking under beds or anything like that. Honestly, I thought, those kids at 11 still have imaginary friends? Or are they talking? Is he talking to somebody online because he's not supposed to have, you know, like technology?
Yeah, right. I said right, yeah.
Giving them benefit of the doubt, I didn't say anything else. I just said, oh yeah, okay, cool. So Grace and I said hi. I laughed it off, went off about business, didn't see anything. So later on, I don't know the exact approximate time, but I saw he was on the sofa. And I was like talking to him. I was like, "Oh, you want to sleep out here tonight?" Or
Oh, what, downstairs sofa?
yeah,
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I'm like talking to him about tonight, whatever. He told me his Uncle Matt was going to visit. Okay, so I don't know who the hell Uncle Matt is. So I was just sitting there like, okay, that's when it dawned into me that he had to be talking to someone on something because Grayson, I had no clue who it is. Matt, I had no clue who he is. And I was like, this can't be characters in some game because it didn't sound like some game characters. I don't know Uncle Matt and I don't know Grayson. So he was talking about his Uncle Matt was going to visit. And I thought, okay, you know, again, trying to be sensitive to the fact that I know that he probably has friends, family on the other part of the country that maybe he was missing or whatever. So again, I was like, boy, yeah. So again, that's my statement. So again, I was like, boy, you need to stay off that TikTok. You're being silly. Because I already told him he needs to stay off the TikTok. He was being silly. All right, so I went upstairs. He was on the sofa to watch TV. I told him I'd come back later with him because he wanted to watch something on the show, but I had to get Lena ready, and I promised him I would let him stay up 30 minutes later. So, you know, I was upstairs, getting Lena ready for bed, yada, yada, yada. Well, then, out of nowhere, the alarm is going off. It didn't start with anything other than the alarm. Lena had laid down. I had went in the room. I was sitting there with the dogs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was doing something work. I hear the alarm go off. So I walk in the living room, hit the alarm code in. And I'm just like, alarm code. And it stopped. So I thought, who in the world, you know, was on the alarm code? Then it beeped again. It kept going. And then it started fire. It was yelling loud, fire, 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 fire. And I'm just like, fire. And I look around, don't see any flipping fire anywhere. So as this goes on, I'm like, okay, put it in again, it stops. So I'm like, okay, I might get on the phone with AT because something's wrong with this thing. Remember when we were out of town, the neighbor said she smelled gas and her thing was going off, but then they didn't find anything?
Yeah, right.
So I was thinking maybe it's something to do with this. So that was how my whole process was. So then at that point, I was like, the carbon monoxide thing started beeping. And I ran in there where Lena was at, and I said, Lena, are you asleep? Because I knew, unless I was under some adrenaline rush, and this is not being mean, I would just pick Lena up and yank her out of bed. But luckily, she hadn't fell asleep all the way. I said, Lena, because I thought I was being crazy. I said, do you hear that? It said fire, right? She's like, yes. And so I grabbed Lena, run her outside, run her with the dogs, give her the keys to the truck, throw them in the truck. And I run back inside. Still don't know anything. And then remember, oh my God, Gannon. Sorry that for a second I hadn't remembered that because I was trying to still figure out where the heck I was with that. So I run back downstairs and realized that there's smoke downstairs. I couldn't get. I was coughing and choking and couldn't get through the smoke part. Run back to the garage. You had these little mouthpieces that you could put over your mouth.
Yeah, dust protectors were.
So I grabbed one of those, put it over my mouth, ran back downstairs. And when I ran back downstairs, again, I was still asleep, not knowing this was going on. And there was fire. I took the cover. There was a whole bunch of tons of cover that was inside that little tan thing and Gannon had on or whatever. And I just jumped on it. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. If it was the wrong thing to do, I'm sorry. But I just jumped on it and kept jumping on it. And Gannon was right in one of the covers. So Gannon did burn his arms. It wasn't bad. It was like you know how you get a little bit of oil on it and it's just underneath the skin. But as long as y'all peel it, it's fine.
Yeah, but hey, Tisha, which arm was it? Both arms or this inside? I mean, but how was it? So, because I remember we talked about that before a little bit, but we never got it.
I feel like it was across the arms. I feel like it was, and I told the investigators this. I said, and I don't want to skip to this part, miss this part. So remind me that. I say this later. I told the investigators later that I said I probably should have looked a little more in depth at his arm.
What if he's hurt? Yeah.
Because it could have been. He wasn't complaining oh, it's hurting. He wasn't saying anything along those lines, but I should have looked a little bit more in depth. Honestly, we ran. So we ran out. I'm sure they got the footage of us. Me running out first because Gannon was grabbing his cover, running out behind there because he was cold.
Hey, what time was this? So I can maybe tell somebody to look at the footage.
Well, I mean, I told them originally, I don't have access to the ADT now, but
yeah.
Because ADT said it had an alert for fire. So I would imagine whenever that alert went off from ADT, it would have been within that few minutes.
Yeah, fine. I got you.
15 minutes.
Hey, tell me about it. So I'm really concerned about these burns because he's freaking hurt. What were they big? Were they small? What was it? Was it from the candle wax or what?
Let me get to that part. It's not going to worry you in a minute when I get to that part.
Okay, because I'm freaking out right now because.
Understand. So when he runs to the car, he runs in because I'm running. He's running behind me. I jump in your truck. I was driving your truck because the keys were laying there.
Okay.
I jump in your truck. He jumps in on the driver's side. He's screaming, crying, whatever. Lena's in the back seat with the two dogs. We crank your car, we turn your truck on, and we drive the hell off. Ask me why we drove off. I was freaked out because I was like, oh my God. Like, it was the carbon, it was the smoke was more scary and terrifying than actually the fire. So
Okay.
what we did was we drove around the block, and I kind of had to be like, okay, what do I do? A, do I need to call the police department? B, does anybody need medical attention? So then we go back in the house. Lena's freaked out. I put Lena in our bed. I said, Lena.
So you drove around for how long and then came back?
No, I drove around the block. Like
Sorry. I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I drove around like the block, like Wando, that area.
Yeah, I know.
Pull back up in the drive. You didn't have much gas because I hadn't put gas in your car yet. You didn't have much gas.
Right.
My process of driving was thinking, oh my God, like I was in shock. So I pulled back in the driveway and parked. We all get back out, go inside. Lena's freaking out, crying. We're both, Lena and I are standing there looking at Gannon. At that point in time, I didn't see anything on his hands, arms, or anything other than take your hand where you're holding your phone and look on the insides where the edges are. That right there had little bubbly spots. Okay? So they had bubbly spots on both sides of his arm. And I think that was from when he grabbed the cover and I was trying to grab him up and he came down with me with the cover because he was like latched onto the cover.
Yeah.
And I was trying to grab the whole cover to put out the fire. So from the inner parts of his arm had these little bubble spots.
So you said both sides, or is it just the inner parts? I'm just trying to, because this might be key information.
Like both sides, left arm, right arm.
I got you. Okay, so both sides of both arms.
From what I remember, both sides of both arms, because he had when Gannon was laying down, I grabbed him to get him up. Okay, because I remember it was that
Oh God.
It's one of the covers. I grabbed him to get him up, whatever. He gets in the car, whatever, we're talking. He's explaining to me that he thought I was coming and he was grounded from the switch. So he thought I was coming, and when he thought I was coming, he knocked over the candle.
Okay.
Because apparently he was playing the switch when he shouldn't have been playing it, which is fine.
Was it? But he had the candle on the couch, I guess, right?
No, he was sitting on some kind of little, that little white thing that was sitting next to the couch.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
I don't know if the candle fell over. I don't know. I know that when I got there was a fire, and it was on his cover. So I was trying to rip the cover out of his hands to get him up and like jump on the fire. They have pictures of where there's burn marks on my elbow where I jumped on the fire. So we get in the car, and he's crying and screaming and telling me he's sorry and he don't want to get in trouble because of the switch. He was on the switch and he shouldn't have been on the switch. And so we drive around the block and I'm like, it's okay, we'll figure it out. Honestly, I flipping lost my mind because I thought in my mind, like, had I not gotten downstairs when I did, had I not heard it or the alarm system or carbon monoxide or whatever, if I would have hit that couch, I don't know that I could have gotten again. And that was my biggest thing that my brain was sitting there like freaked out on. Come back inside. Lena's terrified. I said, Lena, go lay in the bed. She's laying in the bedroom. And I was like, he doesn't want to go back to his room. I said, okay, will you lay in Lena's bed? He said yes. He started to say he was cold and had a little bit of shivers. And so I was like, Gannon, I took him and put more clothes on top of him now. Blame it on me, whatever. I didn't take his clothes off to go through anything, but I asked him, was he hurting? And was anything else, whatever. He told me it was just his arms. So I didn't see anything that would have thrown a flag that I had to be like, oh my God, emergency or anything like that. I didn't see anything like that.
But if his arms was bubbling, that's not an emergency?
Well, it hadn't broke skin. Like, it was just like underneath. It hadn't broke skin or whatever.
Okay. All right.
In my mind, I'm like, okay, let's evaluate the situation, tomorrow and see or whatever. It wasn't burn marks like carpet burn or like, anything like that. It was bubbly. And I told them from that, I said, I honestly probably could have, got him in the car and said, hey, can you just check this out to make sure? Because in my mind, in his arms, I didn't see it as a bad thing. I just knew he was like, it's not hurting. We put aloe on it, and I assumed, okay. So then we put on the long sleeve shirt on him because he said he was kind of cold or whatever it was. He lays down in Lena's bed. Lena sleeps in my bed, our bed. Charlie comes home. I go in, and I already prepped Charlie for what was going on. I was like, hey, don't panic when you get here. I was like, there's smoke, out smoky, Gannon, this happened, yada, 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 yada. Lena was scared to go to sleep, so we both went in there and checked on Gannon. We went in there, we gave him water in Lena's bed. We gave him water. We set him up. We got you okay. He was more scared of anything. And so I can. Of course, I was like, whoops, someone said something because I said sell the couch. I wasn't talking about sell the couch to fix the daggone carpet. I was talking about, like, I would get rid of that couch and get a new couch. Don't panic. Like, my point was, honestly, I wasn't even going to tell you because I was like, Gannon was scared of being grounded a year. And I was like, I'll buy a new couch. We'll fix the couch. We'll replace everything in here. Don't worry about it. And that was my whole point. As long as you promise me you didn't do it on purpose, you didn't purposely do this to hurt yourself or hurt somebody, we will fix it. And that's how we ended on Sunday. So Gannon was still like, upset. He was not only emotional about the situation, he was hurting. So that's where we were at with Sunday.
Okay.
You give me 1 second to pee.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Right.
All right, so later on in the night, Gannon woke me up a few times. He said his stomach was getting worse. Should I pooped yet? I messaged you, but you were already asleep. And I was like, hey, Gannon wants to know if he can stay out of school tomorrow. He's scared of pooping in his pants. I think you probably were still asleep. You might didn't get it until the next day, which is not your fault, my fault. It was time zone and tiredness and whatever.
Yeah.
I stayed up with him a few times in the bathroom. I was like, okay, I wrote you back. I said, I'm just going to make the decision that Gannon can stay at home tomorrow because he is so terrified about putting in his pants. So the next morning, I called the nurse's line and I asked the nurse's line about his stomach and giving him Miralax and yada, yada, yada.
You talking about the TRICARE nurse's line?
No, the urgent care nurse's line right in front of Fountain and whatever that road is.
I got you.
So I called them and I said, hey, I know typically people are constipated, you give a Miralax, yada, yada, yada. He hasn't really went to the bathroom, he has blood coming out his butt. And so they just basically explained to do the best she could to get him to pass, and if not, then we needed to call our care provider, whatever. He started beating me up over that, saying you didn't need to have a referral to do this. That wasn't what I was trying to say. I was trying to make the point of, does the boy need to have, anything done, or can I just give him, like, an enema or something like that? Because I already talked to him about that. So if this don't work, you want me to give, like, an enema or something, because it was a big old turd he was trying to get out.
Yeah.
So then, that morning, we were like, I said, Gannon, I'm going to stay at home with you today because I don't want you to stay by yourself. Now, remember, we let Gannon stay by himself. He's been responsible, whatever. But in this state, as in his state that he was in, not feeling well, stomach hurting, bubbling a little bit here and there, being embarrassed, I made a decision that it was not okay for him to stay there by himself if he was sick. If he's on normal terms, taking care of his sister, playing his Switch, doing his thing, then that's fine. But I said, Gannon, you're going to need to go with me. I said, there's a few things I need to handle today. Ask me what. And I was going to look at a bike for you. This guy that was on Craigslist because he had this bike, like a touring bike. And I said,
Yeah.
we need to look at this touring bike or whatever.
And that was Monday? Yes. Hey, so did you give him Miralax or the enema or anything like that? What else did you give him?
I have in this notes what day I gave him Miralax.
All right.
Trying to poop and regularly took, that was the bath salts day, to Saturday. He had Miralax on Saturday. Yeah, here it is. I gave him ice cream and said it had special stuff. Because I was telling him it was really those Pedialyte ice cream.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And took Miralax. That was on Saturday.
So hold on, I'm trying to just, because obviously I'm worried to death about his little arms. Did you rub any cream on it or give him anything for the pain, or did he pain medicine or anything like that to help him?
Pain medicine, because I didn't have any pain medicine gift. What I gave him was the aloe that was in our bathroom, that green aloe. We even made like a little silly joke about it because he wasn't hurting. Remember how I was wrapping Sadie up with the little thing?
Yeah.
I wrapped it around his arms too.
Oh yeah, the little bandages or whatever.
So I put the green aloe on it, and I said, "You can, or do you like Sadie?" And we laughed about it.
Yeah.
Laughing about it, being silly. Yes, it hurt a little bit, but being silly about it on his arms. So that.
So you didn't give him any children's Tylenol or anything?
I didn't give him any kind of he wasn't saying that he was hurting in any kind of pain to give him any kind of Tylenol, to give him anything at all. And if you feel like that would have been a lapse in judgment on my part, then I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to sort through it. I know how both of them are about, every time they scrape their finger or something, they want a Band-Aid. So I would have just assumed that if his arm was all bubbled up, did his arm stay bubbled up like until the next day, or did that go down that night, or how, like, that's worrying me too.
Okay, so to get to the next part, Gannon started to peel it.
Wait, like when? When did he start to peel it?
Gannon started to peel it because I guess he was either asleep, I don't know, anxious. I don't know. Monday, he started to peel it. Like peel his skin.
Yeah, like Monday morning or whatever.
Again, I swear to Jesus told the detective this. I said he started to peel it. When he started to peel it, it had like I don't want to say like not gooey stuff or whatever, but almost like it was like popping it type thing. And I said,
oh yeah, like a blister or something. Yeah.
I said, listen, if it gets worse, we're gonna drive straight. And I was already the plan. That's why I didn't go to school. I said, if it gets worse, after I put all that stuff on there, whatever. I'm not that type of person where something happens immediately, run to the hospital. You know, you and I've had that conversation before where you would say like, every little thing later, ran to the hospital. I was trying to evaluate it to see as long as he was talking fine, normal, acting normal. I didn't see at that point in time that he was under any kind of pain.
I got you.
Or say that to me.
Okay, all right.
That was a lapse in judgment on my part. I apologize. But he started to peel it because, obviously he starts to peel things. So along with peeling that, he started peeling his fingernails. So, and I'm like, that morning, I sent you a picture of Gannon laying in bed on Monday morning. To your phone.
Yeah, right.
Gannon was laying in the bed, whatever. I went back in there, checked on him, gave him some more water, made him drink some more Pedialyte because he wasn't eating because he was so upset. And that's when I noticed he started peeling things, like on his arm. And I said, and at that point in time, which I told you, like I told them, Gannon had blood that was on his arm and on the side of his wall. I guess from sleeping through the night, whatever it was, peeling it. We toted him back down to his room after Lena decided to go back to bed.
On the side, you said on the side of his wall? You never told me that.
No, I told detectives this.
Oh.
You never talked to me about this.
Okay, fine. I mean, this is new. I've never heard that before, so now I'm even more worried about him.
So they should have told you this. So then I went in there that morning, sent you a picture. I said, Gannon, why do you have blood on your wall? I was like, it wasn't a lot. Don't panic. It wasn't like.
Oh, so it wasn't like a lot, like all over the place. It was just like little streaks or something. Oh.
I said, Gannon, says, did you peel those things? Yes, he did. I said, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna re-bandage your arm. I says, and if you're feeling bad or it starts bleeding, you get a fever, anything like that. I says, as soon as because I was going to go talk to the man about the bike. Right. She said, I have to go there first. You want to go to the hospital now? Of course, maybe I shouldn't have asked the kid that, but based on my judgment and what I was seeing with him, I didn't think that he needed to go right away. We went on about our business. And I said, if you start to feel any pain or hurt or whatever like that, we'll just drive to the base. We'll explain to them what happened with the fire. We monitored it through the night, so on and so forth. That was our intent. That was the plan the whole time. Everything. Nothing wavered from doing that at all. Gannon asked me questions. He was just like, why does this happen to me? Why do I always get hurt? Because, he had hurt his foot on the boards outside. I said, Gannon, we're going to figure all of it out. Don't worry about it. We will replace it. Okay? So Monday morning, after all this, I was like, Gannon, we're going to go find, which I probably shouldn't have said to him that he would have known that it was on him. But I said, we're going to go find someone to replace the carpet. He says, and then we'll get it fixed. We won't worry about it. We'll monitor your arm through the day. Yada, yada, yada. So we're going to go get some coffee. Just hang out. And I said there were some things I need to get for the pet store, and we need to go meet the guy about the bike. And that's the reason we drove the truck, because if I end up blocking the bike, I was going to put the bike in the back of the truck.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And all they know is that when we left, we took my softball bag, Charlie's softball bag with that, stuff like that, and a helmet, because I was asking him, did he want to stop by to look at those hockey skates? So we took any of that old equipment that I had, and we loaded it in the back of the truck, which was the long Easton bag I have.
Yeah. So you took Harley's bag?
Harley's bag, because she don't use that bag.
The little book bag, the softball bag that's like a book bag. Right. Oh.
So we were going to take you to that sports place and see if they did like trades, whatever.
Yeah.
We were going to surprise Lena when she got home if I could got him 2 new things of skates or hockey skates or whatever.
You talking about Play It Again Sports over there that we went to?
That's why we were so far across town.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, so that was our plan for Monday. Go to Play It Again Sports, get some coffee. We need to get gas, and we were going to monitor his arm along the way and go check on the thing about the bike.
Right.
So we go to drive around. I think we went to Dunkin' Donuts first, and then the gas store, or it might have been by its first.
Like over by our house, Dunkin' Donuts.
Went to Dunkin' Donuts by our house. Hey, Dunkin' Donuts sharing lady already released the video of us going there. You can see my arm reach out the window. I can grab, sorry, I didn't mean to say effing, I'm just over all this. Grab the coffee out the car. Then I turned around because I was about to get Gannon a Frappuccino, but he said he didn't want it. So then we drive off from the Dunkin' Donuts. So then we go from the Dunkin' Donuts and we go up. I turned 87 somehow, but meant to turn on 25. Needless to say, I went up the bottom.
80, you mean 85?
Yeah, 85, 87. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
I went up towards Nevada, which is where like Holly gets her eyelashes done, that type of thing.
What, like past, wait, you talking about past Walmart and all that? Like not towards Fountain, the other way, right?
For the roads, okay, remember when we went to the recycle at before and the road split?
Yeah, way down there close to, yeah, okay. But that's towards Walmart turn. Yeah, okay, I got you.
So that's the route that I take, which I'm sure they have because I'm not hiding anything from the GPS that I took. So I went that way first and I realized I was like, oh crap. I was like, I probably should have got on the other exit because I really didn't know. Lately, I've been trying to find my way around, like what exits to get off of, things like that. So I get off and realize, like, oh, this is the way to where we went to the recycle thing at. So I just kept driving and end up making the curve and turning you back to 25, Nevada, and all that. And I was like, oh, there's the Petco. We're going to go to PetSmart, or we know the Petco, so whatever, same thing.
Petco, you went to Petco like way over there?
That's the only Petco there is.
I don't know. The only one I know is the one we went to by Target that one day.
I know Holly's work.
Yeah, that's PetSmart though, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
I got you.
I was going to go to PetSmart, but I went to Petco.
I got you.
So I go to Petco, and walked inside. Gannon wanted to stay in the car playing the Switch. He was like, you want to stay in the car playing the Switch. Again, Colorado law is he can sit in the car at 11 years old.
Oh, so he took a Switch with him.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. He had his Switch, playing his Switch in the back of the car.
You talking about the truck, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, in the back of the truck.
Okay.
So he was playing his Switch in the back of the truck. Well, I went in the first time and yada, yada, yada. I was going in because Sadie has been having like I don't even know what it is. She needs to get her vet paperwork so I can get her checked. I didn't know girl dogs had like periods or like stuff come out. I didn't know this. So I walked in and found these little pads that they had. And I'm like looking at them, whatever. And I set the phone down because I'm like, my mind is so blown that dogs have this. So I'm like looking at it, freaking out, thinking, okay, should I get these? Or should I just call the pet, the vet? Maybe it's just something weird coming out of her body parts or something like that. Whatever, maybe. So then, go back up to the front, look around. I look out the door several times. And these people I know have said, she was suspicious looking out the door. I was looking out the front door just to make sure nobody was at the truck because Gannon was in it. That's all. It was just, he was in the truck. And what if he needed to get out pee or, whatever. That was the only reason I kept walking back to the freaking front door just to make sure he was fine. He was in the truck. So then I get 3 outfits. God forbid I got 3 outfits and only had 2 dogs. Because, of course, this is what these people talked about. I got 3 outfits, checked out, walked out, got in the car. From there, we were going to go to the play against Ford.
But wait a minute. Why were you so... I'm kind of confused because, like, you said you were worried about him getting out, but, like, we've gone to the gas station and, like, he's never tried to get out of the car. So what was I don't know. Maybe that's nothing. But what made you freak out that day?
Parked on the front row. I was parked a little bit off. So like, if he needed to get out, use the bathroom, or he was looking for me, or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. I was just that kind of was weird because like he's usually he does what we tell him stays in the car. But anyways, go ahead.
Right, but not Albert. Exactly, he does. Just like I told you, he could have stayed at home on a normal basis, but he wasn't feeling well.
Yeah.
So I was
fine. I got you.
What if you had to poo? Whatever.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be a good parent. That's it. It wasn't no.
I know.
Looking in the car.
I got you. It just was weird that you said that, but it's okay. I'll just go ahead.
I went on, got the things checked out, left. I don't remember if we stopped at another store in between there or what. We were headed to go to the Planet Against Sports, and we were headed to go talk to the dude about the bike. Well, they had my phone, so they can see that the guy right back about the bike with the pictures, and I was asking about prices and yada, 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 yada. And I was like, I didn't want to go to the man's house with the bike, without I wanted it to be legit, I got me in the car and not only had me in the car, I got Gannon in the car. So I thought, I need to, like, I need to make sure this is legit. So I'm like, send me a picture of the bike. Can you call? Can you whatever? And like, he wasn't acting like he was wanting to like give me information that he could meet me at a safe spot to go look at the bike.
So you weren't going to go to his house or something? He was just going to meet you in general?
I told him messages that I didn't want to just go to some random person's house. And that's probably why they're looking at this whole Douglas County thing, because he lived almost at Douglas County.
Okay, yeah, that does sound sketchy. That was probably a good decision, so.
So again, open book with them. They took my GPS and everything. We got to Douglas County, and me and Gannon was talking about it, and he was like, "Do you know this guy?" And I was like,
So hey, I missed the part. You said so you went to Petco. But you said you were going to play it again. Did you never go to play it again? I forgot.
So we didn't never make it to play it again. That was on our agenda, but we were trying to go for the bike first.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, it was a priority first. Okay, so I was gonna go out to meet the guy with the bike, and somehow they have my email. They subpoenaed all that. They can see the information coming from the Craigslist. Okay.
Oh, it was Craigslist.
So someone had something on Craigslist.
Oh man, that's sketchy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't trust that shit. You there?
You went and bought wood and stuff on Craigslist.
Yeah, I mean, for you to do it, and Craigslist, I never trust that shit because they always have those sketchy people doing, I don't know, stupid stuff like meet and greets and stuff. You always told me about that, remember?
Yeah, but like this was just a bike for sale.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm worried about you and my son's safety. That's what that's
my point. That's why I realized. I said, well, we rode through. Okay, so when you go up Palmer Lake heading to Douglas County or whatever, we went that way. It was supposed to be that the guy had a warehouse somewhere between the Palmer Lake area or whatever.
What, warehouse of bikes or something?
He said he had a couple bikes that he used to do riding and touring and stuff like that.
Like those bikes I was looking at doing those rides, like through Alaska or whatever?
Right.
Okay.
So get out on this road. So if you're on, I want to say it's exit 165 or 163. Okay, I think that's what I want to say the exit was.
On 25?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you know how you're going to before you get to Castle. Oh, it's where we went to take the remember how traffic is backed up? You can take that back road.
Oh yeah, before you get to like 182 where the outlets are or whatever.
You can take that back road.
Yeah.
The Castle Rock.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so it was off that, but to the right side, not to the bougie side where like the boonies and stuff was at. It was off that way to the right side. So I originally got off, and again, they can see this on my GPS. I got off, I went left, and went down that little hill where the little people were at, and I thought, this can't be the right way, because he was saying something about signs and all this. Turned around at the little, woods or whatever, came back up, went across the street and realized it was on that right side. I think it's called like Palmer Lake or something like that. Supposed to be looking for this place, still didn't see it, and then it ended up being like all mountainy and dark. I say dark, it wasn't dark in the day, but like,
Yeah, like
dark.
woods and stuff, yeah.
We turned around, left out of there, and I was like, well, this doesn't even look too great. Again, let them go search that area all they want to. They're barking up the fucking wrong tree because all we did was went through there looking around and trying to figure out where this warehouse was supposed to be at.
So you were in the truck or out of the truck?
We're in the truck.
Oh, you had me worried. I'm like, you're out of the truck in the woods looking for a warehouse?
No, it was just driving through there. It was like down, around, up, around. Colorado has all these mountains and shit like that. So I came back out, got back on 25, and was like, crap. I was like, I don't even like think that was a good place. Me and Gannon was like, why can't we just go buy it at the store? Don't they have them at Walmart? So we're like talking. I was like, yeah, I'll just figure out another place to get a bike. Because the whole thing was, I was going to buy you the bike and surprise you for Valentine's Day for it. That was like the whole shebang.
Yeah, I would love that for sure.
At this point, we never got to play it against sports because it was approaching the time that we needed to be headed back.
Okay.
So I said, Gannon, I'll just come back and do, go to play it against sports again later. Don't worry about it. Your daddy and I have been talking about getting hockey sticks. So we come back up, heading back towards the house because, we had to get back to Elena. Oh, I forgot to tell you a point that we left that day because I put my notebook down. Let me go back to this. On Monday. Okay, on Monday.
If you want to take afternoon recess now, we still got a long ways to go on this particular phone call. It's 3 o'clock. Do you want?
Yeah. How much longer do we have to go? That had crossed my mind.
So we got about another hour to go.
Oh yeah, no, we'll take a break.
Oh, happy day. Listen, I feel Jesus singing and the angels singing, y'all, because they're taking a break, which means we're getting a break too. I don't want it. Oh my God, I'm going to dream of her voice. Thank God the sun's going to be coming up here any minute, so I won't get the scaries about LETICIA in the dark coming for me. Oh my God. Y'all, I know this has been a long life, but This is a lot of days of testimony, and I don't want to spend weeks on this. I just want to get it out there. Let us know what we need to know so that we're ready whenever the new trial starts. Listen, I appreciate you guys sticking around for this. It means a lot to me. Even if you only got 5 minutes in or all 6 of these hours in, it really does mean the world to me. So let's close this one down. I'll be back tomorrow night if the creek don't rise and Jesus don't come back first. If not, I'll see y'all in the air. And y'all be good or be good at it. We'll same time, same place tomorrow. We'll keep going with this. Thanks, y'all. I appreciate you so much. Last person in, hit the lights. And if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, would you mind doing that for me? I'd appreciate it so much. All right, guys. Talk to you next time. Bye.
Big heart.